Chapter 581, Main Body. You have 5 minutes to mend my broken heart. Chapter 581, Main Body. You have 5 minutes to mend my broken heart. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. Amidst the atmosphere of Earth, a luminous jellyfish passed through space and appeared. The jellyfish was a 9th stage tribulation transcender, and as such, she could control the power of space. She needed but a few breaths to cross the whole solar system, returning to Earth from the edge of the solar system. At this time, she was holding the treasure chest with the Dark Knight time ring sealed inside. She intended to look for a few fellow Taoists she had gone through thick and thin with to research the Dark Knight time ring together. Not too long ago, a murderous aura was transmitted from the Dark Knight time ring, and the aura was so strong that it affected her mind as well. This turn of events made her feel somewhat uneasy. I should first head in the direction of the East China Sea, the luminous jellyfish said softly. From what she remembered, the immortal cave of one of her friends was located in the East China Sea. She could only hope that her friend hadn't moved to another place in the meantime. Then, just as the luminous jellyfish entered Earth's atmosphere, that treasure chest covered by layer upon layer of seals started to shake. Immediately after, a space gate appeared next to the treasure chest, and something tried to come out of the sealed box. The luminous jellyfish furrowed her tentacles. The thing inside the Dark Knight time ring was full of anger and hatred. Therefore, she couldn't be careless and let something so dangerous out before making sure of the situation. The jellyfish shouted softly. In the next moment, her tentacles quickly spread out and literally sewed up the space gate. However, a space tunnel had appeared on the back of the space gate she had just sewed up. In the next moment, a figure stepped out of the space tunnel. It was a man dressed up as a scholar. His whole body was giving off a multicolored luster, looking extremely pure and clean. However, his eyes were blood red, with a wild expression in them. The space gate had 2 sides. Other than the front side, there was another one in the back that was very difficult to detect. The scholar calmly floated in the void. After seeing the scholar, the luminous jellyfish opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Slow-witted song." This frenzied scholar that was giving off a multicolored luster from all over the body was precisely that slow-witted song that had left behind the Dark Knight time ring. He was a common friend of the luminous jellyfish and Pavilion Master Chu. But what was slow-witted song doing inside the Dark Knight time ring? Back then, slow-witted song personally gave the Dark Knight time ring, as well as that treasure related to time, to Pavilion Master Chu. Such being the case, why had he come out of the Dark Knight time ring at this time? Was it possible that he sealed himself inside the sphere long before and left the Dark Knight time ring to Pavilion Master Chu through a clone or something similar? After hearing the words of the luminous jellyfish, the lustrous scholar turned his head around. Although his eyes were still full of hatred and anger, his face was very calm. It seemed he had suppressed his killing intent. "Hello, fellow Taoist. It's regretful, but I'm not slow-witted song," the lustrous scholar apologetically said while wearing a faint smile on his face. Many years ago, I asked him to give me a hand and seal me inside the Dark Knight time ring, untying the seal and releasing me at a fixed time. The lustrous scholar continued with his explanation. "As for my current appearance, it should be the work of that nasty slow-witted song. Fellow Taoist, if you are an acquaintance of slow-witted song, you should be well aware of his wicked nature." The luminous jellyfish nodded. It was within slow-witted song's character to do something of the sort. "Fellow Taoist, my time is limited. If there is nothing else you have to ask of me, I'll take my leave. I need to expend a large amount of time to maintain my current self. Each second of my time is extremely precious." The scholar smiled and cupped his hands. "I must see a person before my time is up." After saying goodbye, the scholar didn't wait for the reply of the luminous jellyfish and merged with space, disappearing without traces. The luminous jellyfish opened the treasure chest and saw that the Dark Knight time ring was still intact. In that case, did that scholar really have slow-witted song seal him inside the Dark Knight time ring on own initiative? Otherwise, if he had forcefully broken the seal, the Dark Knight time ring should have also broken into pieces. After pondering for a short amount of time, the luminous jellyfish clenched her tentacles and decided to chase after the scholar. She wanted to see what the scholar was planning to do. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The lustrous scholar was likewise an existence of the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. He directly passed through space and eventually arrived next to Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Found you! The lustrous scholar faintly smiled at the ghost spirit lying on the ground. The ghost spirit was currently in extreme pain. After sending that message to the main body, it directly lay prone on the roof of a multi-storied building, not moving in the slightest. Due to the extreme pain it was feeling, the ghost spirit pondered for a moment and sent Shuhang another message. Main body, I'll give you 5 minutes to mend my broken heart. Otherwise, I'll activate the sense sharing once again. Why suffer alone when we can happily suffer all together? Sharing is caring. Just as the ghost spirit sent this message, a scholar giving off a multicolored luster from all over the body appeared next to it. The eyes of the scholar were full of hatred and anger, but his face had a gentle smile hanging on it. Who is this guy? The ghost spirit didn't recall ever seeing this person. Time is running out, and I don't have the leisure to explain things to you, the lustrous scholar said gently. I want to borrow the body of your ghost spirit and use it to meet someone. After I'm done, I'll safely return the ghost spirit to you along with a reward that you'll surely like. The ghost spirit was dumbfounded. This person wanted to borrow its body and use it for his purposes? Was it something similar to spiritual possession? But it itself was a ghost spirit. How could it be possessed? Don't resist and allow me to enter your body, the scholar said gently. Although his voice was gentle, he hadn't contemplated a refusal at all. I refuse. I won't allow a man to get inside me. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit opened its mouth and roared, but it was regrettable that it couldn't speak. Just in this fashion, that scholar that was giving off a multicolored luster from all over the body entered the body of Shuhang's ghost spirit. The ghost spirit felt its consciousness becoming heavy, losing the capacity to feel. After losing all feelings, it couldn't feel the severe pain transmitting from the wounds on its back anymore. Was this fortune amidst misfortune? 2 breaths later, the ghost spirit got up from the ground. Its eyes had become red, full of anger and hatred, but its face was very calm. At the same time, it was now wearing an ancient scholarly robe. The ghost spirit stood in its original place, not moving in the slightest. However, it had the air of a powerful expert and was currently emitting an awe-inspiring aura. But after a short while, the calm face of the ghost spirit fiercely twisted. Painful, painful, painful. F*CK, I think I'm dying. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, after successfully ferrying to the afterworld all those souls of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank, Song Shuhang's value of virtue had reached 17,000 points. His original goal was to reach a value of virtue of 100,000 points, and within just 1 day, his goal was already next to 20% complete. But right at this time, Song Shuhang faintly paused. He had received a message from the ghost spirit. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. What's the matter with the ghost spirit? Did it meet unexpected danger? Song Shuhang immediately prepared to contact the ghost spirit to ask for details. However, another message arrived at this time. Main body, I'll give you 5 minutes to mend my broken heart. Otherwise, I'll activate the sense sharing once again. Why suffer alone when we can happily suffer all together? Sharing is caring. Song Shuhang. He had more or less understood what had happened. No wonder he didn't feel any pain after the secret appraisal technique activated just now. It seemed that the ghost spirit had withstood all the pain in his stead. The secret appraisal technique was a rather strange technique. Sometimes, he would suffer the consequences if the ghost spirit had appraised something. Other times, it would be the ghost spirit who would suffer the consequence if he had appraised something. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang got ready to contact the ghost spirit and mend its broken heart. But right at this time, the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit disappeared. The connection wasn't broken, but a powerful force managed to block it. After the cultivator and the ghost spirit had signed the contract and completed the synchronization, it was no longer possible to cut off the connection between the two. However, a great force was still capable of temporarily blocking the connection between the ghost spirit and its main body. Before the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit was blocked, the last scene the ghost spirit saw was transmitted over to Shuhang. A scholar giving off a multicolored luster from all over the body had borrowed the body of the ghost spirit. Song Shuhang? Is something like borrowing the body of a ghost spirit even possible? After seeing Song Shuhang in a daze, Senior Sister Yi asked, "Shuhang, did something happen?" "Someone forcefully borrowed my ghost spirit," Song Shuhang replied. "Someone forcefully borrowed your ghost spirit?" Senior Sister Yi was temporarily at a loss. It was actually possible to borrow something like a ghost spirit? "Yi Sai, I need to return to Earth," Song Shuhang said after pondering for a moment. The ghost spirit was simply too important for him. Without it, the speed of his practice would become much slower. Moreover, the ghost spirit was his other half. Although the opposite party said that he would return the ghost spirit and reward him as well, how could one feel relieved when their other half had been forcefully taken away? Good. Let's return to the crystal clear water pavilion first. I'll notify my teacher or the pavilion master, and I'll accompany you to Earth, Senior Sister Yi said, and comforted Song Shuhang in a gentle voice. "You don't have to worry. It's impossible to cut off the connection between the ghost spirit and the main body. Even if the opposite party forcefully took it away, we can still find it." Song Shuhang gently nodded and said, "Thank you, Yi Sai. Sit tight. We are returning to the crystal clear water pavilion," Senior Sister Yi said. After hearing about the ghost spirit being forcefully taken away, a certain memory resurfaced in Senior Sister Yi's mind. She felt as though she had also experienced something of the sort. However, the memory was very unclear. Senior Sister Yi operated the flying magical treasure and prepared to return to the crystal clear water pavilion. But right at this time, a flying boat quickly approached Shuhang and Yi Sai. A jade white lion flew out of the flying boat. From the looks of it, someone had kicked it out. "Sixth cultivator of true virtue, you savage! Can't you be a little gentler?" the jade white lion, fourth cultivator of true virtue, angrily said while flying away. "A puny creature with such short legs unexpectedly wants me to be gentler?" Miss Sixth cultivator of true virtue's voice echoed from the flying boat. Fourth cultivator of true virtue. It was a jade white lion. Was it supposed to grow long legs like that of a giraffe now? Fourth cultivator of true virtue rolled a few times and arrived in front of Song Shuhang. Then, it calmly said with its body trembling, "We meet again, little friend Shuhang." "We meet again, senior fourth cultivator of true virtue," Song Shuhang said. The members of the Limitless Demon sect had been killed with the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that fourth cultivator of true virtue and sixth cultivator of true virtue were around. Earlier, sixth cultivator of true virtue discovered that someone had absorbed the phoenix fire. "So we came here to take a look. Originally it was you, little friend Shuhang." Fourth cultivator of true virtue smiled and gave Shuhang a talisman. "This is the talisman of that sun-chasing flying technique that 7th cultivator of true virtue prepared for you. Take it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 582, What? Has my crystal clear water pavilion perished? Chapter 582, What? Has my crystal clear water pavilion perished? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. From the looks of it, the talisman of the sun-chasing flying technique was something similar to the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. The jade white lion, fourth cultivator of true virtue, continued with its explanation. "Little friend Shuhang, 7th cultivator of true virtue, made some progress while examining your soul-devouring demonic good. The sun-chasing flying technique is a type of flying technique, and once 7th cultivator of true virtue manages to find that person related to the soul-devouring demonic good, it will be possible to notify little friend Shuhang through the sun-chasing flying technique and bring you toward us." Song Shuhang muttered, that person related to the soul-devouring demonic gourd? The soul-devouring demonic gourd was something he had sent into space through the disposable flying sword Venerable White gave him back then. Afterward, the gourd underwent some strange mutation while it was in space, and Song Shuhang had no idea with whom it had come into contact while it was up there. That person is a very special existence, and you can't say his name aloud before finding him. Otherwise, he will discover us and flee to a faraway place. Right, seventh cultivator of true virtue told me to remind you to prepare your spirit stones if there is something you want to buy. Because as long as you have enough spirit stones, you might be able to buy the item you wish for. Fourth cultivator of true virtue reminded. Regardless of what it is, I might be able to buy it as long as I have enough spirit stones. In that case, should I try buying the blood of Demo Dragon? Song Shuhang nodded and said, thanks for your reminder, senior fourth cultivator of true virtue. In that case, let us meet again, little friend Shuhang. The jade white lion waved its paws and wind surged underneath its feet, bringing it back to the flying boat. Song Shuhang put away the talisman of the sun-chasing flying technique he had just received. It would be great if he could buy the blood of Demo Dragon. However, there was one big problem, spirit stones. He would need a large number of them. How could he obtain a large number of spirit stones within a short period of time? What was the quickest way to get a large number of spirit stones aside from accidentally finding a meteoroid that was made of top-quality spirit stones while flying about in space? The quickest method to obtain spirit stones is to look for a senior and ask them. I can lend them to you if you want. Venerable White's words reverberated in Song Shuhang's mind. Should he really borrow them? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After saying goodbye to fourth cultivator of true virtue, Senior Sister Yi and Song Shuhang returned to the crystal clear water pavilion. This time, they decided to enter through the front gate. But just as Shuhang and Yi Sai approached the crystal clear water pavilion, a sobbing sound was transmitted from afar. Sob, sob, sob. The sobbing sound seemed to have a bewitching power and reverberated in their minds even though they were in the middle of space, just like the secret sound transmission technique. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Song Shuhang was very familiar with this sobbing sound. Each time Senior Sister Yi was moved to tears, her sobbing sound would resemble this one. However, Senior Sister Yi's sobbing sound was very pleasing to the ear. In addition, a weeping beauty was such a sight to behold. But the sobbing sound that was transmitted over resembled the hoarse sobbing of a cat in heat. It flooded the minds of the onlookers and made their scalps go numb. Senior Sister Yi had a confused expression on her face. It's indeed the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. However, I'm the only person in the crystal clear water pavilion that practices the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears was something she and her teacher researched and created together. It was a tailor-made cultivation technique for her exclusive use. As such, she was the only person in the crystal clear water pavilion to practice the technique. Ever her teacher didn't practice the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. In that case, who was this person that issued that sobbing generated through the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Thereupon, Senior Sister Yi accelerated and crossed the defensive formation of the crystal clear water pavilion along with Song Shuhang, arriving at the main entrance. The duo looked all around. Then, they saw an old man sitting in meditation in front of the gate. The old man had white hair but very few wrinkles on his face. Just by sitting there, he was giving off the aura of an expert. He was a golden core spiritual emperor, and the number of dragon patterns on his golden core was by no means inferior to 4. Next, the old man, whose eye sockets were already red, said while weeping, sob, sob, sob tilde if I looked at them from my angle, those 6 meteoroids in front of me actually form a wavy line. Sob, sob, sob tilde it's truly a touching scene. Sob, sob, sob tilde I'm getting so emotional. I just can't stop my tears. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at the scene the old man was currently describing. It was nothing but a group of meteoroids randomly floating in the midst of space. From which angle did the old man look at those meteoroids that he got so sad and started crying? Senior Sister Yi got curious and also turned her head around to look at the scene. However, Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hands and covered her eyes. Don't look. He had the feeling that Senior Sister Yi would also start crying after seeing those 6 meteoroids that formed a wavy line. One crybaby was already troublesome enough. If the two of them were to start a duet, no one would be able to stop them. Senior Sister Yi. Then, she and Song Shuhang arrived in front of the old man. Senior Sister Yi greeted the old man and asked directly, "Fellow Daoist, hello. May I ask who you are?" The old man had noticed Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi long ago. The problem was that he couldn't stop crying within a short period of time. Therefore, he was unable to open his mouth and greet them. Sob tilde fellow Daoist, hello. They call me the sobbing old man. I don't belong to any sect or school, I'm a loose cultivator. The old man stood up and returned the courtesy. Then, he looked at Song Shuhang and said, "Little friend Song, I finally found you. Sob tilde I searched for you for so long. Sob tilde I'm so happy that I finally managed to find you." In the next moment, due to the combined effects of the 6 meteoroids forming a wavy line and the sudden discovery of Song Shuhang, the sobbing old man choked with sobs. It felt as though he was going to cry until losing consciousness. Song Shuhang asked out curiosity, "Senior, you actually know me?" Sob tilde I've received a mission from Senior White and have been waiting for you in space. Sob tilde additionally, I've prepared a huge training place for you where you can train for a month. After saying this much, the sobbing old man took out his mobile phone and unlocked the screen, searching for that picture of Song Shuhang that Venerable White had sent him. When Song Shuhang looked at the picture, the corner of his mouth twitched. It was one of the photos Senior White took when they went bungee jumping back then. In the photo, little friend Shuhang had a forced smile on his face, even uglier than a crying expression. Still, he hadn't expected that Venerable White would have someone wait for him in space and prepare a trial for him. Song Shuhang sighed and said, "I'm truly sorry, Senior Sobbing Old Man. When I entered space, a lot of unexpected things happened. Mere words aren't enough to describe them." The sobbing old man said, "Don't worry. I've also heard about the stuff you went through." Sob tilde. Unfortunately, that heard about part managed to move the sobbing old man again, making him cry even more fiercely. Senior Sister Yi and Song Shuhang looked at each other. Then, Senior Sister Yi asked, "Fellow Daoist sobbing old man, do you practice the Tome of Never-Ending Tears?" "That's correct, I practice the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. It's an incomplete cultivation technique that I obtained from some ruins related to the ancient crystal clear water pavilion," the sobbing old man replied sincerely. "Ruins of the ancient crystal clear water pavilion?" Yi Sai furrowed her brows. "Ruins?" The sobbing old man replied, "Yes. I found it there. According to what I discovered inside the ruins, the ancient crystal clear water pavilion was completely destroyed. I didn't expect that I would find a brand new version here in space." "What? The crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed during ancient times?" Senior Sister Yi was completely dumbfounded at this time. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 583, Did you get smacked in the face by the Monkey King? Chapter 583, Did you get smacked in the face by the Monkey King? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. How is that possible? I've been living in the crystal clear water pavilion all along. Moreover, the crystal clear water pavilion has passed down its legacy since the ancient times up until now. When was it destroyed? Senior Sister Yi immediately thought of denying this fact. But for some reason, she was unable to say the word she wished to. At the same time, she felt her body becoming soft and falling backward. What's happening? Why have I lost all the strength in my body, becoming soft from head to toe? The nearby Song Shuhang, who was currently taking off the spacesuit, quickly stretched out his hands and supported Senior Sister Yi. She was very light. At this time, it felt as though Senior Sister Yi had next to no weight. Shu Hang. Senior Sister Yi raised her head and looked at Song Shu Hang with teary eyes. Senior Sister Yi, don't panic. Let's hear the whole story before reaching a definite conclusion. Song Shu Hang supported Senior Sister Yi's body and comforted her. Perhaps it's just another sect that just happens to have the same name and was destroyed a long time ago. Although Song Shu Hang mentioned this possibility, he immediately refuted it in his mind. Even if the two sects had the same name, what the sobbing old man practiced was the authentic tome of never-ending tears. The sobbing old man had also stopped crying at this time. However, his heart was currently in turmoil. F*CK, what did I just say? Did I just mention the destruction of the ancient crystal clear water pavilion right in front of the entrance of the new one? I'm truly seeking death with my behavior? To make an example, it was as if a guest were to come to the newly repaired heavenly palace of Jade Emperor after the Monkey King had turned upside down the whole place and asked, "Jade Emperor, I heard that the Monkey King smacked you in the face, is that true?" It was that type of feeling. The old man had cried so much that he unconsciously ended up saying something he shouldn't have. The favorable impression the opposite party had of him must have already plummeted. Perhaps they had already turned hostile. How can I make up for my mistake? The sobbing old man quickly operated his brain. His next actions would determine whether or not he would obtain the remaining part of the tome of never-ending tears. But right at this time, Song Shu Hang asked, "Senior sobbing old man, can you describe to me the appearance of those ancient ruins related to the crystal clear water pavilion?" Song Shu Hang tried his best to keep his calm. If the ancient crystal clear water pavilion had been already destroyed, what was the deal with the crystal clear water pavilion before his eyes? Was it possible that someone had reconstructed it? Or perhaps the crystal clear water pavilion before his eyes was a different type of existence? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The sobbing old man stopped crying and described what he'd seen in there to Song Shu Hang. It looked like a very ordinary immortal cave hidden within the depths of the earth. I entered there by chance when I was still young. The immortal cave had been already abandoned when I got there, and perhaps because someone entered before me, most of the things inside had disappeared. The only things left behind were bookshelves. It's possible that those bookshelves were once full of cultivation and magical techniques. On the wall of the immortal cave was a painting, and what the painting depicted was precisely the crystal clear water pavilion during its golden age, completely identical to the crystal clear water pavilion currently before our eyes. On one side, there was a brief introduction to the crystal clear water pavilion. According to the introduction, back in those days, the crystal clear water pavilion had flourished under the lead of Pavilion Master Chu. The disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion stood aloof from worldly strifes, and the entire sect was like a big family. But due to 5 powerful influences in the world of cultivators fighting amongst themselves during ancient times, the crystal clear water pavilion got involved as well and got destroyed overnight. Not even a single disciple survived the calamity. After the sobbing old man said this much, the nearby Senior Sister Yi used all her strength to squeeze Song Shu Hang's arm, looking as though she was trying to recall something. But the expression on her face got even more perplexed. Song Shu Hang gently patted Senior Sister Yi and continued asking, "In that case, Senior sobbing old man, did you obtain the tome of never-ending tears inside that immortal cave?" The tome of never-ending tears was a tailor-made cultivation technique that Senior Sister Yi and her teacher had developed together. In the whole crystal clear water pavilion, only she and her teacher had knowledge about the tome of never-ending tears. Such being the case, was there a relationship between the immortal cave the sobbing old man discovered and Senior Sister Yi? Yes. I obtained the tome of never-ending tears inside the immortal cave. Unfortunately, it's an incomplete version, and the cultivation technique stops at the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. For this very reason, I've stayed in the 5th stage realm for a very long period of time, unable to advance further, the sobbing old man said. Song Shu Hang said, "Senior sobbing old man, do you know who the master of that immortal cave was? Were there some clues inside?" The sobbing old man shook his head. The owner of the immortal cave didn't leave behind their name. Song Shu Hang gazed at Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi still had a perplexed look on her face. Soon after, it changed into one of worry. Shu Hang, why am I unable to recall anything at all? Since she was unable to recall none of these events, she was very anxious and almost on the verge of tears. In that case, it's better to directly ask Pavilion Master Chu, Song Shu Hang said gently. What's the point of staying here and guessing? We can obtain the answer after asking Pavilion Master Chu. As soon as he heard Pavilion Master Chu's name, the sobbing old man got excited. This brand new crystal clear water pavilion was built by Pavilion Master Chu. Little friend Song, if you see her, can you ask Pavilion Master Chu if the new crystal clear water pavilion is interested in accepting disciples? As long as I can obtain the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, I don't have any problem swearing eternal loyalty to the crystal clear water pavilion. He had a clean background and was a loose cultivator that had never joined any sect or school. In addition, he had already practiced until the 5th stage realm and had a golden core with 5 dragon patterns. If a loose cultivator like him were to sincerely ask a sect to accept him, it was very likely that the sect would accept him into their ranks. Even if his loyalty couldn't be compared to the elders that had been brought up inside the sect, he was still a powerhouse of the 5th stage realm. Treating him as a non-native elder, or a hired elder, was also pretty good. Song Shu Hang furrowed his brows. The creator of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was standing right beside him. From the looks of it, the crystal clear water pavilion is still accepting new disciples. Perhaps Senior Sobbing Old Man still has an opportunity to join the sect. In that case, I'll ask this question to Pavilion Master Chu on your behalf, Senior, Song Shu Hang replied. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shu Hang's voice had yet to fade when the main gate of the crystal clear water pavilion slowly opened. Afterward, a small snow-white hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the collar of the sobbing old man, lifting him up. A powerhouse of the 5th stage rank like the sobbing old man couldn't revolt in the slightest in front of the strength of the small hand. He had been lifted upward like a little chick. Get out of my way! Pavilion Master Chu shouted gently. In the next moment, the sobbing old man was flung away, flying very far away along with a series of shrieks. Artilda? Mentioning the destruction of the ancient crystal clear water pavilion right before Pavilion Master Chu's eyes was similar to asking the Jade Emperor if the Monkey King had smacked him in the face, a death-seeking behavior in short. Artilda then, just as the sobbing old man was screaming, a space gate appeared on the trajectory he was following. In the next moment, the sobbing old man passed through the space gate, ending up in an unknown place. It was unexpectedly a space-related delivery method. Pavilion Master Chu clapped her hands and lazily stretched herself. Her long hair was scattered all over the ground, resembling a cloak draping over her shoulders. Then, she lowered her eyes and asked Song Shu Hang, "Little friend Song, what did you want to ask me just now?" Song Shu Hang immediately got anxious. He quietly looked in the direction the sobbing old man had disappeared into and felt that he would follow in his footsteps if he were to ask that question. He was just a small cultivator of the 2nd stage, he would die if someone were to fling him away like that. But right at this time, Senior Sister Yi Sai raised her head and looked at Pavilion Master Chu, asking, "Pavilion Master, was our crystal clear water pavilion really destroyed in the past?" Pavilion Master Chu stroked her long black hair and said softly, "Yes, it was destroyed. It was razed to the ground overnight. The painstaking effort of so many years of my life was gone, just like that. Back then, I cried so much that I nearly lost my mind. Afterward, I isolated myself and cut ties with the external world for several millennia." Yi Sai's tears couldn't help but stream down her face. Pavilion Master Chu placed her in her bosom and comforted her. "Silly child, why are you crying? In ancient times, it was quite normal for sects to flourish and be destroyed. Our crystal clear water pavilion was just unlucky that it got involved in a dispute. We didn't make any mistake. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. If Pavilion Master Chu had had her current strength back then, the crystal clear water pavilion wouldn't have been destroyed." Pavilion Master Chu was rather bad at comforting others. After she comforted Yi Sai, the latter cried even more aggrievedly. Their sect had really been destroyed. Song Shuhang quietly sighed and looked at the crystal-clear water pavilion before his eyes, saying, "In that case, Pavilion Master Chu, is the current crystal-clear water pavilion something you rebuilt from scratch?" Pavilion Master Chu looked at Song Shuhang with her eyes half closed and half open, saying, "You have already guessed it in your heart. What's the point of asking?" Song Shuhang forced a smile. Earlier, he indeed made a wild guess. Perhaps the whole thing was just an illusory reality, the special ability of a seventh-stage venerable. However, he refused to believe that the guess he had made was the correct one. People, buildings, rivers, grass, trees, everything inside the crystal-clear water pavilion felt so real. Every disciple in the pavilion looked alive and had their own thoughts and will. If it was really just an illusory reality, what was the difference between it and reality? Song Shuhang felt a little bit of sympathy for Daoist priest Cloudy Mist at this time. "Do you find this group very lively? Actually, everyone in there is just my alternate account." After all, Song Shuhang had currently experienced the real-life edition of it. "Do you find the crystal-clear water pavilion very lively? Actually, the people that accompanied you during your permanence in the crystal-clear water pavilion were just my alternate accounts." "Eh? Wait a moment. There is a big problem in that case. If the crystal-clear water pavilion is really just an illusory reality. Pavilion Master, what about Senior Sister Yi then?" Song Shuhang asked about this problem. If the whole crystal-clear water pavilion was just an illusory reality, what about Senior Sister Yi Sai? Senior Sister Yi and Shuhang were currently in a sort of girlfriend and boyfriend relationship. They hadn't stayed together for that much time, and one could say that they were still building up their sentiment. They were currently very close friends that had similar hobbies, perhaps a bit more than friends. However, they were still very far from truly becoming lovers. But regardless of all this, Senior Sister Yi was still Song Shuhang's first love. And the first love experience would sometimes be very sad or harsh. Song Shuhang was very anxious at this time. Pavilion Master Chu gently caressed Yi Sai's eyes, making her fall asleep. Yi Sai's situation is a bit special. She is not something I created with the illusory reality. From a certain point of view, my illusory reality can be considered as a part of myself. If she were part of my illusory reality, she would have never approached you and agreed to become your partner, Pavilion Master Chu replied. Pavilion Master Chu had no interest in taking a small cultivator such as Shuhang as her husband. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang felt that there was perhaps still a chance to save his first love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Little Friend Song, Don't You Want to Sleep Together With Me? Chapter 584, Little Friend Song, Don't You Want to Sleep Together With Me? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Since she wasn't an illusion created through the illusory reality, did it mean that Senior Sister Yi was one of the disciples that managed to survive back then? Or perhaps she was a disciple that Pavilion Master Chu took in after setting up her illusory reality. After all, the elders and the masters of the other pavilions were constantly trying to recruit disciples. That was the reason Song Shuhang was thinking of introducing the sobbing old man into the crystal-clear water pavilion as a disciple earlier. Speaking of which, the fate between the sobbing old man and the crystal-clear water pavilion seemed to have suddenly come to an end. Anyway, Song Shuhang was sure that Senior Sister Yi wasn't the soul of a deceased person. She had already come in contact with his finger while he was using the soul ferrying technique, and there was no sign of her wishing to be ferried. If Senior Sister Yi was the soul of a deceased person, she would have been ferried to the afterworld already, and even if her strength was too high, making Shuhang unable to ferry her, she would at least produce a resonance. Pavilion Master, in that case, is Senior Sister Yi safe and sound? Song Shuhang asked. Pavilion Master Chu yawned. She had a sleepy expression on her face and seemed as though she could fall asleep at any time. Pavilion Master Chu, wake up! Can you reply to my question before falling asleep? Song Shuhang was well aware of Pavilion Master Chu's character. She was already quite sleepy right now, and with her capricious nature, she could immediately fall asleep if she wished to. As if that wasn't enough, she would forget about many important matters after falling asleep. For example, she completely forgot about the fact that Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were still in the Time City earlier. Pavilion Master Chu didn't reply to Song Shuhang's question, and her expression turned sleepier and sleepier. Soon after, she turned her body around, and a space gate appeared right before her. Then, she carried Yi Sai along and stepped into the space gate. On the other side of the space gate was her bedroom, which was located in the Celestial Pavilion. Song Shuhang. After seeing that the space gate didn't close even after a long time, Shuhang clenched his teeth and also stepped inside. In the next moment, he appeared in the middle of the Celestial Pavilion. In front of him, Pavilion Master Chu lazily stretched herself and headed toward the big bed, with her eyes getting sleepier and sleepier. Pavilion Master Chu, at least reply to my question first, Song Shuhang said anxiously. Pavilion Master Chu raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang, saying, "Little friend Song, don't you want to sleep together with me?" Song Shuhang. Senior, did you eat the wrong medicine today? Or perhaps you actually forgot to take your medicine? Oh, you don't want to sleep together? In that case, you can sleep on the floor. Pavilion Master Chu pulled closer the nearby quilt and used it to cover Yi Sai and herself. Good night, little friend Song, Pavilion Master Chu said softly. Song Shuhang. You are doing it on purpose, right? Do you really think I won't flip you together with your bed? You just had to reply yes or no. Was it that difficult? /.o. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the sound of Pavilion Master Chu's even breathing was transmitted from the bed to his ears. The sound of every inhalation and exhalation was very stable. Actually, Pavilion Master Chu didn't really need to breathe given her current level of strength. It was something she was unconsciously doing while sleeping. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Was it possible that he would have to follow in the footsteps of the sobbing old man and wait outside Pavilion Master Chu's room until she woke up? But he had no idea for how long would Pavilion Master Chu sleep this time. Song Shuhang gazed at the gloves of Passion of Swordsman wooden ox he was currently wearing. Should he clench his teeth and use the appraisal technique on Senior Sister Yi? The previous time he appraised Senior Sister Yi, the price he had to pay was so high that he fainted directly. But thanks to those 88,888 voices continuously reverberating in Song Shuhang's mind whenever he was sleeping or resting, his comprehension of the secret appraisal technique had gotten much better. Now, he could obtain more information through the appraisal technique, and the price to pay had started to lower. In that case, should he give it a try? Song Shuhang looked at Senior Sister Yi and Pavilion Master Chu lying on the bed. It was the scene of two beauties sleeping. F***CK. If I go over and lift the quilt to use the appraisal technique, starting to spurt blood from all over the body afterward, it would totally make me look like a pervert. Otherwise, I might wait for Senior Sister Yi to wake up before trying. It was unknown when Pavilion Master Chu would wake up next. But Senior Sister Yi shouldn't sleep for such a long period of time, right? While Song Shuhang was thinking all this, Pavilion Master Chu's even breathing kept reverberating beside his ears as though it was a hypnotizing technique. Without him noticing, Song Shuhang's eyelids had started to get heavier and heavier. Then, he gently fell to the ground, starting to slumber. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Next, Shuhang felt as though he had entered the dreamland. The feeling of entering the dreamland was different than having a normal dream. He could already tell the difference between the two through some subtle details. No, there is something amiss. I didn't enter the dreamland. Song Shuhang discovered that he was currently looking up at the sky from below and hadn't taken anyone's place. More importantly, the 88,888 voices weren't reverberating in his ears at this time. Such being the case, who had brought him inside this dream? From the looks of it, it could be only Pavilion Master Chu's doing. The things in the dream slowly started to become clear. Now, a huge sect had appeared under his vision. It was the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. At this time, the disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion were anxiously looking at the sky. In the most conspicuous place of the crystal clear water pavilion stood Pavilion Master Chu, who was currently wearing a skirt. She was standing straight, and her fists were clenched. In the picture, Pavilion Master Chu's hair only reached her waist, and she didn't have a lazy expression on her face. Instead of giving off the feeling of a lazy beauty, she gave the impression of an energetic one. The defenses of the crystal clear water pavilion were all activated and operating at full strength. Several disciples occupied their positions and started to pour their spiritual energy into the defensive formation of the crystal clear water pavilion. All the spirit stones that the crystal clear water pavilion had accumulated over time were brought out as well. Pavilion Master Chu used them as fuel for the defensive formation. Xu Hang was unable to spot Yi Sai amidst all those disciples. The scene was simply too chaotic. Perhaps she was currently in some place that his vision couldn't reach. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. It was very likely that a fight amongst cultivators was currently going on in the sky. However, Song Shuhang could only see the crystal clear water pavilion from his point of view and couldn't see the battle in the sky. He would see ripples forming on the defensive formation of the crystal clear water pavilion from time to time, or the sparks generated by the explosions. It was the aftermath of the magical techniques the cultivators battling in the sky were using. Corpses of powerful cultivators were also falling from the sky. When these cultivators fell, they didn't decide to disperse and merge with the Great Way. Instead, they chose to self-detonate their bodies. Although they failed to harm the opposite party after self-detonating, they continuously consumed the energy of the barrier of the crystal clear water pavilion. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the scene where the ancient crystal clear water pavilion was destroyed. They were just innocent people that got involved in someone else's fight. The ancient crystal clear water pavilion spent most of its time standing aloof from worldly strifes and carried out their practice only inside their domain. However, the place where their sect was located just happened to be close to the place where those 5 powerful sects of the world of cultivators were battling. As a consequence, they ended up being involved in the fight as well. Anyway, even if the battle among those 5 sects is very scary, the crystal clear water pavilion doesn't seem to be the main battlefield from what I can see. It only suffered some collateral damage from the techniques used in the battle. Does it mean that the collateral damage alone was enough to raze to the ground the whole crystal clear water pavilion, leaving Pavilion Master Chu as the sole survivor? Is it possible that the 5 battling sects ultimately used something akin to a forbidden or magical technique as seen in novels, blowing up everything in the surrounding area? Or did some drastic changes happen during the course of the battle? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, corpses of cultivators kept falling from the sky like dumplings, hitting the defensive formation of the crystal clear water pavilion in large quantities. Additionally, these corpses didn't explode after falling down. As before, Song Shuhang was unable to see the battle in the sky. However, he noticed that a surprised expression had appeared on Pavilion Master Chu's face. There were also traces of fear. There was surely something wrong. After all, the frequency at which cultivators were dying had increased by 100-fold. Just what's happening? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his vision was no longer restricted to the crystal clear water pavilion. The scene of the battle in the sky also appeared before his eyes. In the sky, the 5 sects had divided into 2 groups. On one side were 2 Daoist sects with different robes and a Buddhist sect allied together. On the other end were a sect with each member shrouded in demonic mist and another sect full of monsters that had taken human form. At this time, the members of the 2 factions were constantly battling each other. However, they weren't dying due to the attacks of the opposite party. The reason for all those deaths was a third party that had suddenly appeared on the scene. It was an influence mainly composed of monster hunters, and their number surpassed 3,000. The dress the monster hunters wore hadn't undergone any change since ancient times. Song Shuhang needed but a glance to recognize them. The fighting capacity of the monster hunter faction was astounding. In addition, the 5 sects had fought for a long time and were exhausted. After they joined the battle, the monster hunters started a massacre. Ancient monster hunters were extremely powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. During ancient times, they had wantonly captured monsters and researched all kinds of methods to deal with them, developing many forbidden techniques. In addition, each monster hunter had accumulated a lot of experience after fighting monsters. Their combat experience was incredibly rich. On top of that, they had used the bodies of the monsters to manufacture several different types of powerful magical treasures. After they joined the fray, the number of deaths skyrocketed. Amongst the several monster hunters, a youngster was particularly eye-catching. On his 2 arms were transplanted the eyes of around 10 different types of monsters. When he stretched out his arms, all sorts of fearsome innate skills belonging to ancient monsters shot out. Petrification, illusions, strange ocular rays, true fire, and so on were released in rapid succession. Whether they were monsters or humans, all the people in his surroundings died one after another. The members of the 5 sects activated their escape techniques to flee for their life. However, 100,000 monster binding chains assembled together in the sky, forming a huge net that tightly enclosed them, cutting off their path of retreat. They could escape neither through the sky nor through the land. The group of monster hunters had come prepared. From the very beginning, they had had no intention of letting the members of the 5 sects leave alive. Below, Pavilion Master Chu's expression was becoming uglier and uglier. The monster hunters seemed intent on killing all the people on the scene. Such being the case, would they really let off the people of the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion? Pavilion Master Chu immediately gave orders and told the people of the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion to get ready for combat. However, she still had a hesitant look on her face. Should she really have the disciples of the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion participate in the battle? The people battling in the sky were all cultivators of the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor realm, if not stronger. As for the 5th stage Spiritual Emperors in the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion, they numbered less than 30. The members of the 5 sects were instantly killed, and not a single one of them survived. Everything happened so quickly that the disciples of the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion didn't even have the time to react. In the next moment, more than 3,000 monster hunters plunged toward the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, That day, the ghost spirit became pregnant. Chapter 585, That day, the ghost spirit became pregnant. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. After seeing the scene, Song Shuhang couldn't help but sigh. Although he already knew what had happened to the Crystal Clearwater Pavilion after his conversation with Pavilion Master Chu, a feeling of helplessness still welled up in his heart after seeing those 3,000 monster hunters rushing toward the pavilion. He already knew the outcome and was unable to change it regardless of his efforts. Anyway, monster hunters were unexpectedly this reckless during ancient times? Not only did they kill monsters, but they also butchered human cultivators. Is this the reason they disappeared from the world later and went into hiding? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Pavilion Master Chu's voice reverberated in his ears. Let's skip this scene. No matter how many times I recall this memory, I always get sad. Therefore, let's just skip it. As expected, Pavilion Master Chu had deliberately brought him into this dream. Next, the scene before Song Shuhang's eyes turned black. Song Shuhang. With Pavilion Master Chu's sudden intrusion, the sad feeling in his heart had distorted beyond recognition. The scene finally returned to normal again. At this time, the prosperous Crystal Clearwater Pavilion had turned into a stretch of ruins. There was blood all over, and the aftermath of the battle was still visible. In addition, there were also the traces of the lightning that had rained down. In the dream, the gravely injured Pavilion Master Chu was kneeling down amidst the ruins and crying her heart out. The sorrowful and gravely injured Pavilion Master Chu looked extremely charming and delicate. At the same time, the lightning of tribulation was continuously raining down from the sky. The lightning struck Pavilion Master Chu's body incessantly, creating loud explosions. She was kneeling amidst the ruins without moving in the slightest, allowing the lightning to rain down and strike her body. This scene made Song Shuhang's heart twitch in pain. At the same time, Pavilion Master Chu's voice reverberated in Song Shuhang's ears once again. I looked particularly attractive back then. It gives me a special type of bittersweet feeling. If men with particular tastes were to see this scene where a beautiful woman is kneeling on the ground, weeping and moaning in pain as the lightning strikes her body, they would get rather excited, right? Song Shuhang. Senior Chu, it's better if you don't explain at all. Right, did you get excited after seeing the scene? Pavilion Master Chu asked. Song Shuhang said out loud, of course not. It seems you don't have a good eye for beautiful things, Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shuhang replied, more like I don't have an abnormal mind. What's wrong with being abnormal? Sometimes, one can give their best only through unconventional means. Being a lunatic is sometimes the only way one has to survive, Pavilion Master Chu sneered. Song Shuhang replied, abnormal perverts and lunatics are definitely not the same thing. Pavilion Master Chu was suddenly speechless. Was it possible that she had been confusing lunatics with abnormal perverts all along? Then, she made up her mind and quickly shifted the topic of conversation. Did you see the scene below? It was really unfortunate that I couldn't break through a little bit earlier. Perhaps the crystal clear water pavilion would have survived in that case. The lightning of tribulation I attracted back then killed almost half of the enemies. I was ready to die together with them at that time. I deliberately allowed them to get closer to me and started to transcend the tribulation. The lightning of tribulation came down like rain and instantly reduced to ashes all the enemies surrounding me. Then, I chased after the remaining ones while the lightning of tribulation was striking my body, killing almost half of them. While explaining this part, Pavilion Master Chu spoke somewhat incoherently. After saying this much, Pavilion Master Chu paused for a moment and continued, but I didn't expect that I would be able to transcend the tribulation successfully. Perhaps it would have been better if I had died back then. The scene of the heavenly tribulation falling down continued for 10 days. Pavilion Master Chu was kneeling amidst the ruins and got struck by the lightning of tribulation for whole 10 days. Is Pavilion Master Chu trying to conceal her sorrow? Song Shuhang wondered whether or not he should comfort Pavilion Master Chu. But right at this time, Pavilion Master Chu said, let's skip the scene about the lightning as well. After all, it kept raining down for quite a while. Next is the part that concerns you. After successfully transcending the tribulation, I searched through the crystal clear water pavilion in the hope of finding fellow survivors. Next is the content that concerns me. Is it about Senior Sister Yi Sai? In the dream, Pavilion Master Chu started to search through the crystal clear water pavilion. She was looking through the ruins while crying. This scene is also rather sad. Skip, Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shuhang. The scene before his eyes turned black once again. When the scene returned normal, Pavilion Master Chu had arrived at the edge of the broken Great Formation. In there, Senior Sister Yi's body softly lay upside down on the edge of the formation. Half of her body was petrified and smashed to pieces. There wasn't the slightest trace of life aura coming from her body, and there were no traces of her soul as well. Perhaps it had been struck down and destroyed by the heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang's heart twitched in pain. From the looks of it, Senior Sister Yi Sai had thoroughly died back then. In that case, wasn't everything over? Ahaha, your expression is beautiful. I was really looking forward to seeing you scared out of your wits, Pavilion Master Chu said with a smile. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up as he said, Pavilion Master, is it possible that you revived her? No, she thoroughly died, and even her soul dissipated. Let alone back then when I was only a 7th stage venerable, even the current me can't resurrect someone whose soul has dissipated and body petrified, getting smashed to pieces, Pavilion Master Chu replied. F***CK, my first love. Was it really impossible to rescue her? Song Shuhang asked. No chance at all, Pavilion Master Chu said. But don't worry, keep looking. In the scene, just as Pavilion Master Chu arrived next to Senior Sister Yi Sai's body, a pale soul drilled out of Yi Sai's body. Senior Sister Yi had died both in body and mind. Such being the case, just where had this new soul come from? In addition, although the soul had the shape of a woman, its appearance was completely different than Senior Sister Yi Sai's. A ghost spirit? Pavilion Master Chu slowly said in the scene. At the same time, Pavilion Master Chu's explanation reverberated in Song Shuhang's ears. That's a ghost spirit. However, it wasn't Yi Sai's ghost spirit. Since it isn't Senior Sister Yi's ghost spirit, is it possible that it's a ghost spirit that someone lent her? Song Shuhang unconsciously thought about the fact that someone had just forcefully borrowed his ghost spirit. You know quite a lot, huh? That's right, you are also a cultivator lucky enough to have a ghost spirit. Pavilion Master Chu continued with her explanation. Anyway, yes. You can consider that ghost spirit as something that was lent to her. It was the ghost spirit passed down from generation to generation in Yi Sai's family. Yi Sai's generation was the fifth one to inherit the ghost spirit. I have no idea which powerful expert lent the ghost spirit to Yi Sai's family. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, does it mean that the current Senior Sister Yi Sai is that ghost spirit? My first love is a ghost spirit? For some reason, he felt rather sad. If it was just Senior Sister Yi soul, it would have been much better. At least, the soul would have still been Senior Sister Yi Sai herself. You also have a ghost spirit. Therefore, you should know that the consciousness of the Master and the ghost spirit are interlinked. From a certain point of view, it's like having one mind connected to two bodies. Given the situation, do you really think that the ghost spirit would have accompanied you to play love games? Moreover, it's unknown if the real master of the ghost spirit is a man or a woman, Pavilion Master Chu said. That was also correct. However, what had truly happened since the current Yi Sai wasn't the ghost spirit? Right at this time, the ghost spirit in the dream had a change. The belly of the ghost spirit inflated like a balloon. That's... Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. It's exactly as you guessed. Pavilion Master Chu calmly nodded her head. F*CK, the ghost spirit became pregnant? It was Song Shuhang's first time hearing that a ghost spirit could become pregnant. At this time, Song Shuhang had more or less guessed what was going to happen next. Is it possible that the ghost spirit wants to give birth to Senior Sister Yi? Yes. It's rather shocking, isn't it? When I saw this scene back, I, too, was completely speechless. Pavilion Master Chu said. In the dream, a snow-white lotus flower appeared beneath the feet of the ghost spirit, starting to wrap up its body. Then, it looked expectantly at Pavilion Master Chu, stretching its hand out toward her. The mark of a contract had appeared on its hand. It needed Pavilion Master Chu's help to get the necessary energy to carry out the operation. In the dream, Pavilion Master Chu didn't hesitate and stretched out her hand, signing the contract with the ghost spirit. It wasn't a typical ghost spirit contract. After all, the ghost spirit already had a master. It was a contract that would provide the ghost spirit with the necessary spiritual energy. For some reason, it seemed that the master of the ghost spirit was unable to give it their energy. Or perhaps it was the very reason they had lent the ghost spirit to Yi Sai's family. But regardless of the reason, Pavilion Master Chu didn't hesitate to sign the contract with the ghost spirit to provide it with energy for Yi Sai's sake. The rune of the contract eventually sank into Pavilion Master Chu's heart aperture. After the ghost spirit obtained Pavilion Master Chu's energy, the huge lotus flower completely wrapped up its body. The snow-white lotus flower floated amidst the ruins of the crystal-clear water pavilion, looking incredibly beautiful. After a long, long time, the huge lotus flower opened. Aside from the ghost spirit, another figure had appeared inside. It was Senior Sister Yi Sai's figure. The silhouette wasn't that of an infant. The newborn Senior Sister Yi Sai was the same as the original. Inside the body was also a complete soul that belonged to Senior Sister Yi Sai. Yi Sai's soul that should have dissipated had been preserved by the strange ghost spirit, which later gave birth to a new Yi Sai. The newborn Senior Sister Yi Sai was the same Yi Sai they knew. No wonder Senior Sister Yi's body became soft and weightless when her mood was out of control. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the dream, after giving birth to Yi Sai, the strange ghost spirit said goodbye to Pavilion Master Chu. In the next moment, it flew high up in the sky. While mid-air, a daoist robe appeared on the body of the female ghost spirit, as well as a slanted daoist cap. Just in this fashion, the ghost spirit kept flying until it disappeared from Pavilion Master Chu's sight. In the dream, Pavilion Master Chu embraced the newborn Yi Sai and cried again. Due to the ghost spirit getting pregnant and giving birth to the new senior sister Yi Sai was now more similar to a ghost spirit, although she was originally human. But saying that she was a ghost spirit was also somewhat incorrect. After all, she had a complete soul inside her body. This is Yi Sai's true nature, Pavilion Master Chu said calmly. The newly born Yi Sai remained in a comatose state for whole 10 years. During those 10 years, I used the illusory reality to restore the crystal clear water pavilion to its original appearance. After she regained consciousness, Yi Sai had the same memories she had during her previous life. The only difference was that she lacked the memories related to the destruction of the crystal clear water pavilion. The ghost spirit had meticulously erased those memories related to the destruction of the crystal clear water pavilion. Or perhaps, the ghost spirit had inherited them, carrying them away with it. Song Shuhang. The fact that my first love isn't a ghost spirit is truly great. However, it seems she is the daughter of a ghost spirit. What should I do now? Unfortunately, you have already contracted a ghost spirit. In addition, it's seemingly evolving into a high-rank one. If not for this fact, I would have liked to have you and Yi Sai sign a ghost spirit contract, Pavilion Master Chu said calmly. Senior Sister Yi can sign a contract just like ghost spirits? Song Shuhang got a scare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Quickly Let Me Go. I have to pee. Chapter 586, Quickly Let Me Go. I have to pee. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang said, wait a moment. Sign a ghost spirit contract with Senior Sister Yi Sai? Yes, Pavilion Master Chu replied. You don't have to be this surprised. After all, the constitution of the current Yi Sai is more similar to that of a ghost spirit than a human. Song Shuhang panicked. This was a big problem. Was it possible that Senior Sister Yi was bound to sign a contract with another person one day, just like other ghost spirits did? Such being the case, what would he do if Yi Sai were to sign a contract with someone else while the two of them were in love? Would they have a third wheel spying on them through the ghost contract each time they went on a date? If the contractor was a woman, it wouldn't be that bad. But if the contractor was a man, and he and Senior Sister Yi were to become partners, the type that had sex, would the man that had signed the ghost spirit contract feel as though he was personally doing it with Shuhang? Just the thought was scary enough. It was a big no-no. If he and Senior Sister Yi were to become partners, he absolutely couldn't let her sign a contract with someone else. Not even with a woman. But here came the second problem, it was actually possible to force the target to sign the ghost spirit contract. If the strength of the opposite party was very high, they could force Senior Sister Yi to sign the ghost spirit contract. Even Song Shuhang himself had signed the contract with his ghost spirit only after subduing it. In other words, there was a chance that his first love could be abducted and forced to sign a contract at any time. The situation was so bad that it made one helpless. Such being the case, it was simply too dangerous to allow Senior Sister Yi to leave the crystal clear water pavilion. Due to the fear, Song Shuhang immediately woke up from the dream. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. August 6th, Tuesday. After waking up, Song Shuhang discovered that he was still lying on the floor of the celestial pavilion. Due to his bad posture while lying down, his neck was somewhat sore. For how long have I slept? Shuhang muttered to himself. Due to the time he passed in the lower cities of the Time City, the time displayed on his mobile phone and watch was out of sync. In addition, there wasn't a clock inside Pavilion Master Chu's room. Therefore, he had no idea for how long he had slept. Song Shuhang looked at Pavilion Master Chu and Senior Sister Yi, who were lying on the bed, gently sighing. Senior Sister Yi's physique was a big problem. An ordinary ghost spirit wouldn't attract the attention of a powerful cultivator, but Senior Sister Yi was very special. She was already a 5th stage spiritual emperor, something even more valuable than a high-rank ghost spirit. Even a 7th stage spiritual venerable or 8th stage profound sage that hadn't a ghost spirit yet wouldn't mind forcing her to sign a ghost spirit contract. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't take Senior Sister Yi away from the crystal clear water pavilion before solving this problem. Was his first love going to turn into a long-distance relationship? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After a hollow laugh, Song Shuhang quietly withdrew from the celestial pavilion. From the looks of it, Senior Sister Yi and Pavilion Master Chu were still going to sleep for a while. Therefore, Song Shuhang felt that it was a bit embarrassing to stay in the celestial pavilion and keep looking at the two sleeping beauties. In that case, where should I go first? Right, I should look for Li Yinju. After they entered the crystal clear water pavilion, Li Yinju fell into slumber due to her cold disease flaring up, and it was unknown what her current condition was. After coming out of the ice, the little girl had grown very attached to Song Shuhang, and was rather reluctant to part with him. Would she start to panic if she were to discover that Song Shuhang wasn't by her side after waking up? Thereupon, Song Shuhang quickly left the celestial pavilion and arrived at the entrance. Then, just as Song Shuhang entered the range of the entrance of the celestial pavilion, a crystal tower supported by stone columns rose from the ground. Question mark. Song Shuhang. Wait a moment, isn't that the surveillance system? But why has the defense system of the celestial pavilion activated even though I was coming out from inside the pavilion? Was it possible that the defense system had recognized him as an illegal trespasser of the crystal clear water pavilion? Song Shuhang promptly reacted and put his strength in his feet, vigorously jumping backward. Since he was dealing with a defense system, everything should turn out okay as long as he returned inside the celestial pavilion, right? But just as Song Shuhang jumped backward, a gigantic net appeared out of nowhere and wrapped him up. In the next moment, 10 chains shot out of the crystal tower supported by the stone columns and tied Song Shuhang up, making him dangle in front of the entrance of the celestial pavilion in a posture similar to that character. Song Shuhang felt a huge sense of shame by dangling in front of the entrance in that position. No! Song Shuhang called out. Then, he instinctively started to struggle. But how could a puny cultivator of the 2nd stage break free of the defense system that Pavilion Master Chu had arranged personally? The more he was struggling, the tighter his bindings were getting. He, who originally had the shape of a character, was pulled with even more force, almost assuming a posture similar to the character. His legs were pulled to the point of reaching a 180-degree angle. If not for the fact his constitution had strengthened quite a lot recently and become more flexible, he would have almost passed away from this split. Painful, painful, painful. My muscles are about to get torn. Song Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. Pavilion Master Chu, quickly wake up. It's me. I'm not an enemy. Quickly release me. But how could he so easily wake up the fast asleep Pavilion Master Chu? As if that wasn't enough, the place where he was at this time was the forbidden area of the crystal clear water pavilion. Unless there was some important matter, the ordinary disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion wouldn't come to this place. Therefore, no one could hear his screams. Shuhang started to get anxious. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Right at this time, a cold wind suddenly blew over, making Song Shuhang shiver. Having his legs pulled in that way was surely painful. As if that wasn't enough, Song Shuhang felt that his bladder was starting to swell. He had the urge to urinate. The urge to urinate worked in mysterious ways. Sometimes, if one didn't pay it any mind, they would be able to endure for a long time. But as soon as they remembered about it, the urge would keep getting stronger and more difficult to resist. Song Shuhang's face whitened. The already bad situation had become even worse. Save me! Save me, Tilda, no matter who it is, please, save me! Song Shuhang shouted as loudly as he could. He didn't want dangle in front of the entrance in a like position and wet his pants. Pavilion Master Chu, quickly wake up! Senior Sister Yi, Senior Sister Yi, you also wake up quickly. No matter who it is, just save me. If you don't release me, I'll pee in front of the entrance of your pavilion. And I'm someone who keeps his word. Is there anyone around here? Damn it, Pavilion Master Chu's bedroom couldn't possibly have a soundproof barrier, right? After shouting for a while, Song Shuhang got tired, and even his voice had become dispirited. He had lost hope, he no longer held any hope for this world full of evil. It's bad. I feel that I'm about to pee. I have to divert my attention and think about something else quickly. Right, the main characters in wuxia novels can use their internal energy to drive out the strength of the alcohol whenever they get drunk. In that case, can I drive out the urine? Perhaps I've really found the solution. I've opened the dantian in my body, several of them actually. The current me should be even stronger than those martial experts in wuxia novels. Therefore, I should be able to. Be able Maya *S. What's the point of driving my urine out? I will directly wet my pants if I do that. Damn it. I have to divert my attention. I have to divert my attention very quickly. Right, if I silently chant Kshitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture several times, it's possible that my comprehension of the soul-ferrying technique might get more profound. Thereupon, Song Shuhang started to silently chant Kshitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture to divert his attention. It seems that it was actually of some use. In that case, it's better to chant it a few times. Hold on. Just diverting my attention seems too passive. I should try to do something, perhaps I can use the secret appraisal technique and appraise the chains. I might find a way to get rid of them. After all, my secret appraisal technique is rather awesome in certain aspects. Although I'm currently wearing the gloves of Passion of Swordsman Wooden Ox, these puny gloves shouldn't be able to block the appraisal technique. In that case, I'll give it a try. In the worst case, I'll just lose some blood, and I'm already used to it. Go, appraise the chains! Song Shuhang shouted. However, the secret appraisal technique didn't activate. Although there was a small possibility that the secret appraisal technique would trigger even though he was wearing the gloves, the possibility was very low. Damn it! I got agitated, and the urge to pee became even stronger. Perhaps I should just pee. After all, it's not like there is anyone around. No, that's wrong. I have a will of steel. How can I give up so easily? In the nonsensical diary of the ascetic senior monk, the senior monk relied on his willpower to overcome a deadly poison. In that case, look at how I overcome this stupid urge to urinate. Now is the time to test how strong my willpower is. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Then, just as Song Shuhang was using his willpower to overcome the difficult situation he was facing, he felt a cool, comfortable feeling transmit from his spine. It was the same pleasant feeling one would feel as they straightened their back after bending over and working for a long time. At the same time, the rune of the contract of the ghost spirit inside his body shone. Had something happened to the ghost spirit? After that powerful expert forcefully borrowed the ghost spirit and used their energy to block the connection between Shuhang and the ghost spirit, Song Shuhang had no way of knowing what the ghost spirit was experiencing. However, he could still guess what had happened to the ghost spirit through the contract. From the looks of it, the ghost spirit was evolving. His ghost spirit originally had the opportunity to evolve into a high-rank one. However, the possibility was very low. Perhaps Shuhang wouldn't be able to make the ghost spirit reach that rank during the span of his entire life. But now, his ghost spirit had actually evolved and became a high-rank one. No, to be precise, it was on the verge of completing its evolution. The evolution process had already reached the final phase. For this reason, the rune of the contract in his body had a change. Along with the evolution of the ghost spirit, the true qi inside Song Shuhang's Sea of Qi Dantian, Dragon Tail Dantian, and Dragon Claw Dantian started to churn and overflow. During this period of time, Song Shuhang had eaten several spirit beast crystal, and the true qi inside his body had become saturated. Now, without needing Song Shuhang to do anything in particular, the true qi inside his body started to break through the fourth dantian, the dragon body dantian. A nice feeling spread in his whole body. Ah! It's bad. If I feel so comfortable, I'll be unable to resist. Song Shuhang's eyes had started to tear up. The worst thing was that Song Shuhang's body couldn't help but tremble as the true qi inside his body was ramming against the checkpoint of the dragon body dantian. As a consequence of his body trembling, the chains that were binding him got even tighter. If this kept going, the current split would turn into a U-shaped reverse split. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, The Sad Sea King. Chapter 587, The Sad Sea King. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Blessings never came in pair and misfortunes never came alone. Just as Song Shuhang was in a terrible situation, another item he had with him started to cause trouble. His size-reducing purse started to shake. In the next moment, the remaining part of the silver braces flew out of the purse. The silver glove was something the Sea King worshipped by those sea urchin warriors with pre-prepared lines wanted to obtain. Back then, Venerable White, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and Venerable Tornado had joined their forces and managed to snatch away this part of the silver braces from its hands. In the end, the glove ended up in young Master Phoenix Slayer's hands, who then forced Song Shuhang to accept it. Although the silver glove was a valuable treasure, it was still a rather troublesome item. The reason was that the Sea King could surmount space and lock onto the position of the silver glove through that strange sacrificial altar where the blood sacrifices were performed. Now that the silver glove received this powerful attraction, it drilled out of the size-reducing purse. As one might guess, the Sea King had used the power of the altar to summon the silver glove. This is bad. Song Shuhang had a bad premonition. The last time, when the hand-guided tractor competition was still going on, the Sea King had directly opened a space gate to take the silver braces away. Now, he wasn't going to open a space gate right in front of Shuhang, right? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver glove started to shake while in midair. Then, the power of space reached over from a faraway place, intent on taking it away. However, the power of space was unable to accurately lock on the position of the silver glove, making it impossible to open the space gate. After all, here was the crystal clear water pavilion. The whole crystal clear water pavilion was part of Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. The reason the Sea King couldn't accurately lock on the silver glove and open the space gate to retrieve it was precisely the interference caused by the illusory reality. 5 breaths later, that power of space that had appeared out of nowhere had started to fluctuate. The Sea King was starting to get impatient. At last, it decided to open the space gate forcefully. The silver glove was close by. In the worst case, it could look for it after opening the gate. Thereupon, a crack in the space slowly formed in a place 100 meters away from Song Shuhang. If the space gate were to open, the dangling and tied up Song Shuhang was going to get F***ked pretty hard. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. But right at this time, a snow-white hand appeared next to Song Shuhang's body. The snow-white hand made a gentle grabbing motion in the direction of the power of space. In the next moment, the power of space was shattered to pieces, and the crack opening in the space also disappeared without traces. The opening of the space gate had failed. But that wasn't all. The hand also sent a palm attack in the direction the power of space was coming from. The palm passed through innumerable layers of space and directly hit the body of the Sea King. The faint cry of the Sea King was transmitted from the void. The power of the gentle-looking palm was simply shocking. The Sea King had tried to gain an advantage only to end up worse. Senior Chu, Song Shuhang said happily. The owner of the snow-white hand was Pavilion Master Chu. In the next moment, Pavilion Master Chu rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the void from behind Song Shuhang's body. The whole crystal clear water pavilion was her world. As soon as someone used the power of space to forcefully barge into the crystal clear water pavilion, the fast asleep Fairy Chu was forced to wake up. Since she hadn't slept enough, she was a bit angry when she woke up. Therefore, she gave the Sea King a slap to teach it a lesson. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Good morning, Shu Hang, Pavilion Master Chu said listlessly. Her long black hair scattered in the void as she was flying. Song Shu Hang could now finally see the full length of her hair. It was 3 times longer than her body. Wouldn't such long hair weigh a lot? Wait, this isn't the main problem right now. Song Shu Hang clenched his teeth and said, Senior Chu, please, quickly release me. Although men could endure, there was a limit to it. And he was about to reach that limit. Oh, you are dangling too. I'm not sure what happened recently, but people seem to really like to dangle in front of the entrance of my pavilion. Pavilion Master Chu muttered to herself. Then, she stretched out her hand and waved it. In the next moment, the chains binding Song Shu Hang quickly withdrew. Who the hell would like to dangle in front of the entrance of your pavilion? Song Shu Hang ridiculed in his heart. At the same time, he fell from midair and steadily landed with a beautiful somersault. Just as he landed, the dragon body Dantian in his body was forcefully pushed open. Shu Hang had successfully opened his 4th Dantian, the dragon body Dantian. The strength of Song Shu Hang's constitution increased a bit. However, his mental energy likewise increased. The place between his eyebrows was hurting more and more. Unless he could quickly increase the strength of his constitution and make it reach the 3rd stage rank, the pain he felt would keep getting more and more intense. The ghost spirit managed to evolve successfully. Song Shu Hang was clear as to what had happened. He could infer through the contract that the ghost spirit had successfully completed its evolution. His ghost spirit had now become a high-rank one. It was an existence comparable to a talented cultivator, whose cultivation speed already surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. In addition, it could learn powerful ghost-type magical techniques. It was really something worthy of celebration. However, this wasn't the important thing right now. Song Shu Hang said anxiously, Senior, where is the bathroom? The grain reincarnation place? It seems there is a certain affinity between you and that girl named Li Yinju, Pavilion Master Chu said with a smile. Then, she snapped her fingers. Snap! Song Shu Hang was instantly delivered to another place. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After sending off Song Shu Hang, Pavilion Master Chu bent over and picked the silver glove up, saying softly, the sword warfare treasured armor. Unfortunately, there is only a glove. If one could collect all the pieces of the treasured armor, they would obtain an immortal treasure of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. During ancient times, Pavilion Master Chu had heard that the armor had 12 pieces in total, and if one could collect all 12 of them, they would discover the secret to immortality concealed within. Although it's only a glove, it should be enough to cover up the ghost spirit aura emanating from Yi Sai's body and make her pass off as an ordinary cultivator. But I'll need to combine it with certain materials and draw formations on it as well, Pavilion Master Chu muttered to herself. Then, she took out a bottle and poured its contents on the silver glove. The dark blue liquid inside the bottle was poured on the glove. The liquid had yet to touch the silver glove when a buzzing sound was heard, causing the appearance of a large amount of mist. It was the mark the Sea King was using to lock on the position of the silver glove, as well as the medium of communication between this piece of the sword warfare treasured armor and the altar on the bottom of the sea. Now that Pavilion Master Chu had poured the contents of the bottle on the glove, the mark was thoroughly deleted. From now on, the Sea King would be unable to detect the presence of the silver glove regardless of the number of blood sacrifices it performed. After doing what she had to, Pavilion Master Chu left her own mark on the silver glove. The mark had the power to lock onto the spatial coordinates of the glove. By knowing the coordinates, Pavilion Master Chu could appear next to the glove at any time. This should be enough. In that case, I might as well make little friend Song return here. Pavilion Master Chu snapped her fingers once more. Snap! Song Shu Hang, who was currently in a jogging posture, directly appeared in front of her. The toilet was very good, right? Pavilion Master Chu said. Song Shu Hang. Pavilion Master, is it possible that you didn't pay attention to my condition when you brought me over here? Weren't you afraid that I could sprinkle my pee in front of your pavilion by accident? Pavilion Master Chu said, I'll return this silver glove to you. Song Shuhang received the glove and said gratefully, Thank you, Senior Chu. This time, he had been really lucky that Pavilion Master Chu was here with him. If he had been somewhere else and the Sea King managed to open the space gate successfully, it wouldn't have minded conveniently killing an ISO of the second stage like Song Shuhang while taking the silver glove away. You're welcome. Pavilion Master Chu smiled and asked, You want to leave the crystal clear water pavilion, right? Yes, Senior. I have already satisfied the conditions that Senior White set back then. In addition, something happened to my ghost spirit, Song Shuhang replied. Something happened to your ghost spirit? Pavilion Master Chu asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, A few days ago, I sent my ghost spirit back to Earth, and recently, someone forcefully borrowed it. Therefore, he wanted to return to Earth to look for his ghost spirit. So that's how it was. Since you have something you need to take care of, I won't force you to stay. Pavilion Master Chu nodded. Then, she also added, Right, the condition of that girl named Li Yinju you brought here isn't too optimistic. Did her disease become more serious? Song Shuhang furrowed her brows. There was nothing he could do about Li Yinju's disease. Now, his best chance was to pin his hopes on the forbidden area that Li Tiansu had explored before his death. Perhaps there was a cure inside that could help cure Li Yinju's disease. However, he had to wait for Venerable White to be free before exploring the forbidden area. Song Shuhang would be only courting death if he were to enter alone given his strength. In 1 year at most, the cold inside her body will reach a critical point and endanger her life. If she gets past the calamity, she will be able to live for a few more years. But if she fails, she will be forever entrapped in the ice, Pavilion Master Chu replied. 1 year? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. 1 year was just too short a period of time. He had no assurance that he would be able to find the cure to Li Yinju's disease within just a year. Perhaps, he could buy the cure to Li Yinju's disease from the tall mighty merchant that senior fourth cultivator of true virtue had mentioned. However, they didn't have any clue of the whereabouts of the almighty merchant for now, and it was unknown whether senior seventh cultivator of true virtue could find him within 1 year. Moreover, the number of spirit stones needed was also a big problem. After seeing Song Shuhang's worried expression, Pavilion Master Chu pondered for a moment and said, If you have no assurance of finding the cure within 1 year, I can delay the moment her disease will break out for around 12 years. 12 years? Song Shuhang immediately cheered up. Senior, please tell me how. However, the price will be high, Pavilion Master Chu said with a smile. Song Shuhang said, What is the price? As long as it was a price he could afford, he would do it even if he had to borrow stuff from others. He owed Li Yinju's father, deist priest Li Tiansu, too much. In addition, there was a deep connection between him and Li Yinju since he had experienced Li Tiansu's life in the Dreamland. You have experienced the power of the Time City personally. In the lower city of the Time City, 12 days are equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Similarly, 1 day in the upper city of the Time City is equivalent to 12 days in the outside world. As long as she enters the Time City and stays in the upper city for 1 year, 12 years would pass in the outside world. However, one needs to consume a large number of spirit stones to keep the Time City active, Pavilion Master Chu said slowly. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, Senior, can you tell me the approximate number of spirit stones needed? Since it was a place related to the concept of time, it was nearly guaranteed that the price would be astronomical. But regardless of the number of spirit stones, he would try to find a way to collect them. Pavilion Master Chu blinked her eyes and said, I don't lack spirit stones right now. Therefore, I want something else in return. Senior, do tell, Song Shuhang replied. Pavilion Master Chu said, I want that silver glove. No problem. Song Shuhang quickly returned the silver glove in Pavilion Master Chu's hands, appearing especially straightforward. I'll remind you of something first. This silver glove is far from being an ordinary item. It's extremely valuable, and even a cultivator of the 8th stage profound sage realm would yearn for it.
Are you sure you want to use it to carry out the transaction with me?
Pavilion Master Chu said with a smile. Song Shuhang nodded and said, I know that it's extremely valuable. Venerable White, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, and Venerable Tornado had to join forces to snatch the silver glove from the hands of the Sea King. However, it was a good deal to exchange the silver glove to gain additional 12 years for Li Yinju. Although it was indeed very precious, Song Shuhang felt that the trouble the silver glove could bring to him surpassed its value. He. Pavilion Master Chu put away the silver glove and asked, do you want to carry Yi Sai with you while returning to Earth? Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, I would like to. But I feel that it would be dangerous to have her leave the crystal clear water pavilion. He was unable to protect Senior Sister Yi with his current strength. If he were to carry her back to Earth and meet a powerhouse of the venerable or profound sage rank that wanted to take Yi Sai away, Song Shuhang wouldn't even have the right to cry. In that case, I'll explain things to Yi Sai. You can be at ease and return to Earth, Pavilion Master Chu said, and passed a wooden token of authority to Song Shuhang. Take this thing with you. It's a wooden token of authority that can allow you to move within the crystal clear water pavilion freely. In addition, you will always know the position of the crystal clear water pavilion while you have it with you. Beyond that, it has a strengthened 1000-mile sound transmitter feature. If your luck is good, you can use it to communicate with Yi Sai from Earth. Song Shuhang cautiously put away the wooden token of authority and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master. It seems he was really going to have a long-distance relationship with his first love. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the palace of the crystal clear water pavilion reserved for the guests, Li Yinju was curling up on the bed and trembling. Her cold disease could now break out at any time and was getting more and more serious. The whole room was already filled with cold air. Frost had formed on the quilt she was using to cover her body. The pair of male and female attendants had placed some runes to increase the temperature inside her room. However, the runes would last for 1 hour at most before getting destroyed by the cold emanating from Li Yinju's body. Even the fire in a brazier they had lit up died out in a very short amount of time. At this time, Li Yinju's consciousness was getting more and more blurry. She forcefully opened her silvery eyes and looked around from time to time, looking for that figure that could make her feel her at ease. But several days had passed, and that figure had yet to appear. Just as the cold surged up, Li Yinju fiercely trembled and curled up, turning into a ball. But right at this time, the door of the room opened again. Li Yinju quickly raised her head and looked at the entrance. However, it was still that pair of male and female attendants. A disappointed expression flashed through Li Yinju's eyes. The male attendant had brought along new runes to increase the temperature to replace the old ones destroyed by the cold. The female attendant was holding a flaming pearl that was emitting hot air and placed it next to Li Yinju's body. Thank you, Li Yinju said while shivering. You're welcome, the pair of male and female attendants said with a smile. But at this time, another figure appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of the palace. After a thud, the figure fell to the ground. It was Song Shuhang, who had been delivered here by Pavilion Master Chu. Before returning to Earth, Song Shuhang wanted to make proper arrangements for Li Yinju. In addition, there was also Chu Chu. It was unknown whether she would stay behind to take care of Li Yinju or if she would return to Earth along with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. Chapter 588, Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. As soon as the curled-up Li Yinju saw Song Shuhang, her eyes lit up. The pair of male and female attendants greeted Shuhang. Fellow Daoist Song, hello. Good morning, fellow Daoist Song. Song Shuhang got up from the floor and patted away the dust on his clothes. Then, he greeted the pair of male and female attendants and said, Fellow Daoists, good morning to you two too. Many thanks for taking care of my door, little Yinju. That was close. Song Shuhang almost blurted out the words "my daughter" just now. The reason was the strong influence he had received after experiencing Daoist priest Li Tiansu's life. Next, he shot a glance at Li Yinju, who was curled up on the bed and trembling. After pondering for a moment, he took out his treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Then, under the puzzled expression of the pair of male and female attendants, Song Shuhang activated the flaming saber technique on the ancient bronze ring and chopped toward Li Yinju, sending a half-moon-shaped slash of flaming saber chi in her direction. Fellow Daoist Song, what are you doing? The pair of male and female attendants opened their eyes wide. Song Shuhang's actions had been too sudden, the pair didn't have the time to block him. Song Shuhang quickly explained, "You don't have to worry. I've already reached a high level of control over the flaming saber technique. If I wish to, I can immediately disperse the attack. Anyway, just keep looking." Just as he was saying this much, Li Yinju quickly got up from the bed and dashed until arriving in the front of the flaming saber technique. Then, she opened her small mouth, her silver hair dancing in the air, and hastily performed several hand seals. Immediately after, Li Yinju breathed in. In the next moment, the huge flaming saber chi was sucked into Li Yinju's mouth as though it was noodles. In around 2 seconds, she had completely absorbed the flaming saber chi. Burp tilde Li Yinju burped with a satisfied expression on her face. After eating the flaming saber technique, her complexion turned ruddy, and the cold inside her body was also suppressed. Of course, eating the flaming saber technique was a method to relieve the symptoms but not to solve the underlying problem. It could only temporarily suppress the cold inside her body and prevent her from suffering. Her father, Daoist priest Li Tiansu, had spent a lot of effort to find this trick. The nearby pair of male and female attendants opened their eyes wide. "Do you want some more?" Song Shuhang asked Li Yinju. Li Yinju shook her head and jumped down from the bed. Then, she ran toward Song Shuhang on her short legs and used her small hands to grab his clothes. Song Shuhang stretched out his hands and picked her up. "In that case, I'll bring you to see Chu Chu first. Then, I'll bring you to another good place. She is so cold. Even if she ate the flaming saber technique, her body temperature is still very low. It will surely feel comfortable to hug her during summer, right?" Well, not quite right. If her cold disease flares up, one will experience the brutality of winter itself. Li Yinju obediently nodded her head. Next, Song Shuhang waved his hand at the pair of male and female attendants and took his leave. After that, he headed toward the lower city of the Time City. Thanks to Pavilion Master Chu's wooden token of authority, he could freely move within the whole crystal clear water pavilion. In addition, not every part of the crystal clear water pavilion was part of Pavilion Master Chu's illusory reality. For example, Pavilion Master Chu's Celestial Pavilion and the Time City were real buildings built after the destruction of the pavilion. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, after Pavilion Master Chu hurled the sobbing old man to a distant place, he fell into a space gate. It was unknown where he was right now. Just as he recovered from the teleportation process, the sobbing old man discovered that he was stuffed into something. "It's very packed in here. Just what is going on? Where did Pavilion Master Chu send me?" the sobbing old man muttered to himself. He felt as though someone had thrown him to the bottom of a desert, completely immobilizing him. At this time, even his nostrils were stuffed with something. He had already inspected the state of his body. From the looks of it, there wasn't any foreign object that had entered his body. Perhaps Pavilion Master Chu attached a protective layer to his body while delivering him over there? Pavilion Master Chu's disposition wasn't as good as I expected it to be. According to the description on the mural, she was supposed to be a gentle and kind-hearted person. Now then, is there still hope for me to obtain the remaining part of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? The sobbing old man was somewhat disappointed. Forget it. There is no point thinking about it too much. I should get out of this strange place first. As long as he knew the position of the crystal clear water pavilion, he wouldn't give up. he would keep persevering and rely on his powerful willpower to move the heart of the opposite party one day. After thinking up to this point, the spiritual energy in the dantian of the sobbing old man exploded, spreading all around his body. Boom tilde? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. China, inside a beautiful forest on a remote mountain. Several bored youngsters passed through the forest on the mountain and arrived at a certain place. Recently, many youngsters that had already become winners in life were especially bored. A bald youth swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "The last time, my younger brother mentioned that there was a huge rock on the top of the mountain ahead. The shape of the rock was beautiful. It's something that is very hard to come by." Another youth that was carrying a bag on their back added, "I've heard about it as well. In addition, I've heard that the crew in charge of shooting the Journey to the West movie this year took a liking to this place. Perhaps they will shoot the scene of the birth of the Monkey King on the top of this mountain. In that case, we might as well go there and take a look. After all, we really have nothing to do today," a young girl said. The girl seemed to be a sportswoman and looked very energetic. The bald youth said, "Actually, I can faintly see the huge rock from where I'm standing. Little Z, come over. You can take a look at the rock from here." The sportswoman was very interested and came closer. As expected, she could faintly see a huge rock on the top of the mountain from that angle. The shape of the rock was unique. Little Z smiled and said, "Beautiful. Let's make an effort and take a group photo together with the strange rock while the sky is still clear." Then, just as the youngsters were chatting amongst themselves, the sound of a thunder-like explosion was suddenly transmitted from a distant place. The thunder-like sound was similar to that of artillery firing, absolutely ear-splitting. The several youngsters immediately felt the ground below their feet shake. An explosion! Little Z called out. "Is it an earthquake or a landslide?" "It's not an earthquake. It should be the work of some nasty fellow that fired artillery." "No, it's the strange rock ahead that exploded," Little Z called out once more. Far off, the beautiful and strangely shaped rock had detonated. Even if the group was far away, they could still feel the vibrations caused by the explosion. In the next moment, the group of people saw that a glistening figure came out of the huge rock and soared into the sky, disappearing between the clouds. Just as the figure rose into the sky, a strange sobbing sound was also heard. F***CK, the birth of the Monkey King. Wukong. It's Sun Wukong. Take a picture. Quickly take a picture. Damn it, I almost got a heart attack. Anyway, we are too far away. The pictures aren't clear. It's too late already. Whatever it was, it already flew far into the sky. We can't take a picture anymore. Let's go over and take a look at what happened to the rock." Thereupon, the group of people quickly headed toward the place where the explosion had taken place. It was the genuine scene of the birth of the Monkey King. Although they didn't know what had flown out of the strange rock, what happened was still absolutely incredible. If they had managed to record it and upload it online, it would have been a huge hit. Unfortunately, all the pictures they took were very blurry due to the great distance. If they were to upload them online, the other users might think that the lot of them were just playing a prank. Whatever. They would think about it when they uploaded them online. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, on a certain island in the Pacific Ocean. In the end, the oath is finally complete. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took out a small notebook with a satisfied expression on his face. Then, he crossed out the oath that said, "In education, there should be no distinction, teach people how to read and write Chinese characters." After several months, he had finally managed to fulfill this oath of his. In addition, he had also gotten the Blood God Crystal from our Little Friend song. Therefore, it was time for him to break through to the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor realm. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman put away the small notebook and raised his head, looking at the natives on the island outside. Although the natives were a bit stupid, he had somewhat grown attached to them after all the months they had passed together. From a certain point of view, these several natives could be regarded as Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's students. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman held his chin and muttered to himself, "Forget it. I'll give them a reward before leaving. I'll call the people in the palace and have 2 immortal chefs come over to prepare a delicious meal for the natives, allowing them to understand what the word delicious truly means. Right, I should give them some medicinal liquid as well. It will keep them in good health and allow them to live up to 100 years. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." The group of natives that was painstakingly practicing the times are calling every day gathered in there. Damn it, that demon is simply too cruel. Today, Old 7 and Old 19 were hung on a tree and beaten. They are hanging there even as we speak. On the other hand, I was forced to skip 2 meals. The bark of a tree is enough to make my eyes lit up at this time. I had my palms hit very hard. They are still red, and I'm unable to pick up the pen and write even now. As if that wasn't enough, there is still a 1,000-character long assignment for today's evening that I have to transcribe 5 times. I have no idea at which time I'll be able to finish it. From what I've heard, not only did that demon force us to study, he also extended his poisonous hands toward our children. I've heard people say that he wants to create something called elementary school and want us to send our children there to have them beaten and hung on trees each day, as well as their palms hit and meals skipped. That's truly scary. We cannot allow for such a thing to happen. Just as our teacher, Joseph, said, wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. We have to unite and rebel. We cannot drag it any longer. We have to make up our mind now. It will be today. We have to gather together and rebel against the demon. If there is oppression, there will be resistance. We don't want to starve, we don't want to be hung up and beaten, we don't want to have our palms hit, and we don't want to have so much homework to do at home. Homework is fine, but not so much. With so much work, we have to keep writing until after midnight and wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning the next day. I feel like crying. I feel that my eyesight has gotten worse recently. It must be because I have to do homework until late every day. Don't turn the meeting into a grievance pouring session. Let's take action and rebel against the demon today. Good, we'll make our move today. The group of natives finally made up their mind. Let's call all our friends and relatives. Tonight, we must march hand in hand, with our hearts linked together to get rid of the demon. After finished the meeting, the natives finally dispersed. They started to gather their friends and relatives with the intent of rebelling against the demon that very evening. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, who had been monitoring the entire island all along, was currently speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, The Ocean-Splitting Attack of the Master of the Island. Chapter 589, The Ocean-Splitting Attack of the Master of the Island. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman put down his mobile phone. At first, he was thinking of calling the people in the palace and having them send over 2 immortal chefs to allow the natives of the island to enjoy delicious food, as well as to help them increase their lifespan a little. But now, he would give them a taste of something else. Look how I scare you tonight. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the evening, the natives of the island had all gathered together. Then, a native with a tall and big build stood up. He was the leader of the rebellion that was about to take place. He raised his arm and shouted, "Today, we must give our all to revolt against that demon." The eyes of the natives below immediately lit up as they replied, "Yes, we must revolt against him. Then, we have to force him to reduce the homework by half. No, wait. He must reduce it by 2/3 or more. Also, we cannot allow him to make us skip 2 consecutive meals. Make it at most once. Otherwise, I might not be able to endure. There is still one last thing, the hits on our palms. He can at most hit 1 palm. If he hits both of them, we can no longer do our homework." The natives there reunited started to voice out their opinions, and their wishes were very honest and simple. They wanted to skip one meal at most, have only one palm hit, and they didn't forget about their homework. But right at this time, the tall and big native said gravely, "You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. You guys are simply too useless. What we're going to do this time is to rebel against that demon and overthrow him." Reducing the homework to 1/3? How is this enough? "We don't want to do homework at all," the tall and big native said in a grave tone. The natives below were dumbfounded. The man was right. Why would they want to do homework in the first place? No homework. No homework, the natives started to shout in unison. The tall and big native continued with his speech. "Likewise, we don't want to starve, we don't want to have our palms hit, and we don't want to be hung up on a tree and beaten." No starving, no hitting palms, no hanging up and beating, the natives shouted once more. If there was a world where they didn't have to do homework, have their palms hit, getting hung up on trees and beaten, or starve, that would simply be a paradise. Such being the case, we must rebel against him and overthrow him, the tall and big native shouted. "Let's overthrow the cruel master of the island. Let's overthrow the cruel master of the island." All the natives were seething with excitement as they shouted after him, "Let's overthrow the cruel master of the island. Let's overthrow the cruel master of the island." The tall and big native tightly clenched his fists and assumed the pose of one of the styles of the times are calling exercise. "In that case, let's warm up a bit before rebelling against the cruel master of the island. We have to be in our best condition." Indeed, the master of the island was very scary. Therefore, the tall and big native decided to practice the peerless martial technique a bit before taking action in order to increase his courage. Immediately after, all the natives below that had practiced the times are calling orderly lined up with expressions full of hope on their faces. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hundreds of natives that knew how to perform the times are calling exercise danced wildly, their momentum overpowering. Was this something akin to increasing the morale of the soldiers before the battle? Yes, it was something very similar. The tall and big native was extremely satisfied after seeing this scene. However, there was also a little bit of regret. Unfortunately, we weren't able to practice for too long, and we are still not at that level Teacher Joseph mentioned, the level where one can create explosions in the air with just their fists. Otherwise, we could have KO'd the master of the island in an instant. It was a pity, but they couldn't wait any longer. The cruelty of the master of the island was too much to withstand, and they couldn't bear it anymore. They had to rebel today since it would be difficult to gather the courage to rebel at a later point. Even if the rebellion failed, they would at least show the master of the island that they had a backbone and aspirations. The tall and big native leading the rebellion absolutely didn't want to do homework. Only God knew how troublesome it was for a powerful warrior like him that was used to catch sharks in the past to pick up a pen and start writing with his hands full of calluses. In the time others wrote 3 characters, he was able to write only 1. Let alone writing characters with a normal pen. Whenever he had to learn how to write characters with a brush, his thick and powerful arm would keep trembling, and all the strokes would end up being curved. He absolutely hated doing homework. After recalling all this, the will of the big and tall native to rebel against the master of the island became even stronger. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Now then, how would these natives react if they were to discover that Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman had been planning to leave the island the same evening and even prepared a banquet for them? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After completing one session of the times are calling, the natives felt that their bodies were brimming with energy. We can do it. We aren't our past selves anymore. We have now grasped an incredible martial technique. We can surely overthrow the cruel master of the island. Let's head in the direction of the house of the master of the island. The tall and big native waved his arm. Thereupon, under his leadership, a large group of natives surrounded the place where Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was living. However, given Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's or inspiring conduct in the past, the natives didn't dare to barge into the house carelessly. What do we do now? Should we barge in? No, we can't do that.
What if there is a trap inside?
If we directly barge in, and the place turns out to be small and narrow, the lot of us won't be able to bring into full play the power of our superior numbers. At this time, the tall and big native calmly pondered for a while and suggested, in that case, we can simply force the master of the island to come out. Come, let's surround this place and start our warming exercises. As for those that don't know how to perform the technique, we can just have them shout loudly. I want to see for how long he can keep hiding. All the natives felt that the idea was reasonable. Thereupon, the natives that knew how to perform the times a calling formed for square matrices and surrounded the house of the master of the island. 1 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4, 5 6 7 8. Ultimately, they started to perform their exercises. They maintained an upright position and raised their left arms while facing the left hand. Next, they bent the right leg forward, and at the same time, their left arms were lifted towards the inside, facing the right hand. Thereafter, their right leg went back to its original position, and at the same time, they lifted both arms, palms facing outside, and slightly raised their heads. They breathed in and out with overpowering momentum. In the rear, the natives that didn't study the times a calling shouted loudly, increasing the momentum of their side as well. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Very soon, half of the times a calling exercise had been completed. However, there wasn't a single trace of any activity coming from the house of the master of the island. The natives had started to feel somewhat uneasy. But right at this time, the tall and big native pondered for a short moment and suddenly came to a realization. The cruel master of the island must be afraid of us. Keep displaying the peerless martial technique and shout out some more. He's afraid of us and is refusing to come out of the house for this reason. We must keep pressuring him until he is forced to come out. Just as their morale got boosted thanks to the words of the tall and big native, a happy smile appeared on the faces of the other natives. The speed at which they were performing the exercise also increased. Their movements were neat and flawless. Even the cruel master of the island felt scared. Anyway, since even the master of the island was scared of the peerless martial technique that they had rigorously perfected through training, they excitedly started the second round as soon as they finished the first one. All the natives slowly sank into their dream world, a world where there was no homework or punishments, a perfect world. Their beautiful future was waiting for them. Come on guys, let's do it one more time. This time, we must take it one step further. We have to advance as we display the peerless technique. Let's barge into the house of the master of the island, the tall and big native shouted. Although he had performed just 3 rounds of the times a calling, his face was already covered with sweat due to the excitement. After that, the natives started the 4th round of the times a calling, starting to advance as they were doing the exercise. Very soon, the row of natives in the front was about to barge into Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's house. But right at this time, an ear-splitting explosion was transmitted from a distant place. Boom, boom, boom tilde. The sound was like that of thunder and echoed continuously. Soon after came the sound of waves and seething sea. The natives that were currently displaying the peerless martial technique stopped immediately. The natives in the rear that were shouting were also forced to come to a stop. What happened? The tall and big native asked in a grave tone. Was that the sound of thunder? Impossible. The bright moon was hanging in the sky, and there were even some stars. There weren't any clouds, and there was absolutely no sign of raining. The seashore. A more than 10 meters tall water column suddenly rose from there, one of the sharp-eyed natives said. Who wants to go over and look at what happened? The tall and big native said. Just as he was speaking, a young native ran over from the beach and said, It's bad. We found the master of the island. He is currently on the seashore. The master of the island was on the seashore and not in the house? All the natives that were performing the times a calling exercise and thinking that the master of the island was afraid of them felt rather embarrassed at this time. Since the master of the island was also on the seashore, was there a connection between him and the thunderous sound from before? The tall and big native clenched his teeth and said, "In that case, let's go to the seashore as well. Remember to preserve our momentum, we can do it. Think about the difficult homework, about the skipped meals, and the beatings, let all these thoughts strengthen our momentum." "Yes, let's maintain the momentum from before," the native said resolutely. Thereupon, the group natives headed toward the seashore with great momentum. Their intent was to overthrow the master of the island. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Very soon, the large group of natives arrived at the seashore, their momentum overpowering. But as soon as they got there, they stiffened. They saw that the master of the island was standing straight on the edge of the beach. In the past, he had always worn a black windbreaker and a cool expression on his face. But now, he was wearing white gymnastics clothing and a pair of cloth shoes. From the looks of it, the master of the island was doing exercises. In the next moment, he jumped high up, and the jump was 15 meters tall. Could a human even jump that high? What kind of joke was this? Then, while he was in midair, the master of the island straightened his right leg and kicked several times. A series of chain kicks while midair. In the next moment, something terrifying happened. Pure and white energy visible with the naked eye was released from the tip of his toes after each kick. Then, after flying for a while, the white energy transformed into dragons and tigers, thrusting into the sea. The scene was simply surreal. It wasn't something that a human could possibly do. Perhaps only a god could do something of the sort. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Boom, boom, boom tilde. A series of explosions followed as the dragon-shaped energy thrust into the sea, directly creating a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool lasted for 5 or 6 breaths before disappearing, the surface of the sea unable to restore its calm for a very long time. Then, just as the tiger-shaped energy thrust into the sea, the explosion created water columns that were more than 20 meters tall. The water columns solidified and didn't disappear. It was shocking, like the roar of dragons and tigers, but also incredibly cool. The larger group of natives that had come here with awe-inspiring momentum was immediately scared shitless. If the master of the island were to use that leg to hit their bodies, wouldn't they directly turn into minced meat? When the master of the island first came to their small island to subjugate the local population, he was unarmed. He disarmed the strongest warriors of the island and KO'd them with his fists alone. However, never would they have expected that he had been this scary. "Mom, I feel that my knees have suddenly become soft. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 590, Is this retribution? Chapter 590, Is this retribution? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The natives immediately got anxious. Back then, the master of the island still could be classified as a human. But the master of the island they saw right now had already transcended the limits of humanity. In front of this new and scary version of the master of the island, the peerless martial technique the lot of them were secretly practicing was just a joke. Even if each of them could reach the level where they could create explosions in the air with just their fists, wouldn't they be still hung upside down and beaten in front of the monstrous master of the island? However, before the natives could recover from the shocking scene they had just witnessed, something even scarier happened. The master of the island took a talisman paper out of nowhere and threw it toward the sky. "Divine talisman, I command you to summon the divine lightning." The yellow talisman paper flew into the sky and sank into the layer of clouds. In the next moment, a mass of golden lightning streaked across the horizon and headed toward the master of the island. Every streak of lightning carried great destructive power. Some of the natives that didn't have too much courage squatted down in fear and held their heads with their hands. Was that lightning? The master of the island could unexpectedly summon lightning as well. Heavens, was he an immortal? But what was the master of the island planning to do? Summoning lightning and striking himself? Wasn't this a bit over the top? Just as the natives were in confusion, the master of the island raised his hand. Afterward, he started to move his arms and punch toward the lightning he had summoned, shattering it to pieces and dispersing it. You heard it right, he literally shattered the lightning to pieces. Earlier, the natives felt that their knees had gone soft, but after witnessing this scene, they just couldn't bear it anymore and directly knelt on the ground. After the master of the island shattered to pieces all the streaks of lightning that filled the sky, he turned his head toward the natives and said in a grave tone, "Why are the lot of you gathered here? Have you already finished your homework?" The natives looked at each other and didn't know how to reply to this question. But right at this time, the tall and big native had a clever idea and immediately replied, "Master of the island, we heard a huge explosion just now. Therefore, we came over to take a look out of curiosity." While he was at it, he didn't forget to do some bootlicking as well. The level the technique of the master of the island has reached is absolutely outstanding, unparalleled in the world. Heh! Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman faintly smiled and said, "Right, earlier, I heard someone shout that they wanted to rebel against a cruel demon." "What was that about?" "Cruel demon? What's that?" "We don't know anything about this matter," the tall and big native said with a serious expression on his face. "You guys don't know anything about it? In that case, I must have misheard since there was a lot of noise while I was practicing." Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman calmly nodded his head. All the natives immediately heaved a huge sigh of relief. It would be absolutely great if they could get away with it without receiving any punishment. But right at this time, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman also asked, "Right, I taught you the Book of Odes today. Do you remember the content? The Book of Odes has quite a number of rare Chinese characters. Therefore, I was wondering whether you guys had some problems while studying it." The tall and big native patted his chest and said, "Absolutely no problems. None whatsoever. We really liked studying the Book of Odes." The natives in the rear also said after him, "The sentences in the Book of Odes are exquisite." Chirp! Chirp! Cry the fish hawks on an islet in the river. A mild-mannered good girl, a fine match for the gentleman. How exquisite! Today, we discussed this topic all along. We are hoping for the master of the island to teach us more about the Book of Odes. Yes, that's it. We like stuff like the Book of Odes the most. I really wish I could study the Book of Odes all day long. The natives talked all at once and patted their chests, expressing their love and appreciation for the Book of Odes. They even strongly demanded the master of the island to teach them more about the book. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman silently nodded and said, "I didn't think you would like the Book of Odes so much." After pausing for a moment, he made up his mind and added, "Such being the case, we'll slowly complete the study of the Book of Odes in the next days." The natives really wanted to cry tears of blood. However, they still forced themselves to look cheerful. But right at this time, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman decided to throw some more salt on their wounds. "Actually, I was preparing to say goodbye to you guys this evening. After all, my original wish was to have you guys become literate and capable of reading and writing. Since my duty was complete, I was planning to stop your lessons after briefly introducing you to the Book of Odes. I had even prepared a sumptuous banquet for our last day together. But since you guys like the Book of Odes so much, I decided to stay until I completely teach you the book. Ladies and gentlemen, let's spend some more happy time together." All the natives were dumbfounded. Sob, sob, sob tilde next, all the natives started to cry, looking especially aggrieved. Senior Seven Lives Talisman evilly smiled and said, "Heh, look at how moved you are. Very well, I'll do my best to teach you the Book of Odes in that case. But you need to mentally prepare yourselves because I'll be even stricter." Sob, sob, sob tilde the natives felt like crying until losing consciousness. If they hadn't come out this evening to seek death, the demon would have quietly left the island on his own. At this time, they felt like crying their hearts out. They were so sad that their tears flowed down like the Niagara Falls. Senior Seven Lives Talisman continued, "Good, good. It's late already, you should go back and take a rest. Right, finish your homework a bit earlier and be in the class tomorrow at 5 a.m. Since my time is not much, we have to finish studying the Book of Odes within half a month. Thereupon, you will come to class a bit earlier, return home a little later, and have a bit more of homework to do at home. We'll finish studying the Book of Odes in no time. Sob, sob, sob. Several natives hugged a big tree and cried rivers. Several others bumped their heads against big trees, wishing they could pass out. Life is truly wonderful. Senior 7 Lives Talisman sighed with emotion. While he was at it, he would use that half a month to grind the blood god crystal into blood ink used for talismans. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. With great difficulty, the crying and suffering natives dispersed one after another and went to do their homework with faces full of tears. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman took off his gymnastics clothing and wore his black windbreaker once more. Those guys are too naive. To think they wanted to revolt against me. In the next half a month, I'll let them have a taste of China's currently most popular and hellish cramming method. I'll make you study the Book of Odes until you get nausea. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said as he coolly put on his sunglasses. After saying this much, he turned around and prepared to return to his house. But right at this time, a fissure formed in the space next to him, getting bigger and bigger. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's face froze. Then, he immediately squeezed between his fingers his crystal finger ring while attentively looking at the space fissure. In the next moment, a man wearing a scholarly robe stepped out of the crack in the space. The man looked cultured and elegant. However, both his eyes were red and full of anger and hatred. Painful, painful, painful. How come the wound isn't healed yet? It's there even if I advanced until reaching the high rank with much difficulty. The face of the scholarly man twitched in pain after he came out of the space fissure. This was the same powerful expert that had forcefully borrowed Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Song Shuhang's secret appraisal technique was the cause of the wounds on his back. They disregarded any form of defense and evasion. In addition, the pain they caused was amplified by 1000%. There was no way to heal them, one could only grit their teeth and endure. Little friend Shuhang? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman blurted out in surprise as soon as he saw the person that had suddenly appeared. The scholarly man gritted his teeth and replied, "Heh. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist, but you must have mistaken me for someone else." "Excuse me, senior. It's just that your appearance is very similar to a fellow Daoist I know." "Oh, about that. Perhaps you didn't get the wrong person, then. This time, I forcefully borrowed the ghost spirit of a fellow Daoist. Perhaps the ghost spirit I borrowed belongs to that fellow Daoist known as a little friend Shuhang. Anyway, I'll have to trouble you to tell something to fellow Daoist Shuhang when you have the time. Although I borrowed his ghost spirit, I'll return it after some time. At that time, I'll also give him a reward that would satisfy him for sure." The scholarly man faced Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman and cupped his hands. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Is it possible to forcefully borrow a ghost spirit? Afterward, the scholarly man took out a map and inquired, "Another thing, fellow Daoist. Did you see another scholar almost dressed like me in the East China Sea area? And if you saw him, was that guy in a confusional state? According to what I was able to sense, he should be roaming around in the East China Sea. I'm sorry, but I didn't see him." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman shook his head. Then, he kindly reminded, "In addition, we are in the Pacific Ocean here, senior." The scholarly man looked at the location of the Pacific Ocean on the map and was somewhat speechless. "In that case, fellow Daoist, I'll take my leave. My time is not much, I need to find that guy as soon as possible." "Let us bid farewell," the scholarly man said with a forced smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and tore the space apart, disappearing into the crack. Before leaving, he turned around his head and said to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, "Right, remember to tell that fellow Daoist that even if I borrow something, I always return it. I'm someone with a good reputation. He doesn't need to worry." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was speechless. He had just met a 9th stage tribulation transcender that could rip even space apart. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman gently touched the crystal ring on his finger. Even if he had this crystal ring that could allow him to teleport away, he wasn't sure if he could escape from the hands of a ninth-stage tribulation transcender. While facing such a powerful existence, he was so scared that he unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. After heaving a sigh, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman tried to calm himself. But before he could regain his composure, another space fissure opened next to him. This fissure was even bigger than the previous one. At the same time, several tentacles came out of the space fissure. Again? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman attentively stared at the space gate. In the next moment, a huge luminous jellyfish came out of it. After coming out of the space gate, the jellyfish looked all around and asked Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, "Oh, fellow Daoist, hello. Did you see a man dressed up as a scholar just now?" Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman replied, "If we are talking about the same senior, he headed toward the East China Sea." "Thank you." The luminous jellyfish faintly smiled and also added, "Right, do you know a certain fellow Daoist named Song Shuhang?" "Yes," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, nodding. "Was this person also related to little friend Shuhang?" No wonder, no wonder. I saw several talismans in his size-reducing purse that had your aura on them. Those talismans were pretty good." "You are a talisman master with great creativity," the luminous jellyfish said. "Thank you for your praise, Senior," Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said excitedly. "Anyway, let us say goodbye. I need to chase after that guy." The luminous jellyfish spread her tentacles and tore the space, creating a fissure and sneaking inside. After she was gone, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman heaved another huge sigh of relief. Meeting two legendary tribulation transcenders at once made him feel incredible pressure. Although the two tribulation transcenders had done their best to suppress their aura, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman still felt as though he was unable to breathe while facing them. After all, both of them were strong enough to kill him with just a finger. Is this retribution? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman thought to himself as he forced a smile. He had just finished scaring the natives when two tribulation transcenders appeared and scared him in return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, 7, I'm going to kill that baboon. Chapter 591, 7, I'm going to kill that baboon. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After those two ninth-stage tribulation transcenders left, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman finally returned to his house. Then, he prepared to go in the 9 Provinces #1 group and see whether or not Song Shuhang was online. If he was online, he would tell him about the matter related to those two tribulation transcenders. However, little friend Shuhang was currently in space. Did he even have the possibility to get online? In the 9 Provinces #1 group, the group chat had been incredibly lively as of late. All the people in the group had a common topic to chat about. The weapons of many fellow Taoists were already itching to get into action and go to Medicine Master's place to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Copper Trigram. All the fellow Taoists wanted to know whom had Copper Trigram disguised as during the past several hundred years with his damnable for disguising techniques to cheat other people with his divinations. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator wrote in the group, at Su Clan 7, fellow Daoist 7, I've heard that you are already headed toward Brother Medicine Master's place to meet fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, is that correct? That's correct. I already wanted to go to Medicine Master's place to get some special raw medicinal materials. Therefore, I decided to conveniently take a look at fellow Daoist Copper Trigram while I was at it. However, something unexpected happened while I was on my way there. He. Su Clan 7 popped out and sent an evil smile. Northern River's loose cultivator, what happened? Just as I was on my way there, I saw a baboon trying to pass off as Su Clan 7 happily loitering around. He. At this time, I'm chasing after that baboon. If I don't chop that monkey to pieces today, my surname is not Su. Anyway, let's have this discussion later since I'm currently busy. I'll bring that damnable baboon to fellow Daoist Medicine Master's place and gift it to him. After writing this much, Suclan 7 returned in lurking mode. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Dharma King Creation, speaking of baboons. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, yeah, this must be Brother Thrice Reckless doing. Fairy Dongfang 6, Kamikaze Driver. Are we talking about the baboon form that fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless used as a camouflage back then on the grievance settling platform?
Did he get addicted to it afterward?
Northern River's Loose Cultivator, given Thrice Reckless disposition, he probably thought, whoa. This baboon form is rather good, and I simply can't stop using it after trying it once. Then, after turning into a baboon, he must have gone around shouting something like, I'm Suclan 7. I ask everyone to keep my looks in mind. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, no wonder fellow Daoi 7 was so upset. Anyone witnessing such a scene would go mad. Anyway, Little 6, there is an extra part in your nickname.
Did you add it there yourself?
Fairy Dongfang 6, Kamikaze Driver. Which extra part? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Kamikaze Driver? Fairy Dongfang 6, Kamikaze Driver. Ah? I didn't add anything. Damn it, who added that extra part? Come out! Look how I run over your face with my car. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Aside from the user itself, only True Monarch Yellow Mountain and the other administrators of the group can change nicknames. However, all the administrators are powerful seniors of noble character and high prestige. They shouldn't be bored to the point of playing silly pranks such as this. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, and the founder of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, isn't this bored, either. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, True Monarch Yellow Mountain surely wouldn't do something of the sort. However, there is Doodoo with him. Who knows, perhaps Doodoo was able to get his hands on True Monarch Yellow Mountain's account? Dharma King Creation, I dare to bet that it was definitely Doodoo's doing. Fairy Firefly, Doodoo +1. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yang Xian, Doodoo +2. Island Master Tian Chenkong, Doodoo +3. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, Doodoo +4. Fairy Dongfang 6, damn it, I'll remember about this. At this time, in True Monarch Yellow Mountain's immortal cave, Doodoo, who was preparing to stealthily run away from home, suddenly felt uneasy. He felt as though he could get into a car crash at any time. Weird, what did I do recently? Wait a moment, I didn't do anything wrong recently and behaved very well. Whatever, I should run into space first and think about this matter later. It will be over if stupid Yellow Mountain manages to marry me to a man. Doodoo used his paw to rub his nose and quietly continued with his great escape. He, Doodoo, a monster dog of the 4th stage, would absolutely not marry a man. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Right at this time, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman also got online. Now then, was little friend Shu Hang online recently? Fairy Lychee, didn't Fairy Firefly send little friend Shu Hang to space? I heard that he was going to stay in space for 1 month. Right, from what I remember, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said that he wanted to bring little friend Shu Hang to explore an ancient grave. At Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. However, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wasn't online and couldn't reply. Fairy Lychee, it seems that Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is offline. Anyway, 7 Lives Talisman, why are you looking for little friend Shu Hang? Nothing important. I just asked thoughtlessly. On the other hand, was there any news of Venerable White Squad after they entered the ancient ruins? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman asked. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, they are still inside the ruins. This time, they didn't come out due to Senior White suddenly stumbling and wiping out the entire team. They probably reaped many benefits in there. Fairy Lychee, I really envy them. Had I known earlier, I would have also participated in a hand-guided tractor competition. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Fairy Lychee, you don't need to worry. There is still the next session of the hand-guided tractor competition. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, ahaha. I've heard that Venerable White will participate as a contestant in the next session.
I'm afraid that the competition will be especially deadly. All the fellow Taoists immediately thought of a fearsome scene. During the hand-guided tractor competition, Venerable White's luck allowed him to bump into all the lucky traps, making him advance by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, the other contestants had only bad luck. Meteors falling from the sky, lava erupting from flat land, earth giving way, and so on awaited them. Just the thought was scary enough. Northern River's loose cultivator, who will be in charge of preparing the next hand-guided tractor competition? We must remind that fellow Days to get life insurance for all the participants before the start of the competition. Dharma King Creation sighed with emotion and said, "What fellow Daoist Northern River said is indeed reasonable." Just as the various seniors were discussing the next session of the hand-guided tractor competition, little friend Song Shuhang quietly got online. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Late at night. Inside a remote mountain forest in China. Song Shuhang's form suddenly materialized mid-air and fell into the forest. What the hell happened? Teleporting to a different place can actually make one feel dizzy and nauseous? Song Shuhang used a tree as support and started to retch. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the forest. From the looks of it, it seemed like a tropical rainforest. This time, he returned to Earth alone. Li Yinju and Chu Chu didn't come back with him. Li Yinyu had to stay in the upper city of the Time City so that he could gain as much time as possible before her disease flared up again. Song Shuhang had to spend a lot of time to convince her to stay there. As for Chu Chu, she decided to stay in the crystal clear water pavilion to take care of Li Yinju. Finally, Pavilion Master Chu personally sent Song Shuhang back to Earth. However, Shuhang hadn't expected that Pavilion Master Chu's long-distance teleporting technique would make him feel as though he was going to die. After he was done retching, Shuhang took a deep breath. In the next moment, his body felt incredibly relaxed. The reason was that the gravity in the crystal-clear water pavilion was around 3 times higher than on Earth. Now then, where am I right now? Song Shuhang looked all around. He hadn't been teleported to a foreign country, right? Well, whatever. He was already lucky enough to have managed to return to Earth. He took out his mobile phone and swiped on the screen. Now that he was back on Earth, the mobile phone that Venerable White had magically modified back then could finally connect to the internet. In the next moment, the phone automatically updated date and time. August 6, 2019. 10:25 p.m., Tuesday. Next, he opened the map and looked at his current position. China, southern China area. Luckily, he had been sent back to China. In addition, he didn't end up in a desert or a similar place. The only problem was that there was some distance between his current position and Wenju City. Shuhang wasn't willing to use the flying dragon puppet. Although the puppet was very fast, the number of spirit stones it consumed was also very high. I should try to find a way to get in contact with the ghost spirit. However, Song Shuhang didn't have the slightest clue as to how to look for the ghost spirit. That powerful expert had blocked the connection between him and the ghost spirit. Therefore, he couldn't get any information aside from the few ones through the contract. Should I look for Senior Copper Trigram and ask him to perform a divination for me? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Although he was known as a shady fortune teller, Senior Copper Trigram was a rather incredible fortune teller from a certain point of view. One just had to take into consideration the opposite of the outcome of his divination to get a highly accurate result. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, he got a notification from the 9 Provinces #1 group. Someone in the group had mentioned him. Thereupon, Song Shuhang got into the group and discovered that Senior 7 Lives Talisman was looking for him. At Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Senior, were you looking for me? Song Shuhang asked. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the 9 Provinces #1 group. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, eh? Little friend Song Shuhang managed to get online? I'm already back on Earth, Song Shuhang replied. As soon as Song Shuhang sent this message, Fairy Firefly quickly popped out and asked, What? You have already returned to Earth?
But you stayed there only for a few days, and there is still a long way to go before reaching the 30 days limit.
Does it mean that I wasn't able to properly send you up there?
That's not the case, Fairy Firefly. I returned on my own initiative, Song Shuhang explained. Fairy Firefly, that won't do.
Where are you now?
I'll immediately send you back to space. Song Shuhang. Wait for me. I've locked your position.
Don't get too far, all right?
Fairy Firefly also added. You don't need to worry. Song Shuhang quickly said. Fairy, have mercy. Actually, I've already fulfilled the condition Senior White set back then. I've already stayed in space for more than 30 days, and the rune of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique that Senior White gave him also activated. Fairy Firefly was confused. What? After reading up to this point, Northern River's loose cultivator's eyes lit up. Shuhang, is it possible that you chanced upon a secret realm related to time? It was truly fortunate. If a cultivator could come in contact with powers such as time and space the head of time, it would be really helpful for them in the future. Senior Northern River is really amazing. You immediately guessed the correct answer, Song Shuhang exclaimed in amazement. Fairy Firefly sent a pondering emoji. But after a short time, she wrote, that won't do, either. I find all of this rather inappropriate. I promised Senior White that I would send you to space for 1 month, and that month has to be calculated with normal time. Counting the time passed in the secret realm is no different than cheating. Such being the case, wait for me. I'll send you to space 1 more time to make up for the days that are still left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Yu Jiaojiao, Shuhang, I've caught the author. Chapter 592, Yu Jiaojiao, Shuhang, I've caught the author. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. No, Fairy Firefly, stop. I still have many important things to take care of. Moreover, I've stayed in space for more than 30 days already. How is that considered cheating? Otherwise, you can contact Senior White and ask him if the days I've passed in space count or not. Song Shuhang didn't have the time to type and directly sent a voice message. However, before Song Shuhang could even send the message in the group, Fairy Firefly's profile picture grayed out. She had gone offline. From the looks of it, she had locked onto Song Shuhang's approximate position through his IP address and was heading in his direction at high speed. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately started to tear up. The Fairy Firefly I knew wasn't such an unreasonable person. After all, he found that the red-skirted Fairy Firefly was someone very easy to chat with the first time they met. Back then, she even asked Shuhang at which time he would like to go to space. Then, she even provided a place where Song Shuhang could temporarily keep his spirit rice. In Song Shuhang's mind, Fairy Firefly was a sincere and generous beautiful woman in a red skirt. But he hadn't expected that Fairy Firefly was the scary type of person that would spend a lot of unnecessary energy on trivial matters. Thereupon, Song Shuhang took out the silver dragon puppet and left the place as soon as possible. Hopefully, he would be already far away by the time Fairy Firefly arrived there. At the same time, he set his profile invisible and started lurking silently. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The silver dragon puppet danced in the air. Song Shuhang used the private message feature and contacted Senior 7 Lives Talisman. Senior, were you looking for me earlier? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Shuhang, did something happen to your ghost spirit? Eh? Senior, how do you know? Song Shuhang was surprised. Then, he also wrote, yes, my ghost spirit was forcefully borrowed by another person. As expected, it was your ghost spirit. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman forced a smile and wrote, earlier, I got to meet that powerful expert that borrowed your ghost spirit. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up as he said, Senior, can you tell me where you saw him? I met him on that small island in the Pacific Ocean where the natives live.
However, that powerful expert headed toward the East China Sea next, or so he said. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said. He felt that senior was someone with no sense of direction. He actually ended up in the Pacific Ocean while looking for the East China Sea. Therefore, would he really be able to successfully reach the East China Sea now that he was headed there? Thank you, Senior Seven Lives Talisman, Song Shuhang said gratefully. Again the East China Sea. The last time he was in the East China Sea, he chanced upon the mysterious island and lost a good chunk of his memories. Then, he somehow recovered bits and pieces, but even up until now, he had yet to recover his memories completely. Aside from him, Senior Northern River, Senior Thrice Reckless, and Senior Ancient Lake Temple suffered the same fate. Actually, the lot of them were in an even worse condition. Up until now, they showed no sign of recovering their memories. Senior Medicine Master was still trying to research a method to allow them to recover their memories with all his might. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. The East China Sea is so big, how can I exactly find the person that borrowed my ghost spirit? It's literally like fishing for a needle in the ocean. No, I mustn't be so pessimistic. If he were to look at things from another perspective, he had obtained some info about the ghost spirit and successfully narrowed down the search area to the East China Sea. He didn't need to look for the ghost spirit all over the world. Song Shuhang had greatly benefited from this trip to space. Amongst the benefits he obtained was his new capacity to look at things from a different perspective, which was of great aid. At this time, Senior Seven Lives Talisman sent another message. Shuhang, do you also know a senior that has the appearance of a luminous jellyfish? A luminous jellyfish? Song Shuhang's complexion immediately became white. Perhaps I've seen her. But we don't know each other well. Whenever Song Shuhang recalled the scene of the luminous jellyfish hanging him upside down and beating him, he couldn't help but feel awful. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman, the luminous jellyfish-like senior was apparently chasing after your ghost spirit. Eh? The luminous jellyfish left the Time City of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion? Thank you, Senior Seven Lives Talisman. This information you provided was really useful, Song Shuhang said gratefully. It was an important clue that he could use to find his ghost spirit. In addition, that powerful expert that borrowed your ghost spirit said that he would return it and give you a reward as well. I've heard that he is someone with a good reputation and high prestige, Senior Seven Lives Talisman said. Can boarding the bus without a ticket and buying one only after getting caught be regarded as prestigious? Little friend Shuhang, I wonder if you want to go to the East China Sea to look for the person that's borrowed your ghost spirit? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked at this time. Song Shuhang replied, yes, Senior. At the very least, I would like to know what that expert wants to do after borrowing my ghost spirit. Of course, I won't overexert myself. If there is any danger, I'll immediately get out of there. In that case, you can try to contact fellow Daoist True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's family. The East China Sea is under the control of his family, and if there is the slightest sign of trouble in the East China Sea, they would immediately get wind of it. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Yu Jiajiao was a member of True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's family. Thereupon, he happily said, thanks for the reminder, Senior Seven Lives Talisman. Such being the case, I'll contact Yu Jiajiao. After finishing his conversation with Senior Seven Lives Talisman, Song Shuhang quickly looked for Yu Jiajiao's account and sent her a private message. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Jiajiao, where are you right now? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. China, Jiangnan area. Inside a luxurious villa. At this time, the palm-sized Yu Jiajiao was lying in bed and fiddling with the tablet with her small claws. Today, she had managed to squeeze 20,000 characters out of the author named Jiao Mumu and was happily reading the content he had produced. She had been particularly happy for the past several days. Therefore, she was planning to be merciful and allow that holy paladin Sky to get out of the small black room for half a day. Just as she was in deep thoughts, she received a notification from the instant messaging program. It was a message from Song Shuhang. Eh? Shuhang, are you back from space? Yu Jiajiao quickly wrote. Right, did you look at the message I sent you the last time? It's a long story, and yes, I just returned to Earth. Anyway, which message did you send me? Song Shuhang looked at the chat logs and didn't see any message from Yu Jiajiao. Thereupon, Yu Jiajiao sent Song Shuhang the same message from the day before yesterday. Shuhang, what kind of plot do you want for the movie? Magical realism? Wuxia? Xinxia? Science fiction? Then, she also added, Shuhang, there is another good news. I managed to find that author that writes interesting stories. I've kidnapped him and closed him inside a small black room, making him write 20,000 or 30,000 characters every day. Reading so much content makes me truly happy. Recently, I've been thinking of kidnapping my favorite mangaka as well, closing them inside a small black room to make them draw faster. Song Shuhang. The poor author was kidnapped and closed inside a small black room, forced to write from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day. This kind of experience was surely going to toughen him up, as well as move him to tears. Song Shuhang could only observe a 5-second silence for this anonymous author. Once he was done writing the plot of the movie, he would quietly give the author some money to compensate him. After all, I can only do this much for that poor soul. In the next moment, Song Shuhang wrote, as for the genre of the story, since it has to be broadcast on New Year, it's better to choose a happy plot. However, we cannot waste the talent of our actors, either. After all, many seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group want to participate in the movie. Since all the seniors are powerful experts, if we shoot a fighting scene, it's bound to be amazing. In that case, I think it's better to go with a xinxia or fantasy genre. What you said seems reasonable, Yu Jiajia replied. Right, I also need to show those vehicle registration certificates somewhere. Therefore, it's better to use either a modern or futuristic setting, Song Shuhang said. After all, the main reason he had to shoot this movie was that set of vehicle registration certificates. Therefore, he had to make use of them somewhere in the story in order to satisfy Papa Song. Modern setting seems boring. Let's use a futuristic one. Science fiction plus xinxia or science fiction plus fantasy, they both seem rather exciting, Yu Jiajiao said happily. It doesn't really matter whether it's exciting or not. The only objective is to have fun. Ah, yes. There will be several characters making their appearance in the movie. There will be the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group, as well as their friends. We have to satisfy everyone's requests as far as possible, Song Shuhang said. If there are so many characters appearing, the movie will go downhill. Yu Jiajiao said. Of course, it wouldn't be the case if the characters died as soon as they appeared or as soon as their profile was shown. It's fine. After all, we don't want to show it to others. We want to shoot the movie to amuse ourselves, and we can shoot it the way we like. Then, after we are done with the shooting, we can play it at home. It should be rather interesting, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Yu Jiajiao nodded and wrote, what you said is reasonable. Right, Senior White must be the main character. Senior White is really looking forward to this movie. Then, Song Shuhang also added, this point is very important. If Senior White isn't happy, the consequences might be unimaginable. Sure, Yu Jiajiao said. Afterward, she wrote another sentence, male protagonist or female protagonist? Obviously male protagonist. If Senior White ends up with a female role, I'll be killed on the spot. Song Shuhang immediately said. However, the last time, when he and Soft Feather were seeking death together and took pictures of Venerable White with all different kinds of twin tails, the resulting pictures were truly outstanding, to the point that they triggered an avatar-changing storm in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Actually, given Senior White's looks, it wouldn't be a problem if he were to perform the role of the female protagonist. Bad, bad, bad. Song Shuhang quickly got these scary thoughts out of his head. As the saying went, if you didn't seek death, you wouldn't die. Just a moment ago, he saw in the 9 Provinces #1 group that Senior 7 was chasing after the baboon version thrice reckless to kill him. He, Song Shuhang, didn't want to become the third death-seeking baboon of the group. I understand. Senior White will be the male protagonist of the movie. Yu Jiajiao noted it down. However, I feel that it's truly regrettable to let Senior White perform the role of the male protagonist. Perhaps we can make it so that the male protagonist has the hobby to wear female clothing? Don't seek death. Jiajiao, you had joined the group only a few days ago. You have to try your best not to catch the thrice reckless disease, Song Shuhang quickly said. Yu Jiajiao asked, the thrice reckless disease? What's that? The full name of the disease is Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Sabers. If you don't seek death, you won't die a disease. You should be clear of its meaning, Song Shuhang said. Yu Jiajiao. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, hold on. We have been chatting for a while, and I almost forgot about an important matter. Yu Jiajiao, where are you now? I need to meet you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Gao Mumu, Good Brothers Should Share Joys and Sorrows. Chapter 593, Gao Mumu, Good Brothers Should Share Joys and Sorrows. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Since he was too absorbed in chatting with Yu Jiajiao about the movie, Song Shuhang almost forgot about an important matter. He was looking for Jiajiao because he needed her help to gather info about matters that had recently happened in the East China Sea. It was his only hope of finding the traces of that powerful expert that had borrowed his ghost spirit. Yu Jiajiao replied, I'm in the Jiangnan area. I'll immediately head toward your position. Song Shuhang typed swiftly. Afterward, he tightly hugged the neck of the silver dragon puppet, firmly attaching himself to its back. Head toward the Jiangnan area at maximum speed. The silver dragon flapped its wings and flew high up, sprinting forward with all its might. The spirit stones inside its body were also quickly consumed. Song Shuhang's complexion turned somewhat pale. Although he had just returned from a space trip, his acrophobia wasn't showing any sign of improving. Now then, should he actually add a railing to the silver dragon puppet? With that, he would feel much more secure. Wait a moment, I forgot to ask Yu Jiajiao her exact address. From the looks of it, he would have to wait until arriving in the Jiangnan area before asking. It was rather troublesome to send a message now that the silver dragon puppet was going at full speed. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, in a luxurious villa in the Jiangnan area. To be more precise, inside that small black room that Yu Jiajiao mentioned some time ago. Although it was called small black room, the room was very big, and one could adjust the brightness inside as they pleased. In the corner of the room was a huge desk with a high-quality, adjustable office chair. Gao Mumu was currently leaning against the huge chair. The chair had a body massage feature that made him feel very comfortable as he was shaking all over. Next to him was a magnificent double bed. At this time, his girlfriend Yari was lying there and soundly sleeping. Yu Jiajiao was surely all-resourceful. That day, just as he was thinking of having a long lovey-dovey call with Yari to talk about their matters between lovers, Yari was suddenly brought over in the evening. Likewise, Yari's parents were also happily waving their hands at her while she was brought away, just as though they had been brainwashed. Afterward, Yari accompanied Gao Mumu and settled down in the small black room. But unlike Gao Mumu, she wasn't restricted in any way. She could stroll in the whole villa and leave at any time. Another chapter is finished. However, I still have to edit it. At this point, I'll consider it part of tomorrow's batch. Anyway, it's going to be midnight soon. Gao Mumu muttered to himself. He had already written 23,000 characters today. During the past several days, he had written from 20,000 to 30,000 every single day. He was writing at a speed that the old Gao Mumu wouldn't even have dared to dream about. Earlier, he could write 10,000 characters in one day at most, and he could write that many characters only if he were to hole himself up in the house for the whole day during holidays. In addition, his brain would feel like exploding if he were to try to write again after finishing his 10,000 characters, making him unable to think of a good plot. But now, he felt as though his mind was fresh all the time, and even after writing 30,000 characters, he felt rather energetic. At first, he was terrified. He thought that the girl named Yu Jiajiao, whom he had only seen through pictures or contacted through voice messages, and never seen in person up until now, had put a performance-enhancing drug in his meals. After all, only something like a performance-enhancing drug would make him feel full of energy even after writing characters for the whole day. But later, he discovered that there wasn't any side effect even though he was feeling energetic and clear-headed all day. What made him feel even more shocked was the state of his body. During the past several days, he had stayed in the small black room to write characters all day. Under normal circumstances, the condition of his body should have quickly deteriorated. But contrary to his expectations, the condition of his body had been absolutely perfect for the past days. Due to university courses, he didn't have the opportunity to exercise too much as of late. Therefore, his abs had slowly disappeared. But now, their outline was becoming clearer as the day passed. In addition, he felt his arms full of strength as well. Beyond that, he felt that harmful substances were expelled from his body every day, improving his condition even further to the point that even some of his internal injuries had disappeared. For example, his right shoulder would hurt from time to time due to him playing too many video games and writing chapters late at night during his high school days. After writing characters for a long time, his shoulder would inevitably start hurting. But when he woke up yesterday, Gao Mumu discovered that his aching right shoulder wasn't aching anymore. Therefore, Gao Mumu was sure that there was something wrong with the daily meals that Yu Jiajiao was giving him to eat. The problem was that he didn't know if the stuff she was putting in his meals had only good effects or bad ones too. Gao Mumu saved the chapter he had just written. Then, after pondering for a moment, he pressed the button on his desk that could allow him to contact Yu Jiajiao. Once he pressed the button, the lovely voice of a girl directly echoed beside his ears. "Mr. Gao, did you finish writing another chapter?" Although there wasn't any acoustic equipment in the surroundings, the voice of the opposite party was directly echoing in his ears. Of course, Gao Mumu would never be able to guess that it was simply the secret sound transmission technique. Gao Mumu shook his head and said, "It has yet to be edited. I'll count it as part of tomorrow's batch." "Sure, no problem. I've already read enough today." "I'm very satisfied," Yu Jiajiao said with a smile. "In that case, did you need something from me?" "Yes. I need to ask you something," Gao Mumu said. One would find it hard to believe that this girl with a lovely voice was a cruel and brutal reader that had gone as far as kidnapping him and locking him in a small black room. It was truly a scary and fixated fan. This fact alone was enough to give him a lot of pressure. Yu Jiajiao smiled and said, "Go ahead. You can speak without holding back." Gao Mumu said, "Question 1, for how long do you want to keep me closed in this place?" If possible, I would like to keep you here for a lifetime," Yu Jiajiao replied cutely. "I refuse," Gao Mumu said vehemently. He would rather die than stay in this room for his whole life. "I was just joking. Mr. Gao, the main reason I brought you here is that I wanted you to write a story for us, an interesting one. After that, we will use the story to shoot a movie," Yu Jiajiao said. Gao Mumu. F***CK. To put it plainly, you just wanted me to write the plot of a movie? If it was just this, you could have just made me sign a contract, and everything would have been fine. After all, it's not strange for web novels to be adapted into movies or TV series nowadays. Was it really necessary to kidnap me and lock me into a small black room, making him write chapters all day? But then, I thought, since I already have to bring him here to write the plot of the movie, why not conveniently force him to write chapters as well? I really like your novels. The only problem is that your release rate is simply too slow, and I can't get enough chapters that way. Now that you can write from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day, you can reluctantly satisfy me.
Actually, if you could write from 50,000 to 60,000 characters, it would be even better. It's really regrettable that you are not that fast. Yu Jiaoju also added. Jiao Mumu's eyes started to tear up. In the end, bringing him here to write the plot of the movie was just an excuse. Her real objective was to kidnap him and lock him inside this small black room to make him write chapters. Mr. Jiao, do you have anything else to ask me? Yu Jiaojiao said gently. Question 2. Did you add something to the food you give me to eat every day? Jiao Mumu asked. This question was of great importance. Although what they fed him didn't cause him any problem at the moment, and even healed his internal injuries, what if the bad effects showed up only after a long time? Wouldn't that be even more fearsome? You finally noticed this point. To be honest, I thought you would notice it earlier. Yu Jiaojiao seemed very interested in this topic and quickly started to explain. Anyway, it's nothing important or worth mentioning. What I added to your daily meals are the thigh-opening pill and the energizing medicinal liquid. These two things are powerful restoratives that can strengthen your hearing and eyesight, as well as allow you to stay in high spirits and full of vitality. These two medicinal prescriptions have been passed down since ancient times, and the raw materials used to produce them are very valuable. Therefore, you can be at ease, there won't be any after effect. In addition, I recently added to the stinky tofu you love eating a little bit of body tempering liquid. Fortunately, what you like to eat the most is that stinky tofu. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to conceal the smell of the body tempering liquid. Anyway, the body tempering liquid is a medicinal liquid that we Kul martial arts experts take when practicing. It can strengthen the constitution and remove certain internal injuries that have stayed behind after practice. Just like the other two, the body tempering liquid doesn't have any after effects either. However, since your constitution was rather weak, I had to dilute several times the body tempering liquid I gave you. Is there really no after effect? Jiao Mumu asked, still worried. Absolutely none. You can completely believe me on this, Yu Jiaojiao said. Her voice seemed to contain a type of persuasive power. There was a strange power concealed inside her pleasant voice. It was a power belonging to monster fishes that Jiaojiao had inherited from her mother. After all, the singing of a mermaid had the power to bewitch others. When she spoke earlier and assured Jiao Mumu, Yu Jiaojiao's voice had a certain charming power concealed within. She herself was unaware of this matter. Jiao Mumu nodded and said, I understand. For some reason, he immediately believed Yu Jiaojiao's words when she made her pledge. Afterward, Jiao Mumu also asked, did you add those things in Yari's food too? Yes. I've done it to give Mr. Jiao face. It can be considered a health-improving gift, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. This type of health-improving gift was difficult to obtain even with a large sum of money. Should I thank you in that case? Then, Jiao Mumu also said, anyway, I have one last question. Yu Jiaojiao replied, Mr. Jiao, please, say. I wanted to ask you if I could make a few calls. I wanted to call over some friends so that they could accompany me and get locked inside the small black room together with me, Jiao Mumu said resolutely. Good brothers were meant to stick together through thick and thin, as well as to share joys and sorrows. Now that he had suddenly chanced upon these mysterious and excellent medicine, he decided to share them with his brothers. Tubo, Yangda, and Shuhang should also seize the opportunity to get a taste of these restoratives. Then, after they had gotten these good things, it should be fine for them to join him inside the small black room, right? It was only right to share difficulties too. Yu Jiaojiao nodded and said, fine. I'll allow you to contact your friends. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Soon after, two girls dressed up as maids entered the room and installed a fixed phone on Jiao Mumu's desk. After installing the phone, the two maidservants smiled and said goodbye to Jiao Mumu, withdrawing from the room. Jiao Mumu heaved a sigh and took out his mobile phone, looking for Song Shuhang's number. Reminder, his mobile phone had no signal while inside the small black room. Such being the case, he could neither go online nor make calls with his phone.
It wasn't that Yu Jiajiao was afraid that Jiao Mumu would get in contact with the outside world. It was to prevent Jiao Mumu from getting distracted due to surfing the internet too much. Jiao Mumu grabbed the fixed phone and dialed Song Shuhang's number. Soon after, Song Shuhang's voice was transmitted from the other end. "Hello, who is it?" "Shuhang, it's me, Jiao Mumu." Jiao Mumu said warmly. "Aha, it's you, Mumu. Shouldn't you be on holidays with your girlfriend at this time? Did you need something since you called me?" Song Shuhang said. Jiao Mumu heard the sound of strong wind coming from the other end. What was Song Shuhang doing at this time? "Shuhang, are you free right now? If you are free, we can have a get-together with our other friends," Jiao Mumu said. "Sure, no problem. However, I have an important matter I need to take care right now, but I should be able to get done with it quickly. When are we meeting, and at which place?" "I'll come over as soon as I can," Song Shuhang said straightforwardly. "I've already decided the place. I'll send you a message with the address later. If you have the time, you should directly go there after you are done taking care of that important matter. This time, our get-together will last for a few days." "My girlfriend Yari is also there," Jiao Mumu quickly replied. The reason he didn't give Song Shuhang the address yet was that he had never gotten out of the small black room since after he was kidnapped. Therefore, he had no idea of the address of the villa. Thereupon, Jiao Mumu pressed once more the button on his desk. The two maidservants that had installed the phone on his desk just now entered the room and asked, "Mr. Jiao, do you need something?" Jiao Mumu replied, "What's the full address of this villa?" "Jiangnan area, Honghe Town, Jiangran Street, number 105, one of the two maidservants replied. "Very well, I've noted it down." "Right, can you send a message for me? I would like to send the address of this place to my friend." After saying this much, Jiao Mumu gave Song Shuhang's phone number to the two maidservants. "Sure, Mr. Jiao. We'll immediately send the message." The two maidservants noted down Song Shuhang's phone number and withdrew from the small black room. Now then, what's the family background of this Miss Yu Jiajiao? She has maidservants even in this age and time, Jiao Mumu thought to himself. Afterward, he dialed Tubo's number and started a new round of hoodwinking. Even if he had to expose the fact that he was a web novel author, he would still drag his three roommates in the small black room together with him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Song Shuhang quickly arrived in the airspace of the Jiangnan area. The speed of the silver dragon puppet decreased and Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone, sending a message to Yu Jiajiao. "Jiajiao, what is the address of your current location?" Yu Jiajiao quickly replied, "Jiangnan area, Honghe Town, Jiangran Street, number 105. Come quickly. I'll introduce you to that author." Then, not even 2 seconds after Yu Jiajiao finished sending her message, Song Shuhang received another message. "Address, Jiangnan area, Honghe Town, Jiangran Street, number 105. Jiajiao is really careful. She especially sent the message a second time," Song Shuhang said with a faint smile. Thereupon, Song Shuhang opened the navigator on his phone and inserted the address Jiangnan area, Honghe Town, Jiangran Street, number 105 in the search bar. The silver dragon puppet flapped its wings and quickly headed toward Yu Jiajiao's villa. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 2 minutes later, the silver dragon puppet descended in the courtyard of Yu Jiajiao's villa while it remained invisible, preventing ordinary people from seeing it. Yu Jiajiao had been waiting there for a long time already. As soon as Song Shuhang landed, she lightly jumped and fell on his shoulder, saying, "Let's go. I'll bring you to meet that author." "Right, why were you looking for me? You can tell me while we head there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 594 F*CK, isn't that my good friend Jiao Mumu? Chapter 594 F*CK, isn't that my good friend Jiao Mumu? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Just as she jumped on Song Shuhang's shoulder, Yu Jiaojiao noticed that there was a pale layer of golden light covering his whole body, protecting him. Yu Jiaojiao blinked and said, "Heavens, the light of virtue is protecting your body?" Yu Jiaojiao was a half-blood dragon and half-monster existence. Therefore, she was very sensitive toward something like the light of virtue. After all, when the light of virtue protected one's body, demons and monsters couldn't approach them. However, Yu Jiaojiao didn't have any evil intention toward Song Shuhang. As such, the light of virtue didn't try to repel her when she jumped on his shoulder. Ahaha, about that, it's a long story, but recently, I learned that soul ferrying technique and coincidentally chanced upon several empty and pure souls of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank. After I ferried them to the afterworld, the light of virtue condensed and reached the level where it started to protect my body, Song Shuhang said. You chanced upon several souls of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank? And after you ferried them to the afterworld, the light of virtue directly started protecting your body. Isn't your luck a little bit too absurd? Yu Jiaojiao gave him a supercilious look and said, Shuhang, tell me honestly, are you Venerable White in disguise? Perhaps Venerable White thought of me that day and gave me his long-distance blessings. Song Shuhang replied. In addition, he didn't believe that his luck was that good recently. Actually, he felt that he had been rather miserable as of late. Whenever he carelessly triggered the secret appraisal technique, blood would spurt out of his body. When he was trying to learn the soul ferrying technique, he experienced what death looked like. As if that wasn't enough, someone forcefully borrowed his ghost spirit. Right, his first love died a long time ago, and she was later reborn as the offspring of a ghost spirit. Whenever Shuhang thought about the last part, his eyes would start tearing up because other people could now forcefully sign a contract with his first love. Yu Jiaojiao was in deep thoughts. Could Venerable White's blessings be really that effective? Should she beg him to give her a protective talisman or something of the sort? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Under Yu Jiaojiao's supervision, Shuhang headed toward the small black room where the author was locked. On the way there, Shuhang told Yu Jiaojiao about that powerful expert that forcefully borrowed his ghost spirit, as well as that the powerful expert was now headed toward the East China Sea. Yu Jiaojiao said, a ghost spirit can actually be borrowed? I've never heard of something like this happening. Once the ghost spirit had signed a contract with someone, it would become an extension of their body. Borrowing a ghost spirit was something akin to borrowing Song Shuhang's arm without cutting it off. Was something of the sort even possible? Song Shuhang forced a smile. Nevertheless, he obtained some benefits after the ghost spirit was borrowed. For example, his ghost spirit was now a rare high-rank ghost spirit. Once it was back, it would be a treasure that even a 7th stage venerable would find very valuable. I understand. I'll pay attention to the news coming from the East China Sea. As long as something strange happens, I'll immediately notify you, Yu Jiaojiao said as she patted her chest with her small claw. It was nothing but a slight effort for her. Thank you, Jiaojiao, Song Shuhang said. The East China Sea was very big, and it was impossible for him alone to keep an eye on it. Now, he only had to wait for Yu Jiaojiao's message. Hopefully, he would be able to find clues about his ghost spirit. You don't need to worry. From your description, that senior doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Moreover, given his strength, he doesn't need to lie about this matter. Since he promised to return your ghost spirit, he would surely return it, Yu Jiaojiao comforted. Let's hope so, Song Shuhang said. Let's put aside this worrisome matter for now and meet that author to ask him to write an interesting story for us, Yu Jiaojiao said happily. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On the way there, Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, Jiaojiao, where is that author from? Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile, precisely here, in the Jiangnan area. Therefore, I decided to arrange the small black room in the same area. Song Shuhang nodded. However, he couldn't help but unconsciously think about his friend Jiao Mumu. Jiao Mumu also lived in the Jiangnan area. Song Shuhang's 3 roommates, Gao Mumu, Tubo, and Yangda, all lived close to the Jiangnan area. For this reason, they were half-day students. They would live in the dorm from Monday to Friday and return home during the weekend. As soon as he thought of Gao Mumu, Song Shuhang remembered that Mumu was very excited and wanted to introduce him to an online friend named Yu Jiaojiao. Wait a moment. How come the more I think about it, the more I feel that there is something wrong with this situation? Jiaojiao, how did you find the author? Song Shuhang asked once again. Yu Jiaojiao smiled and said, it's a long story. A few days ago, I registered a new chat account and looked for the account of the author. It didn't take him long to add me. This turn of events sounded somewhat familiar. Song Shuhang asked again, Jiaojiao, what is the ID of your new account? It's precisely my real name, Yu Jiaojiao. I felt that my name was rather pleasant to hear, Yu Jiaojiao said. Song Shuhang. At this time, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Since the matter was brought up, Yu Jiaojiao enthusiastically continued with her explanation. Back then, I played the part of a charming and bashful girl and covertly obtained the address of the author after a short conversation. Right, while we were chatting, something interesting happened. The author told me he wanted to see my picture. Song Shuhang. The bad premonition he was having had gotten stronger, because this part seemed even more familiar. Song Shuhang asked, then, whose picture did you send to the author? Yu Jiaojiao surely couldn't have sent her own picture. After reaching the 5th stage, she would definitely turn into a beauty, but for now, she had the appearance of a half-fish and half-human. Of course, I sent him my own picture. He is an author I like, and I couldn't deceive him by sending him someone else's picture, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. But what I sent him was a picture I took with my mother when I was a toddler. Back then, I still had the appearance of a small axolotl, and my mother was holding me in her hand. Actually, my mother is quite a beauty. Therefore, the author didn't suffer a loss. Song Shuhang. Shuhang had started to panic. Could there really be such a big coincidence? By the way, Jiaojiao, does your father, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, know that you are sending pictures of your mother to complete strangers online? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When Song Shuhang landed in the courtyard earlier, it was already 11:58 p.m. Now, while he was chatting with Yu Jiaojiao, a new day had begun. August 7th, Wednesday, right after midnight. We've arrived. The author is in that room ahead, Yu Jiaojiao said while pointing at the small black room. The 2 maidservants standing at the entrance faintly glanced at Song Shuhang and stretched out their hands to push the door of the room open. Wait! Don't be in such a hurry to open the door. Song Shuhang called out. At this time, he was suspecting that the author inside the small black room was exactly his good friend Gao Mumu. If that was the case, how was he supposed to face his friend? Therefore, he had to prepare himself mentally. The best thing to do would be to glance inside the room from the crack in the door to see who the author was. However, Song Shuhang's voice was one step too late. The 2 maidservants were half-monsters of the 2nd stage realm, and the gentle strength they created as they stretched out their hands was enough to open the door. Their hands didn't even touch it. The door was slowly pushed open. Song Shuhang. Please, let it not be Gao Mumu. Please, let it not be Gao Mumu. Please, anyone but Gao Mumu. Shuhang, what are you doing? Yu Jiaojiao asked Song Shuhang in puzzlement. She felt that he was acting somewhat strange. But right at this time, the author sitting on the office chair in the small black room, and enjoying the chair massage, appeared before their eyes. After noticing that the door had been pushed open, the author raised his head. Song Shuhang's eyes met with the author's. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. The bright light illuminated the face of the author, whom Song Shuhang found very familiar. The author was somewhat handsome and wore a new pair of trendy eyeglasses. When he raised his head, his lenses refracted a weird light. It was guaranteed that these eyeglasses were of the same brand as the ones young Master Phoenix Slayer was wearing. There was no mistake. It was precisely his good friend Gao Mumu. But didn't Fool deny that he was a web novel author earlier? Such being the case, why the hell was he kidnapped by Yu Jiajiao and locked inside a small black room? However, this wasn't the main problem right now. The main problem was, how should he face Gao Mumu? Song Shuhang operated his brain at full speed. He could immediately apologize. Gao Mumu, this situation is super embarrassing. Actually, the whole thing is a big and wonderful misunderstanding. Yu Jiajiao is my friend, and since I wanted to shoot a movie, she decided to look for an author that could write an interesting plot. As a consequence, she kidnapped you and brought you here. Then, he could add a 300-character-long small essay as an apology. Alternatively, he could overawe him with a sudden show of force. F*ck Gao Mumu, you idiot, what are you doing here? He could feign ignorance, eh? Gao Mumu? Are you also here as a guest? What a coincidence! I also just arrived here as a guest. In the room, Gao Mumu likewise looked at the face of the guest that had come to visit him. Gao Mumu was also dumbfounded. Wasn't that his good friend Song Shuhang? F*ck, how come Shuhang arrived here so quickly? He told the two maidservants to send Shuhang the address of this place just a few minutes ago, and unexpectedly, Shuhang was already here. Did it mean that Shuhang just happened to be close by? The atmosphere became weird. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Old Gao. Song Shuhang braced himself and waved his hand at Gao Mumu. Heavens! Shuhang, you actually came here so quickly. I just told someone to send you the address of this place, and after a few minutes, you are already here. Gao Mumu sat up on the chair and beckoned with his hand. Shuhang, did you happen to be close to this place? He just told someone to send me the address of this place. Does it mean that the message I received while I was riding the silver dragon puppet was sent on Gao Mumu's behalf? Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. What kind of absurd coincidence was this? Don't stand there in the entrance, quickly come in. Right, let's speak in a low voice. Yai just went to sleep, and it's better not to wake her up, Gao Mumu said. After the reminder, Song Shuhang noticed the petite Yai lying on the nearby beautiful double bed, soundly sleeping. Song Shuhang. Shuhang felt that he had a sarcastic remark stuck in his throat, but didn't know how to spit it out. At this time, Yu Jiajiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang and the author actually knew each other? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, That day, I suddenly thought of shooting a movie. Chapter 595, That day, I suddenly thought of shooting a movie. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Yu Jiajiao said via secret sound transmission, Shuhang, do you know the author? Gao Mumu is a friend of mine, and also my roommate, Song Shuhang replied via secret sound transmission, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yu Jiajiao. Could there really be such a coincidence? There were more than 8 billion people in the whole world in 2019. And the web novel author she casually decided to kidnap just happened to be Song Shuhang's roommate and friend? Then, would the mangaka she was planning to kidnap next be Song Shuhang's great-aunt or something? Song Shuhang braced himself and entered the small black room. He casually pulled a chair and sat down in front of Gao Mumu. Then, he shot a glance at the extravagant office chair Gao Mumu was sitting on. From the looks of it, Gao Mumu seemed to be rather enjoying his life here. The two maidservants in the rear gently smiled and closed the door of the room. Gao Mumu poured Song Shuhang a drink and asked, Shuhang, you said you had an important matter to take care of on the phone. Have you already taken care of it? I found a way to solve the problem. Now, I just have to patiently wait for it to be solved. I don't have to worry about it anymore, Song Shuhang said with a smile. At the same time, his vision fell on Gao Mumu and the computer in front of him. he was looking for an opportunity to explain to Gao Mumu what was going on. After all, they were close friends, and he would feel bad if he were to keep deceiving him, especially since he was the main reason Yu Jiajiao had kidnapped him, locked him inside a small black room. "Since you came here so quickly, did you happen to be close by?" Gao Mumu asked about this matter. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "Yes, you can say this was the case." Gao Mumu looked at Shuhang strangely. He felt that the way Shuhang was acting today was somewhat different than usual. In addition, within this half a month they hadn't seen each other, Shuhang seemed to have gotten taller and stronger. Gao Mumu also added, "Earlier, I called Tubo and Yangda as well. Tubo said that he was at his grandfather's place and would come here only tomorrow at noon. As for Yangda, he said he wanted to spend the whole night finishing a small program. He will come here after he wakes up tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow, the four of us will be able to have a get-together and happily drink together." Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Good." He held the cup with a drink with both hands and took a sip. How should he explain the situation to Gao Mumu? If he were too direct, he might ruin their friendship. But if he were to speak in a roundabout way, he might cause an even bigger misunderstanding if he wasn't clear enough. Gao Mumu sat on the office chair and gently pushed his glasses up. As expected, there was something wrong with Shuhang. Since he had entered the room and seen him, he had been in a daze. In addition, was he really not curious as to why he was inside this villa? Under normal circumstances, Shuhang would have given him a warm hug right after entering the room. Then, he would have immediately asked him why he had held the meeting inside this villa. Gao Mumu crossed his arms and propped his chin up, looking at Song Shuhang through his lenses. For some reason, he felt as though Song Shuhang already knew everything, as though he already knew the reason he was inside the villa. After pondering for a moment, Gao Mumu said, "Shuhang, I need to tell you a secret." Song Shuhang raised his head and asked, "What secret?" "Actually, I concealed the truth from you the last time we were chatting. I'm a web novel author, and I've been writing web novels for many years now," Gao Mumu said. When he decided to call over Song Shuhang, Tubo, and Yangda as guests, he was clear that he couldn't keep this secret anymore. After all, from now on, he would have to write from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day to please Yu Jiajiao. Therefore, it was better to tell them about this matter directly. "I see." Song Shuhang slightly nodded. The topic of the conversation was finally going in that direction. Gao Mumu still had his arms crossed and was propping his chin up. Weirdly enough, Song Shuhang wasn't surprised in the slightest after hearing his secret. "Then, a few days ago, I told you that a very good-looking female reader added me, right? You should still remember her. After all, that Yu Jiajiao was an incredible beauty, and I even sent you her picture, planning to introduce her to you guys who were still single," Gao Mumu continued. "Yes, I remember." Song Shuhang nodded silently. He had a deep impression of this scene. Yu Jiajiao, who was sitting on Shuhang's shoulder, covered her face with her small claws. The current development was simply too bizarre. In particular, when she heard Gao Mumu narrate this matter, her embarrassment cancer suddenly flared up. Deeply aggrieved, Gao Mumu said, afterward, "That reader called Yu Jiajiao used some unknown methods to convince my parents and dragged me here to this place, locking me up in a small black room and forcing me to incessantly write every day. I was told to write at least from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't receive any meals." Song Shuhang. At this time, his whole face was frozen. He had no idea what kind of expression to face Gao Mumu with. But on the other hand, the meals here aren't bad. During each meal, I can easily eat 3 big bowls of rice. That rice tastes really good. Even without garnishing, I can eat 2 big bowls of it, Gao Mumu continued with his explanation. Of course, it was because that was spirit rice. Then, Gao Mumu said with a mysterious air, "In addition, something very special was added to the dishes. I've eaten these dishes for several days, and I've felt full of energy since then.
Beyond that, some internal injuries I had also disappeared. And from what I'm told, the raw materials used won't cause any complications in the future. I plan to wait until it's time to leave to ask Yu Jiajiao to give me the materials of the energizing medicinal liquid, body tempering liquid, and so on. Once I'm back, I'll have my family members try them as well. Due to Yu Jiajiao's words from earlier carrying a powerful persuasive power, Jiao Mumu now firmly believed in the efficacy of the energizing medicinal liquid and body tempering liquid. Jiao Mumu continued narrating his story. The nearby Song Shuhang could only keep nodding. After Jiao Mumu finished his story, Song Shuhang faintly sighed and asked, "Old Jiao, didn't you consider running away from this place? You were kidnapped and brought here to write chapters, right? You got locked inside a small black room, and as if that wasn't enough, you won't get to eat a meal unless you finish writing the required number of chapters first. Why did you have a happy expression on your face just now? And how can you eat 3 big bowls of rice during each meal given the situation you are in?" The way Jiao Mumu was acting was completely different than the usual him. One had to remember that Jiao Mumu was the most mature member in the dormitory and was usually the one to take care of Song Shuhang and the others. Running away from this place? Jiao Mumu, who still had his arms crossed, propping his chin up, was dumbfounded. F*CK. What he said makes sense. Why didn't I try to run away from this place? It was rather strange, but since he was kidnapped and locked inside the small black room, he had somehow accepted his fate, starting to write chapters in exchange for meals, even if Yu Jiajiao never tried to starve him. Anyway, why hadn't he considered running away from there? Even after he got the address of the place from the maidservant, he never considered running away, neither did he think of secretly using the address, telling Song Shuhang and the others to call for help and save him. Is it due to those delicious meals I'm getting every day? But I'm not a foodie. Jiao Mumu was in a dilemma. But right at this time, Yu Jiajiao gave Song Shuhang a supercilious look and said via secret sound transmission, "It's due to a mental suggestion." Since she had kidnapped Jiao Mumu and locked him inside a small black room, she had taken precautions and would not allow him to run away that easily. If she were to lock Jiao Mumu inside a real iron cage, it would put a lot of pressure on his mind. How could he happily write novels under such circumstances? Perhaps the only novel he would write at that time would be one about his tragic life inside the small black room. Such being the case, Yu Jiajiao used the mental suggestion trick. Since she was a half-mermaid, Yu Jiajiao was extremely skilled in such techniques. Since she used the mental suggestion, the thought of running away from this place never crossed Jiao Mumu's mind. He would happily eat, write chapters, sleep, and hand them over to Yu Jiajiao. Song Shuhang. As expected, having people such as immortals, superhumans, and aliens as readers was the scariest thing for an author. After all, one would have no idea as to the type of unreasonable trickery they would resort to speed up the release rate. Luckily, I'm not interested in writing novels or anything of the sort, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, after being in a dilemma for quite some time, Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "Shuhang, we'll come up with a plan to escape from this place tomorrow when Tubo and Younger are also here." Song Shuhang. Shuhang shot a glance at Yu Jiajiao, who was sitting on his shoulder. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea to discuss the plan to escape right in front of the kidnapper. No, wait. We can't escape immediately. I still wanted to let you guys have a taste of the meals here. Their effects are truly excellent. I've eaten here just for a few days and almost got a six-pack again. You don't even need to exercise to have a perfectly fit body. It's simply a dream. Jiao Mumu sighed with emotion. Song Shuhang. It seemed that Jiao Mumu had written so many chapters that he had gone crazy. But even if the meals here are pretty good, I still want to get out of this place. Therefore, Shuhang, I'll have to ask you to take a stroll around the villa tomorrow and see if you can find a good escape route. I'm sure that Miss Yu Jiajiao won't limit your movements in any way. You can exploit this point. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. If things kept going on like this,
and he didn't tell Jiao Mumu the truth immediately, the misunderstanding would keep getting bigger and bigger, just like a snowball rolling downward. If he were to tell him the truth too late, he might really ruin their friendship. Thereupon, Song Shuhang said, "Old Jiao, I also have a secret I need to tell you." "Let's hear it." Jiao Mumu crossed his arms and propped chin up, saying, "Since the moment you came here, it looked as though you were suffering from constipation. You surely had something on your mind. I've been waiting for a long time to hear this sentence of yours. In that case, let me say this first. Don't get angry after you hear what I have to say, all right?" Song Shuhang promptly warned Jiao Mumu. Jiao Mumu smiled and said in an exaggerated manner, "Shuhang, we are good friends. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure that our friendship can get through any storm." "I see. In that case, I'll start." Song Shuhang cleared his throat. "Now then, from where should I begin?" "All right, I'll start from when summer vacation just started. That day, I suddenly thought of shooting a movie." Although he wanted to tell Jiao Mumu that he was the main reason Yu Jiajiao had kidnapped him and locked him inside a small black room, one needed to be skillful while confessing. If he were to go to the point directly, he would give the opposite party too much pressure. Therefore, he had to slowly explain everything that had happened. "Shooting a movie?" The corner of Jiao Mumu's mouth twitched. "Yes. Of course, it's not that type of movie you might be thinking of. It was just a movie we wanted to shoot to have fun. Then, we would happily play it during New Year's celebrations," Song Shuhang continued. "Afterward, a friend of mine said that we would need a script as well if we wanted to shoot a movie. After all, the movie would still need to have a basic plot, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 596, Copper Trigram, Fairy Maiden, you sent into space the wrong person. 2 in 1. Chapter 596, Copper Trigram, Fairy Maiden, you sent into space the wrong person. 2 in 1. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang continued with his explanation in a gentle tone. "My initial plan was to shoot a small movie, and there wasn't really the need for a script. We could have shot it the way we preferred, and that was it, but after my friend brought up that matter about the plot, I felt that what she said was indeed reasonable. Afterward, that friend of mine offered herself to help me look for an author that could write the script for the movie, guaranteeing that she would find one that wrote very interesting stories. As a result, I agreed to her plan." After hearing up to this point, Jiao Mumu touched his face. The corner of his mouth had started to twitch already. "Then, a few days ago, I had to go to a very distant place due to personal reasons. Thereupon, I left the task to look for that author that wrote interesting stories to my trusted friend. I left everything in her hands and didn't pay attention to the matter anymore," Song Shuhang said. Jiao Mumu felt that his whole face had started to twist. "Ahaha, judging from your expression, you must have guessed it already, right? Anyway, your guess is correct. The name of my trusted friend is precisely Yu Jiajiao, and from a certain point of view, she is indeed a very lovely and cute girl," Song Shuhang said and gave Jiao Mumu the thumbs up. Yu Jiajiao's mother was a beautiful woman, and after Jiajiao advanced to the 5th stage realm and became capable of assuming human form, she wouldn't be inferior to her mother. If one looked at things from a future perspective, Jiajiao was indeed a beautiful and lovely girl. Jiao Mumu felt that he had gotten a sudden stomach ache as he said, "Then, is it possible that the super unlucky author that Miss Yu Jiajiao kidnapped and locked inside a small black room, ultimately forcing him to write from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day, and possibly starving him if he were to fail to reach that number, is called Jiao Mumu?" "Absolutely correct. You aren't a web novel author for nothing. Your insight is excellent." Song Shuhang tried to flatter Jiao Mumu a bit. Unfortunately, the flattery didn't work that well. "In other words, the reason I was locked inside this small black room, unable to sleep all night because I had to write chapters, is the movie you, Song Shuhang, decided to shoot on a whim?" Jiao Mumu said as he massaged his chest in the hope of calming his pulsating heart. Song Shuhang didn't deny and said, "You are correct. It's precisely like this." Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "Shuhang." "Yes?" Song Shuhang then reminded, "Mumu, we reached an agreement earlier, didn't we? Everything that happened was such a big coincidence. It's probably the god of fate playing tricks on us. I explained everything to you in details, without hiding anything. Therefore, you can't get angry, all right? Don't worry, Shuhang. The boat representing our friendship can withstand great storms and won't overturn after a simple quarrel." Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "But now, come over here." "What do you want to do?" Song Shuhang asked. "Come over here, I promise that I won't beat you too much," Jiao Mumu said as he clenched his fists. At this time, he had only one thing in mind, making Song Shuhang have a taste of the brutal iron fist of friendship. And he would make sure to make Shuhang feel a lot of pain. "Don't even think about it." Song Shuhang smiled and said, "In addition, the current you isn't my match. Don't think too highly of yourself just because you grew a little taller. Quickly come over and allow me to give you a taste of the iron fist of friendship." Jiao Mumu growled. "I didn't just grow taller, heh?" Song Shuhang said as he revealed a smile. Then, he lifted his clothes and revealed his sculpted body. Each and every muscle was well defined. Although his muscles weren't as big as bodybuilders, they were full of explosive power. As long as Song Shuhang slightly made an effort, all the muscles of his body would move accordingly, filled with incredible strength. F*CK? Jiao Mumu opened his eyes wide. Just what the hell was going on? Some time ago before the start of summer vacation, Song Shuhang still had a slight pot belly. But now, 3 months later, all the muscles of his body were well-defined and dazzling to the eye. Even if he had taken steroids, he wouldn't have been able to develop such muscles. He. Song Shuhang posed like a bodybuilder and said, "Did you see? As you can see from my muscles, my body is in top condition right now. The current you is unable to beat me up." Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "TSK. It doesn't matter. You aren't allowed to hit back. Let me beat you up a bit to release my anger." "Not even in your dreams." Song Shuhang smiled and said, "I'm not a masochist." "TSK. In that case, I'll have to leave a hole with your silhouette on the wall myself. Look at this move of mine. Shuhang, get wrecked." Jiao Mumu placed his hand on the desk and propped himself up, jumping high up and using a scissor kick against Song Shuhang. One had to remember that Jiao Mumu had trained before. But just when he was halfway through his jump, one of his legs ended up hitting the edge of the desk. After all, the desk and the office chair were part of one set and were both very big. Jiao Mumu lost his balance and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Song Shuhang. That must have hurt a lot. He squatted next to Jiao Mumu and asked, "Are you all right? Do you think I'm all right?" Jiao Mumu raised his head while covering his nose and bitterly said with teary eyes, "At first, I was just thinking of calling my dear friend here so that you could keep me company in this small black room. But you were the goddamn mastermind that made me end up in the small black room in the first place. Our friendship is over." Song Shuhang said with a smile, "Do you want to end our friendship just like that? Didn't you just say that the small boat representing our friendship could withstand big storms and whatnot? Can it really be all right if water is continuously leaking in? It will eventually sink if the water keeps leaking in." Jiao Mumu gave him a supercilious look. "Fine. Let it sink in that case," Song Shuhang said as he stretched out his hand, picking up Jiao Mumu from the ground. Jiao Mumu felt as though a burst of incredible strength that he had no way of revolting against had picked him up from the ground. The difference in strength between the two was just too much, to the point of being comparable to the difference between an infant and a grown-up adult. Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "What the hell? Shuhang, what did you eat lately that you became so strong?" Song Shuhang said gently,
I've indeed experienced a lot of things lately. It's a long story. An opportunity, eat my move. Just as he was speaking, Gao Mumu suddenly attacked Song Shuhang with his leg from a tricky angle, trying to hit his calf. Gao Mumu had practiced martial arts when he was a child. Although he had neglected his studies for several years now, he still remembered the basics. Clang! In the next moment, Gao Mumu's eyes almost fell out of his eye sockets. Just now, he felt as though his leg had hit a pillar made of iron, bouncing back and making him feel extreme pain. Damnable Shuhang, did you actually hide an iron plate below your pants? Our friendship is truly over now. Gao Mumu clenched his teeth due to the pain. He even had to lower his voice and endure the pain so as to avoid waking up Yuri, suffering in silence. Song Shuhang. Shuhang quietly pulled his pants up and revealed the well-defined muscles of his calf. Afterward, he said with a smug expression on his face, "As you can see, I don't have any iron plate below my pants. Those are just the powerful muscles of my leg. Bastard, did you practice the golden bell cover technique or something?" Gao Mumu said as he rubbed his leg. The kick he had thrown just now wasn't a serious one and was more of a joke. Therefore, he didn't put too much strength in it. However, the pain he felt was still very hard to bear. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes and said, "Anyway, do you still want to kick me a few more times to vent your anger? I feel like I don't really need to dodge. If anyone hit you in the right leg, turn to them the other leg also. This way, you would have even more fun tilde. Kick your sister." Gao Mumu gave him a supercilious look. Then, he crawled until the office chair and pondered for a moment, lightly laughing. Sometimes, such incredible coincidences could actually take place in the world. After several small coincidences combined with each other, they would give birth to matters that would go beyond one's expectations. Song Shuhang sat in front of Gao Mumu and said again, "I'm sorry about what happened. But it was really an accident. I totally didn't expect that the author Yu Jiajia would catch would be you. In addition, I even asked you if wrote web novels earlier, and you said you didn't. Therefore, I'm not the only one at fault here." Gao Mumu gave him a supercilious look. The fact that he was writing web novels was his little personal secret. He couldn't casually tell it to his acquaintances. "Anyway, I'll tell Yu Jiajia to get you out of this small black room. After that, you can have fun in here for the next days," Song Shuhang continued. Yu Jiajia, who was sitting on Shuhang's shoulder, raised her claws in protest. If Gao Mumu were to get out of the small black room, she wouldn't get to read those updates of 20,000 to 30,000 characters anymore. Gao Mumu rolled his eyes. If Song Shuhang still wanted to keep him inside the small black room, they would truly become mortal enemies. "Anyway, Mumu, are you interested in writing the script for the movie?" Song Shuhang asked. If Gao Mumu was unwilling, they would have to find another person. "Why not? I might as well earn some money for the vacation I'm planning to go on with Yuri," Gao Mumu said bitterly. Earlier, Yu Jiajia reached an agreement with him about the payment he would receive for writing the plot of the movie, and the sum of money was quite high. Afterward, Gao Mumu also added, "However, I have a request as well." Song Shuhang said heroically, "What kind of request? Do tell." Gao Mumu said earnestly, "I want to play a role in the movie as well." Song Shuhang nodded and said, "It's not a problem. Tubo and Yanga can be added to the cast as well. The higher the number of actors, the more bustling the scene would be. However, he would have to tell the seniors to weaken their strength in the parts Gao Mumu and the others were acting so as to avoid scaring them." It's settled then. "What theme do you want for the story?" "I'll try my best to come up with an interesting story," Gao Mumu said. "How about science fiction plus xianxia in a futuristic setting?" Song Shuhang probed. Gao Mumu. Science fiction? Even a layman like Gao Mumu knew that a science fiction movie would require computer-generated imagery. Was Song Shuhang planning to shoot a small science fiction movie with his 50 cents budget? In addition,
he wanted it to be Xianxia as well, which similarly required a lot of special effects. Song Shuhang asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" Jiao Mumu clenched his teeth and said, "It's fine. Isn't it just science fiction plus Xianxia? I'll write it and let you have a look." "Right, old Jiao. Remember that the main character has to be very handsome and immortal-like," Song Shuhang also added. After all, it was Senior White who was going to be the main character of the story. "Sure, no problem." Jiao Mumu smiled evilly. "Look at how I will torture the main character at the appointed time." Jiao Mumu wanted to participate in the movie so that he could become the eternal rival of the main character and make him suffer time and time again. It was his way to retaliate against Song Shuhang. Jiao Mumu firmly believed that Song Shuhang would be the main character of the movie. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Meanwhile, somewhere else. In the airspace of Jiangnan area. A youngster with a gentle-looking face was standing on top of a tall building in the Jiangnan area, enjoying the evening wind blowing against his face. The youngster had short black hair and looked full of energy. If Song Shuhang were to see this youngster, he would surely be surprised, because this gentle-looking youngster had the same appearance as him. It wasn't just his appearance, even the aura his body was giving off and his manner was the same as Song Shuhang. However, this person wasn't Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. I managed to shake off Brother Medicine Master in the end. He was truly troublesome to deal with. He quietly placed several different types of medicinal powders to keep track of me on my body. If it was someone else, they would have been defeated by Brother Medicine Master's method had they been careless. Unfortunately, the opposite party was me. Song Shuhang said complacently. "Where should I head next? Earth is just too dangerous as of late. Perhaps it's better if I go in space and hide there," Song Shuhang muttered to himself. "Right, I should take a look at my enemies first." After thinking up to this point, the man took out a strange mobile phone and swiped on the screen. In the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Su Clan 7, Brother Medicine Master, what is your current location? I'm carrying over a baboon to your place. We'll eat monkey brain this evening. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, about that. Fellow Daoist 7, eating the brain of a monkey is a very evil thing to do. Monkeys should be treasured. Su Clan 7, TSK. The monkey should just be obedient and let me cut off its head. There is no need for all this useless talk. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. Around a minute later, Medicine Master popped out and wrote, "I'll send you my coordinates." Moreover, Copper Trigram escaped. Su Clan 7, he was really quick with his escape. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, since so many fellow Taoists wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, fellow Daoist Copper Trigram must have decided to run away as fast as possible. Fellow Daoist Medicine Master, didn't you leave something on his body to keep track of him? I did, a lot of things actually. But he got rid of them. Medicine Master sent a short message. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, when did Copper Trigram run away? How long has it been? Medicine Master wrote in reply, 4 hours ago, and he got rid of the medicinal powder on his body 1 hour ago. The place where he was last seen is the coastal area. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, since it's been so long, he must have already run to some foreign country. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da, picture of a cute puppy. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Sun-splitting halberd Gua Da, knowing fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, it's going to be very difficult to find him now that he has run away. Once he changes his appearance and blends amongst humans, it's going to be nearly impossible to find him. Regretful expressions appeared on the faces of several fellow Taoists that were hoping to have a heart-to-heart talk with Copper Trigram. But right at this time, Medicine Master also wrote, however, it should be just about time for a particular type of medicine that I've left inside his body to activate. Once it activates, it will severely weaken fellow Daoist Copper Trigram for a short period of time. Perhaps we can take advantage of that opportunity to catch him. The corner of Song Shuhan's mouth rose and turned into a complacent smile. He had used the coastal area as bait to throw them off.
HMPH, you can catch me only in your dreams. Even if I'm weakened, the effects of my disguising technique won't decrease in the slightest. At this time, I'm just little friend Song Shuhang. No one can see through my disguise. As you might have guessed, this Song Shuhang was nothing but Immortal Master Copper Trigram under disguise. But right at this time, Northern River's Loose Cultivator got online and said, I guarantee you that Copper Trigram won't be able to run away. Right, is there any fellow Daoist that is currently in space? You should get in contact with me. I'll give everyone several coordinates. According to my guess, that shady fortune teller is very likely to run into space. Compared to Earth, space is bigger and safer. My several coordinates consist of a list of places that he is very likely to be while in space. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, fellow Daoist Northern River, if you say this in the group, won't fellow Daoist Copper Trigram also be able to read it? It doesn't matter. Actually, I want him to read it. I'm pretty sure he's headed toward space as we speak. If he gets into space, I'll have a 50% chance of catching him. At that time, HMPH. Northern River's Loose Cultivator sent an evil emoji. It was even better if Copper Trigram could read this message. It would be excellent if the opposite party decided to stay on Earth after reading this message. Space was simply too big, and it was almost impossible to find him if he were to escape there. On the other hand, there was always an opportunity to find him if he were to stay on Earth. And if Copper Trigram still decided to go to space, Northern River's message would at least give him a scare, making that shady fortune teller fearful and apprehensive. Just as Northern River's Loose Cultivator sent this message in the group, several fellow Daoists popped up and expressed their intention of making a trip to space. Afterward, Northern River's Loose Cultivator started to send messages privately. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On that tall building in the Jiangnan area, the corner of Song Shuhan's mouth twitched. He couldn't expect less from his old enemy, Northern River's Loose Cultivator. After all, the person that understood one the most was their enemy. These words were just too correct. Just as he was planning to escape to space, his actions were correctly guessed by the opposite party. Northern River was simply like a bug hidden in his stomach. Immortal Master Copper Trigram silently sighed and touched his turtle shell, preparing to perform another self-divination. If the result of the divination was a positive one, he wouldn't go to space and would instead find a place on Earth and hide there. If the result of the divination was a negative one, he would happily go to space. Tilde, there was no other way. After all, he was a shady fortune teller. The fact that he knew about being a shady fortune teller made it even more tragic. The copper coins fell out of the turtle shell. Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked at the picture, starting to count on his fingers. According to the result of the divination, he would have great luck. Well, that was very bad news. From the looks of it, his trip to space would be dogged by bad luck. Perhaps Northern River had really prepared a huge encirclement for him and was just waiting for him to fall into the trap. HMPH, the world is so big, is it really possible that I won't be able to find a place where I can hide? In the worst case, I can change my appearance again and hide amongst humans. The world has a population of over 8 billion individuals. How can they find me so easily? Immortal Master Copper Trigram sneered. If necessary, he could even disguise as a small animal. However, he would remember about that Northern River's Loose Cultivator and give him a good lesson on the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City. After thinking up to this point, Immortal Master Copper Trigram put the turtle shell away and gently jumped, starting to jump from building to building. Whiz! But right at this time, a sword light quickly headed toward his position from a faraway place. A fairy maiden wearing a red skirt was standing on the sword light. The fairy maiden had a serious expression on her face and her eyes were closed. It seemed she was trying to sense something. Very soon, the fairy maiden noticed Immortal Master Copper Trigram that was now disguised as Song Shuhang. I finally found you, little friend Shuhang. The fairy maiden revealed a smile and whizzed toward him, landing in front of Song Shuhang. Immortal Master Copper Trigram bitterly smiled to himself. The thing one feared the most would surely happen. Just as he was thinking of evading the members of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group, he just happened to meet one. The person of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group that had come here was Fairy Firefly. She practiced a cultivation technique that was related to attraction and repulsion. She was a fairy maiden with a good temperament and was usually very open to persuasion. But sometimes, she would spend a lot of effort on absolutely trivial problems. Whenever that happened, she would become very stubborn and difficult to persuade. Immortal Master Copper Trigram squeezed out a smile and, using the same tone as Song Shuhang, said, "Fairy Maiden, good evening. Little friend Shuhang, I rushed over here just for now. Therefore, let's get to the point directly," Fairy Firefly said as she stretched out her hand, untying something hanging around her waist. What she had untied was a silk handkerchief tied around the waist as a decoration. Then, under Immortal Master Copper Trigram's confused gaze, Fairy Firefly tied that silk handkerchief around Song Shuhang's waist. Immortal Master Copper Trigram had simply no idea as to what Fairy Firefly was doing. "Do you have fasting pills with you?" Fairy Firefly said in a weak voice. Immortal Master Copper Trigram copied Song Shuhang and bashfully nodded his head, saying, "Yes, I have a few." Fairy Firefly explained, "That's good. Let me explain. This silk handkerchief is part of my magical clothing and can protect you just like a spacesuit, allowing you to stay safe in space." Spacesuit? Allowing you to stay safe in space? Just what is happening? Why do I have a bad premonition? Earlier, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was too busy getting away from Medicine Master. Therefore, he didn't see the message in the 9 Provinces Number 1 group in which Fairy Firefly stated she would send Song Shuhang back to space once again. He discovered that little friend Song Shuhang had come back from space only through the chat logs that came after that. Thereupon, he decided to disguise as Song Shuhang and run toward the Jiangnan area. Such being the case, have a nice trip, little friend Shuhang. We'll see each after 1 full month, Fairy Firefly said and placed several seals on Immortal Master Copper Trigram's body. Since she didn't have the time to prepare a space capsule this time, Fairy Firefly imbued her silk handkerchief with enough spiritual energy. The layer of spiritual energy would later form a defensive barrier and protect little friend Shuhang, allowing him to pass through the atmosphere without getting injured. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was dumbfounded. Is she really thinking of sending me to space? No, this is too cruel. Go. Fairy Firefly said in a grave tone. In the next moment, Immortal Master Copper Trigram soared the skies like a rocket and disappeared in the clouds. Artilda, Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out pitifully. Fairy Firefly was really going to send him to space. Immortal Master Copper Trigram felt really sad at this moment. As if that wasn't enough, Medicine Master's poison had already started to take effect. Therefore, he was going to be in a weakened state for a short period of time and wouldn't have enough strength to break free from Fairy Firefly's power of repulsion for the time being. He could only helplessly look as he was going to space, slowly disappearing on the horizon. Damn it, why the hell did I decide to disguise as little friend Shuhang today? I don't want to go to space. Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out pitifully, with his voice reverberating at the horizon. Was this the result of that lucky divination from before? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Below, Fairy Firefly placed her delicate hand on her forehead and looked at little friend Song Shuhang getting more and more distant. As expected, sending little friend Shuhang back to space was the right decision. I feel much better now, Fairy Firefly said. Aside from spending a lot of energy on trivial matters, Fairy Firefly suffered from a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder as well. Whenever she thought about the fact that Song Shuhang's 30-day trip to space still lacked more than 20 days to be complete, Fairy Firefly would feel very uncomfortable. But now, everything was fine. Fairy Firefly got in the 9 Provinces Number 1 group and sent a message, I sent little friend Song Shuhang back to space once again. In addition, I left a magical seal on his body. After 1 full month, some fellow Daoist that is in space can conveniently bring him back. Otherwise, I can pull him back myself. Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Maiden had it rough.
little friend Shu Hang even more. Fairy Firefly, I promised to Venerable White. I just did what I had to do. But right at this time, Song Shu Hang, who was currently chatting with Jiao Mumu, took out his mobile phone and read the message, getting dumbfounded as a result. I was sent back to space? When did that happen? If I was sent back to space, who is the person sitting in front of Jiao Mumu and chatting with him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, The New Daoist Robe of the Western Monk. Chapter 597, The New Daoist Robe of the Western Monk. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Of course, little friend Shu Hang had no intention of reminding Fairy Firefly that he was still on Earth. Although he had no idea as to what had happened, since little friend Song Shu Hang had been sent to space, he would quietly let the team that had gone up there stay there for full 30 days. Thereupon, Song Shu Hang quietly switched off his mobile phone. Sometimes, silence was golden. This matter was something worthy of celebration, truly a joyous occasion. Right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shu Hang's shoulder, also put away her small tailor-made mobile phone and said to Song Shu Hang via secret sound transmission, "Shu Hang, I've contacted my subordinates in the East China Sea. They will immediately relay to me any important news related to the East China Sea." Although Yu Jiaojiao's sphere of influence in the East China Sea consisted of only a small area, her father, true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon, was one of the overlords of the East China Sea. True monarch tyrant Flood Dragon was part of the dragon race. For this reason, his fighting capacity was ranked amidst the highest ones amongst 6th stage true monarchs. In case he decided to burn his origin Flood Dragon true blood, he could even escape from a 7th stage venerable. Thereupon, he was able to occupy a very large area in the East China Sea and give fractions of it to his children. Such being the case, Yu Jiaojiao could rely on her father's influence to get a hold of the latest news in the East China Sea. In addition, the sea monsters in the East China Sea had their own channels of communication. Thanks to the internet spreading, people could now read news about things happening all over the world while conveniently sitting at home. The situation in the East China Sea was similar. If something big happened, sea monsters would be able to get the information through their network. "Thank you," Song Shu Hang said gratefully. With Yu Jiaojiao's help, he didn't need to grope blindly for an answer. "You're welcome." "Ah, yes. As long as you can convince your friend to write from 20,000 to 30,000 characters every day, I'll be very happy," Yu Jiaojia replied. Song Shu Hang. From the looks of it, Yu Jiaojiao hadn't given up on making Jiao Mumu work like a slave. At this time, Jiao Mumu stretched out his hands and started to type on the keyboard, asking while editing the content of yesterday's chapters, "Shu Hang, since you want to shoot a movie, from where are you going to get the equipment necessary for the shooting?" He was very curious as to how Song Shu Hang wanted to shoot the movie. He wasn't really planning to hold the video camera and start recording the movie by himself, right? That would be simply horrible. Although Jiao Mumu knew that Song Shu Hang's family's economic situation wasn't bad, it was rather unrealistic that Shu Hang alone could put forth enough money to fund the shooting of a movie. It would be only possible if he and his friends decided to make a joint effort and fund the shooting of the movie together. Speaking of Song Shu Hang's friends, there was the owner of this villa, Yu Jiaojiao, as well as that mysterious rich guy on the island where the natives lived. When had Song Shu Hang become friends with these people? As for the equipment necessary to shoot the movie, I'll contact a few friends that have contacts with movie-making and publishing companies. I can just ask for their help if needed. If we are lucky, they will make arrangements for the director and production crew as well, Song Shu Hang said. Friends that have contacts with movie-making companies? Jiao Mumu nodded and said, "That's perfect." Such being the case, even if it was a movie they were shooting solely to amuse themselves, it should be somewhat decent. Song Shu Hang shot a glance at the time. It was already past midnight. Thereupon, he stretched himself and said, "It's already late. Mumu, you should also go to sleep." Gao Mumu looked at Song Shuhang with a bitter expression on his face. After receiving Miss Yu Jiaojiao's blessing, he was full of energy and just couldn't fall asleep. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the faraway crystal clear water pavilion, Chu Chu accompanied Li Yinju and entered the Time City so that she could take care of her. There wasn't any other disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion in the Time City. Chu Chu and Li Yinju were the only ones in there. It was a rather good place where one could practice in secluded meditation. After Chu Chu and Li Yinju entered the Time City, the crystal clear water pavilion outside was frozen in time once again. The whole crystal clear water pavilion had come to a stop. But Pavilion Master Chu wasn't sleeping at this time. She was holding the silver glove as she appeared next to Yi Sai's body. Yi Sai was still slumbering right now. Actually, every time the crystal clear water pavilion was frozen in time, Yi Sai would also fall asleep. It was something that Pavilion Master Chu had arranged especially for her. This was the main reason Yi Sai hadn't discovered anything strange about the crystal clear water pavilion while inside the illusory reality. After appearing next to Yi Sai's body, Pavilion Master Chu put the modified silver glove on Yi Sai's hand. In the next moment, the silver glove underwent a mutation. The originally metallic structure of the glove started to ripple like running water, eventually transforming into a silver glove as thin as the wings of a cicada. As long as she wears this glove, not even other ninth-stage tribulation transcenders will be able to discern Yi Sai's true nature, Pavilion Master Chu said gently. In addition, her seal with the spatial coordinates was already engraved on the glove. If Yi Sai was in trouble, she could directly tear space apart and appear next to her. Once you manage to adapt to the glove, you can go and give little friend Shuhang a surprise, Pavilion Master Chu said in a gentle tone. The crystal clear water pavilion was part of an illusory reality, and no matter how realistic it looked, in the end, it was nothing but an illusion. Yi Sai had stayed in there for a very long time. It was finally time for her to leave. Unfortunately, little friend Song already has a high-rank ghost spirit. Otherwise, I would have probably made him and Yi Sai sign a contract. With that, I wouldn't have to worry about someone forcefully making Yi Sai sign one, Pavilion Master Chu muttered to herself. Theoretically speaking, there wasn't a limit to the number of ghost spirit a cultivator could contract. As long as one could control them, even 2 or 3 weren't a problem. Of course, the higher the rank of the ghost spirit, the higher would be the difficulty in signing the contract. For example, when Song Shuhang and Softfeather discovered 2 ghost spirits in the Ghost Lamp Temple back then, Altar Master thought of contracting the 2 ghost spirits in one go. He was planning to forcefully break through the 2nd stage realm by relying on the power of the 2 ghost spirits and reach the 3rd stage realm. However, Yi Sai was different than an ordinary ghost spirit. Although she had most of the properties ghost spirits possessed, she still had a human soul beneath her ghost spirit outer shell. Unlike other ghost spirits, her ghost spirit body wasn't her soul but something akin to a human body. After signing a contract, she wouldn't become a clone of the cultivator like ordinary ghost spirits but would keep her free will. Due to these strange circumstances, if one wanted to sign a contract with Yi Sai, they couldn't contract ordinary ghost spirits. Likewise, if one had already signed a contract with another ghost spirit, they wouldn't be able to sign a contract with Yi Sai. The two just couldn't coexist. After seeing Yi Sai and the silver glove complete their fusion, Pavilion Master Chu nodded her head. I'm exhausted. Pavilion Master Chu stretched herself and sent Yi Sai into her own house. Afterward, she headed toward the Celestial Pavilion and crawled up on her bed, quickly falling asleep. As soon as Pavilion Master Chu entered a partial state of sleep, the whole crystal clear water pavilion started moving again. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, the sobbing old man wiped away his tears. He had decided to make another trip to space. He wanted to look for the crystal clear water pavilion again. He couldn't give up. He had to try his best. Although he wasn't sure if he could succeed even after trying his best, he would surely fail if he were to give up. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears was his only hope of advancing to the 6th stage True Monarch realm. Thereupon, he had to persevere and move Pavilion Master Chu's heart,
becoming a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion and obtaining the remaining part of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. If he could meet little friend Song Shuhang again, it would be even better. After all, he seemed rather familiar with Pavilion Master Chu, and it would be perfect if he could put in a good word for him. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At the same time, in a place close to Earth, a fight between powerhouses of the true monarch rank broke out. The two fighters were the hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall and the ancient witch Elise. At this time, the hall leader was completely exhausted from warding off the incoming attacks and didn't even have the strength to fight back. The hall leader clenched his teeth and roared, "Crazy B*TCH, what are you planning to do?" He he he. The laughter of the ancient witch Elise echoed. Then she pounced forward while holding a string of light and powder in her hands. She had poisonous items, insects, curses, and witchcraft at her disposal. The ancient witch clan was very prosperous back in the days. Their attacks were the same as their thinking mode, extremely bizarre. No one could predict what kind of attack they would use in the next moment. After a wave of attacks, the ancient witch Elise stopped. The ancient witch Elise laughed and said, "Actually, I chased after you for so long because I wanted to tell you something." The hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall was speechless. "Listen carefully. I'll say it only once and won't repeat myself," the ancient witch Elise said with a serious expression on her face. Then, just as she was speaking, she blushed a little. A moment ago, the two sixth-stage true monarchs were brutally fighting, and now, in the blink of an eye, it seemed someone was going to make a love confession. The hall leader was speechless. "The reason I appeared in space and was able to intercept you guys while you were trying to plunder 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's flying boat is..." The ancient witch Elise held her cheeks with both hands and said shyly, "The reason is that someone intentionally lured me there and brought me to your location. In addition, the information I obtained was very accurate. What a coincidence, don't you think? The person that guided me here is someone closely related to your limitless demon sect." The hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall secretly clenched his fists, but the expression on his face was still calm. One was unable to make out the changes happening in his heart. He wouldn't completely believe the words of the ancient witch Elise. However, he was certain of one thing: someone secretly sold them out. "Well then, now that I've said what I wanted to say, it's time for us to say goodbye. Let us meet again." The ancient witch Elise waved her hand at the hall leader and left the place. She left for real, without playing any trick. The hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall was completely exhausted at this time. Had they kept fighting, he would have had no other choice but to self-detonate the spirit lake inside his body and give his all to fight against her. But little did he expect that the ancient witch would leave just like that. Ancient witches were simply too abnormal, and it was simply impossible to guess what was going on in their head. After surviving the calamity, the hall leader forced a smile and laughed. Then, after determining that the ancient witch had indeed left, he didn't think of pursuing her and catching her by surprise, but decided to ride a sword light and return to the limitless demon sect instead. This time, his Nine-Eyed Karma Hall had suffered a great loss. Not only did they fail to rescue their several spiritual emperors, they lost more than 10 cultivators of the 5th stage realm in the process. As if that wasn't enough, he even saw that small cultivator of the 2nd stage wearing a spacesuit ferrying the souls of his subordinates to the afterworld. The scene almost made his liver explode due to the anger. Anyway, he had noted down the aura of that cultivator of the 2nd stage. If they met again, he would make sure to give him a good lesson. Were that small cultivator fall in his hands, he would torment him to the point of making him wish he were dead. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. China, Wenju City, next to Beijing Street's Mountain Nyoding. The Western monk was currently wearing an additional outer garment above his kasaya, as well as a big hat on his head. He had concealed his aura and was quietly heading toward Mountain Nyoding. He had successfully shaken off the ghost cultivators pursuing him and had now finally reached his destination, Mountain Nyoding. There, his favorite director was currently shooting a movie. The Western monk was still thinking of asking him to let himself play a small part in the movie if possible. However, the Western monk met someone he absolutely didn't want to meet on his way there. It was his teacher, Daoist priest Wu Yinzi. Although it had been only 3 years, Daoist priest Wu Yinzi looked older than before. The Western monk forced a smile and went forward to greet his teacher. "Teacher, how come you are here? I was waiting for you." Wu Yinzi sighed. After seeing his disciple becoming more and more like a Buddhist monk, he felt pain in his heart. He really wished he could give a good beating to the Chinese movie makers that shot movies stating that all martial arts had originated from the Shaolin Temple. Did they have nothing better to do than putting strange thoughts in the head of foreigners? "Teacher, if you needed something, you could have just given me a call. I would have hurried to your place immediately. It's rather embarrassing that you had come all the way here for your disciple," the Western monk said hurriedly. "Nonsense. Had I given you a call and told you to come over to see me, you would have escaped to Europe the very next day." Wu Yinzi rolled his eyes. "I already know that you have reached the second stage realm. During the next few days, you'll follow me and learn the following part of the Celestial Wonder Sword. Then, your Daoist robe also needs to be changed." Daoist priest Wu Yinzi looked at that Daoist robe with a layer of a kasaya attached to it. His stomach slightly convulsed as a result. He felt that his lifespan had been reduced a lot after receiving this guy as a disciple. After saying this much, Daoist priest Wu Yinzi took out a green Daoist robe from his backpack. "This is a Daoist robe of the second stage that I received back then when I was young and taking risks outside. It's weaved with the spider silk of the golden spider. It's very light, and after wearing it, sword and sabers won't be able to injure you. Even without activating its defensive formation, you can ward off bullets from small firearms. Then, if you activate its defensive formation, you can easily walk through a rain of bullets without receiving any injury. In addition, there is a turtle breathing formation attached to it as well. Once you activate it, you won't be affected by poisonous air anymore. It's a hard-to-come-by treasure amongst items of the second stage." Wu Yinzi gave a thorough description of the Daoist robe. Actually, the reason he took his time to accurately explain the properties of the Daoist robe was to prevent his disciple from attaching a layer of kasaya to this Daoist robe as well. "Thank you, teacher." The Western monk happily took off the kasaya on his body and returned it to Wu Yinzi. Then, he took his new Daoist robe from Wu Yinzi's hands and wore it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, The Sealed Package of a Cultivator from 130 Years Ago. Chapter 598, The Sealed Package of a Cultivator from 130 Years Ago. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Although the Western monk would have loved to attach a layer of kasaya to his new Daoist robe, he tried his best to resist the urge. The current him wasn't as straightforward as the him in the past. It was better to wait until his teacher had left to attach the kasaya to the Daoist robe. There was no need to do it in front of his teacher and make him angry. At the same time, he could make his teacher happy by wearing the Daoist robe in front of him. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Wu Yinzi's old face as he saw his disciple wearing the Daoist robe. Wu Yinzi said, "Let's go. I'll teach you the following part of the Celestial Wonder Sword, as well as some other supplementary cultivation techniques." The Western monk obediently followed behind his teacher. While leading the way, Wu Yinzi heaved a sigh and said, "In addition, make a trip back to the sect 2 months later. Now that you have reached the second stage realm, it's possible to ignite your life lamp. As long as your life lamp is burning, I can be at ease even if you are wandering outside." The Western monk paused a moment and said respectfully, "I understand, teacher. I'll make a trip back to the sect then." Such being the case, he would have to wait a little more before attaching the kasaya to the Daoist robe. "At least I won't make my teacher feel stifled after returning to the sect this time," the Western monk thought to himself. Now then, where had the ghost spirit of his benefactor gone? If he could meet his benefactor again, he would surely try to repay him for saving his life twice. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 2 a.m. in the morning, Song Shuhang finally left Jiao Mumu's small black room. He hadn't thought that Jiao Mumu would be such a chatterbox. The energetic Jiao Mumu chatted with Song Shuhang from midnight up until now, and he was still reluctant to part with him. Afterward, Yu Jiajiao arranged a room for Song Shuhang so that he could rest. After entering his room, Song Shuhang didn't sleep immediately. He practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique one time and the immovable body of the Buddha immediately after. Then, he practiced the steel hands technique he obtained from Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. After he was done with his training session, the strength of his constitution increased slightly. Unfortunately, its strength was still far from being enough. Song Shuhang gently rubbed the place between his eyebrows. This bronze mental energy of the 3rd stage rank was still causing him a faint pain. He had to solve this problem as quickly as possible. He should try to find a way to increase his power of virtue as well, while trying to strengthen his constitution. He was planning to go out at dawn and see whether or not he could find a few souls to ferry. To make the light of virtue protecting his body undergo a qualitative change, he needed to ferry other 80,000 plus souls. But where could he find more than 80,000 souls to ferry? What are you thinking about? Right at this time, a voice came from behind Shuhang. Song Shuhang got a scare. He turned around his head and saw the palm-sized Yu Jiajiao lying face down on the windowsill, bathing in the moonlight. Hadn't Yu Jiajiao returned to her room? What is she doing here? I'm here for your enlightenment stone. Yu Jiajiao replied lazily. She needed but a glance to guess what Shuhang was thinking. She had obtained the moonstone inside the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. As long as she carried the stone with her, her training speed would increase, just as though she was constantly practicing beneath the light of the moon. If one were to add the effects of Song Shuhang's enlightenment stone to the mix, her practicing speed would be enhanced even further. So she came here to freeload the enlightenment stone. I was thinking where I could find the souls of deceased people, Song Shuhang replied to Yu Jiajiao's question. You might try to look for a ghost cultivator. As long as you manage to find the immortal cave of a ghost cultivator, even if it's just a ghost cultivator of the 2nd stage, they should have thousands of souls in their hands, as well as ghost soldiers and ghost generals, Yu Jiajia replied. Song Shuhang immediately thought of Altar Master. Unfortunately, Altar Master's place had been already cleaned up. All the ghost soldiers and ghost generals inside were taken away by Great Master Profound Principle's disciple, Senior Brother 3 Realms, to practice a secret technique. However, ghost cultivators weren't that common, either. It wasn't so easy to find them. Wait! I know some ghost cultivators. Song Shuhang thought of the ghost cultivators that were chasing after the Western monk. Perhaps he could look for the Western monk to get more info? Song Shuhang kept this point firmly in mind and continued asking, aside from the immortal cave of a ghost cultivator, is there another place where I can find the souls of the deceased? If you go to war-torn countries, you might find a lot of them. But with science and technology continuously developing, the power of weapons is also getting bigger and bigger. You are now a cultivator of the 2nd stage realm, and with your emerald green Kasaya, you won't have to worry about ordinary firearms. Therefore, as long as you are careful and don't get struck by firearms with high destructive power, you should be able to ferry several souls within a short period of time, Yu Jiajia replied. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang got a little excited. You seem rather excited, don't you? Yu Jiajia rolled her eyes and added, if you really want to go to a war-torn country, I suggest you to team up with a powerful senior in order to guarantee your safety. It was just a random thought. Moreover, gains and danger aren't well proportioned in war-torn countries. Song Shuhang laughed and said, whatever, there is no need to think too much about it. Jiajiao, I'm going to sleep, good night. Good night. Yu Jiajiao kept lying on the windowsill, breathing in and out. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. War-torn countries? Song Shuhang thought to himself while lying in bed. He didn't really want to rush to a war-torn country, but when the word was mentioned, a scene immediately resurfaced in his mind. In the scene were the ruins of a huge, wrecked celestial palace. There were no traces of battle around the palace. From the looks of it, a terrifying power had instantly flattened the whole place. Then, together with the ruins of the Celestial Palace, was the picture of a bloody hand with the words "Beloved Dog 43B" written on its palm. This was the scene that Song Shuhang had seen through the golden chain when he learned the whale swallowing technique back then. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang took out that thick golden chain from his size-reducing purse. On each link of the fancy-looking golden chain was engraved a picture of the 33 beasts. What is the origin of that wrecked Celestial Palace? And would I find the souls of deceased people in there? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Song Shuhang's face whitened. Damn it, it's coming! Although Shuhang was still wearing the gloves of Passion of Swordsman Wooden Ox, the secret appraisal technique still activated. As for the object he was going to appraise, it was obviously the golden chain in his hands. The golden chain had a mysterious background and was closely related to the ancient 33 Divine Beast sect since it could pass down their signature cultivation technique. In other words, it was an item that hid a big secret, and a big secret meant that he was going to lose lots of blood. Song Shuhang's eyes started to tear up. Around one breath later, close to 200 wounds appeared on Shuhang's body all at once. Each wound was 2 centimeters deep and blood crazily spurted out, dyeing red Song Shuhang's whole body. The extreme pain shocked his nerves. Sob, sob, sob. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and tried to resist the pain. Tears, sweat, and blood wet the bed. Yu Jiaojiao, who was lying next to the bed, smelled the pungent scent of blood and turned her head around, opening her eyes wide. Song Shuhang's body was losing blood from all places, just as though he was a ball of water full of holes. Blood was gushing out like running water. What is Song Shuhang doing? Did he open several wounds on his body since he had nothing better to do? Is this a form of self-torture? Shuhang, did you decide to torture yourself after getting bored? Yu Jiaojiao jumped up and landed next to Song Shuhang. Soon after, a water ball-shaped magical technique shot out of her palm and hit Song Shuhang's body. Since she was a half-mermaid and half-flood dragon, she innately knew several water-type healing techniques, and the effects weren't inferior to Senior Sister Yi's healing technique. Song Shuhang silently gazed at Yu Jiaojiao and said, while clenching his teeth and enduring the pain, "I'm definitely not self-torturing myself. This is the price I have to pay after using a secret technique." Is this a self-torturing secret technique? Why did you use that secret technique while resting? Yu Jiaojiao asked. At the same time, she used another healing technique. Thanks to her efforts, the wounds on Song Shuhang's body recovered a little. That's the main problem. Since the day I learned this secret technique, I've been unable to control it. Song Shuhang said, extremely aggrieved. Yu Jiaojiao. She shot Song Shuhang a compassionate look and asked in all seriousness, should I prepare a grave for you? A grave at the bottom of the sea is thousands of times cheaper than one on land. In addition, you don't have to worry about someone trying to loot it. You might want to consider this offer. I won't die so easily. Song Shuhang said in an agitated state. As he got agitated, his blood spurted out even faster. After the blood and the pain, runes gushed out of Song Shuhang's eyes and fell on the golden chain, forming the picture of a clock. The hands of the clock turned counterclockwise. Soon after, the runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes while carrying the information the secret appraisal technique had discovered. The Spirit Beast Chain, an item forged with pure gold. It's the status symbol of the disciples of the 88th Department of the Ancient Heavenly City, the Divine Beast Department. Spirit Beast Chains are conferred only to Master Spirit Beast Tamers that have received the official recognition of the Ancient Heavenly City. It's a symbol that shows one's social status. The Spirit Beast Chain? Does it mean that this is not an item that can pass down the legacy of the 33 Divine Beast sect? How did it turn out to be something related to the 88th Department of the Ancient Heavenly City, the Divine Beast Department? But very soon, Song Shuhang thought of something. Perhaps the predecessor of the 33 Divine Beast sect was precisely the Divine Beast Department of the Heavenly City. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the secret appraisal technique transmitted over the remaining part of the information. Serial number, Spirit Beast Chain Human Rank 10541, belonging to the Elder of the 33 Divine Beast sect known as Bamboo Pipe. After a Bamboo Piper modified it, it now conceals the secret related to the 33 Divine Beasts technique, the secret technique of the 33 Divine Beast sect. Wearing the Spirit Beast Chain can help increase the efficacy of the training while practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Password, Beloved Dog 43B. By relying on this item, one can retrieve a sealed package from the Three Ages Armed Escort Office. The sealed package was a gift that Bamboo Pipe ordered for their disciple 130 years ago. The information obtained through the secret appraisal technique came to an end. Song Shuhang gasped for breath, and intermittent fits of pain attacked his brain. His secret appraisal technique had gotten stronger along with the 88,888 voices talking in his mind every night. The number of items he could appraise also increased. This time, he even managed to appraise this strange item. Yu Jiajiu asked, "Is it over?" Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and replied while enduring the pain, "It's finally over." The wounds on his body had recovered thanks to Yu Jiajiu's healing technique, but that feeling of pain would last for a long time. Now then, the price I paid this time was actually lower than my expectations. It's an item related to the ancient heavenly city, and the price was only 200 wounds. It was worthwhile, I'd say. This secret technique of yours seems really troublesome, Yu Jiajiu said. Soon after, she said something via secret sound transmission as well. Very soon, the door of the room opened, and a half-monster maidservant came in, greeting Song Shuhang and Yu Jiajiu. Afterward, the maidservant dragged the blood-stained bed out of the room and exchanged it for a new one. After the maidservant left, Yu Jiajiu asked Song Shuhang, "What was the final result of your secret technique?" "I reaped some benefits, I would say." "Jiajiu, do you know the Three Ages Armed Escort Office?" Song Shuhang said while holding the golden chain. From the name, it seemed an organization that ancient cultivators used to deliver and move around their treasures. The Three Ages Armed Escort Office? Oh, I have an impression of it. However, they changed their name. They are now called Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery. But in the last 20 or so years, they very rarely did business on Earth. They currently do business and deliver goods only in space, Yu Jiajiu explained. Our conquest is the Sea of Stars. For some reason, this sentence resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. But do they still have a base in China? Yu Jiajiu nodded and said, they should. Their sect is located in China after all. Right, they have a branch in the Jiangnan area as well. When I was a child, my father angered my mother who ran away into space. I have an impression because he sent her something through their service. If ordinary women were to fight with their husband, they would return to their parents' house. But in the world of cultivators, the angry woman might run to space directly. One might not even be able to find her as long as she was angry. Song Shuhang asked again, in that case, is it still possible to retrieve a sealed package from 130 years ago if no one has claimed it? A sealed package from 130 years ago? This isn't a problem. After all, a cultivator might think of closing up on a whim and stay in secluded meditation for several hundred years, being unable to retrieve the package during that period of time. Thereupon, the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery will safeguard the sealed package or express delivery it for the client. As for the specific details, you will have to confirm with their organization, Yu Jiajiu explained. However, they will ask for a small storage fee. In that case, can we go to the branch of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery tomorrow and take a look? Song Shuhang said. The secret appraisal technique had specifically mentioned the gift that a bamboo pipe had prepared for their disciple. Such being the case, it should be something pretty good, right? Sure, no problem, Yu Jiajiu said. And as a repayment, you can have your good friend write 40,000 characters for me each day. How about it? The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Then, he quickly said, I'll take a shower first. TSK, sure. Yu Jiajiu showed the middle claw to Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. in the faraway East China Sea. A scholar was standing there with his hands behind the back. He had red eyes full of anger but a calm expression on his face. On one side was anger, on the other calmness, two types of entirely opposite emotions. When combined together, they gave the scholar a very special aura. The scholar was floating in midair, seemingly looking for something. He was giving off the aura of a supreme expert while stepping forward. But right at this time, his face whitened and twisted soon after. Painful, painful, painful. Is it happening again? Another deep wound appeared on his back. The old wound had yet to recover when the new one opened. A new wound's opening after such short intervals? Is he trying to kill me or something? Do I have to activate the sense sharing again and let you have a good taste of the pain I'm feeling right now? Of course, it was just a random thought that crossed his mind. The scholar absolutely wouldn't activate the sense sharing right now. As for the pain, he had no choice but to clench his teeth and endure it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Clenching the Teeth and Enduring the Consequences. Chapter 599, Clenching the Teeth and Enduring the Consequences. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Due to the excessive loss of blood, Song Shuhang weakly lay on the bed after washing the blood off his body, quickly falling asleep. But right at this time, the other Song Shuhang in space had met great danger. Due to the effects of Medicine Master's medicine, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was currently weakened and couldn't break free of Fairy Firefly's repulsive flying rocket technique, flying in space directly. In the end, I still ended up coming to space. Damn it, if not for Brother Medicine Master's poison weakening me, I would have been able to break free of Fairy Firefly's repulsive force in an instant. Immortal Master Copper Trigram thought to himself, somewhat depressed. At the same time, he recalled the message that bastard Northern Rivers loose cultivator sent in the group. I'm pretty sure he, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, is headed toward space as we speak. If he gets into space, I'll have a 50% chance of catching him. The person that understood one the most was their enemy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram firmly believed in this axiom. I'm already in space. If Northern Rivers loose cultivator has really arranged traps in here, I might directly fall into his hands if I'm careless enough to reveal my real identity. As soon as he thought of the various fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces #1 group that wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, Immortal Master Copper Trigram shivered all over. In short, it's better if I remain disguised as little friend Shuhang for the time being. It's the best way to avoid getting surrounded and captured by the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces #1 group in cahoots with Northern Rivers loose cultivator, Immortal Master Copper Trigram thought to himself. Thereupon, Immortal Master Copper Trigram perfected the effects of his disguising technique even further. At the same time, he started to intentionally release little friend Song Shuhang's aura from his body. If Mama Song and Papa Song were to see him at this time, they, too, wouldn't be able to tell whether or not he was an imposter. A god-level disguising technique was truly scary. But for this very reason, something unexpected happened. Due to Immortal Master Copper Trigram intentionally releasing little friend Song Shuhang's aura, the aura ended up attracting the attention of a certain cultivator. It was the hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall. The hall leader was on his way back to the Limitless Demon Sect. At the same time, anger was brewing in his heart. I have already noted down the aura of that small cultivator of the 2nd stage. If we meet again, I will make sure to give him a good lesson. I will torment him to the point of making him wish he were dead. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly sensed his aura. There was no mistaking it. It was the aura of that damnable cultivator of the 2nd stage. He had carefully noted down his aura, and he wouldn't mistake it for someone else's even if there was a great distance between them. That damnable cultivator of the 2nd stage was nearby. I searched high and low just to find him when I least expected it. The hall leader took a deep breath. Afterward, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was extremely frustrated today. he failed to save his subordinates and even lost a large number of cultivators of the 5th stage realm in the process, with their souls getting ferried to the afterworld by a little bastard of the 2nd stage. Afterward, a crazy ancient witch with brain problems chased after him to kill him. If he didn't vent the extreme anger in his heart, it might become his inner demon in the future. He would kill that kid and extract his soul, letting him have a taste of the cruelest tortures in the world. The Hall leader operated the exclusive flying sword of the Limitless Demon Sect and headed toward the place where the aura was coming from. After a few breaths, the Hall leader had already reached the place. He took a broad view and finally spotted the silhouette of that damnable cultivator of the 2nd stage. A calm-looking Song Shuhang was holding his chin and seemingly pondering about the meaning of life. Aside from the aura, the Hall leader could faintly recognize his face too, even though he just saw it through the cumbersome spacesuit back then. There was no mistaking, it was precisely him. "Damn brat, I finally found you," the Hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall roared. The sound directly reverberated in Immortal Master Copper Trigram's ears through the secret sound transmission technique. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was surprised. Then, he looked at the incoming person and asked, "Fellow dazed, whom are you looking for? Now you are even playing dumb? Forget it. I've already decided that I'm going to kill you today. Therefore, die," the Hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall sneered. In the next moment, the signature flying sword of the Limitless Demon Sect beneath his feet disappeared from its original place and whizzed toward Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was dumbfounded. What the F***ck is going on? We just met, and he attacked me with a sword? Is this Northern River's loose cultivator's ambush? Is it possible that Northern River had such an incredible foresight that I got caught even though I'm currently disguised as little friend Song Shuhang? No, it can't be. This absolutely isn't Northern River's loose cultivator's ambush. The killing intent coming from the opposite party is simply too obvious. Such heavy killing intent, it seems that the opposite party is really serious about killing me. To be more precise, the one he wants to kill is little friend Song Shuhang. Little bastard, we'll settle today the enmity you created by ferrying the souls of my subordinates, the Hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall roared as the sword light slashed out. After hearing up to this point, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was finally clear as to what was going on. F***ck, so it was all little friend Shuhang's doing. From the looks of it, he was going to be the one to bear the consequence of Shuhang's actions. What kind of horrible situation was this? He was still weakened due to the effects of Medicine Master's poison. In addition, he was tightly wrapped by Fairy Firefly's repulsive power. He couldn't even dodge the attack. Wasn't this the same wanting his poor life? Damn it, I don't want to bear the consequences of other people's actions. Clang! Just as Immortal Master Copper Trigram was in deep thoughts, the flying sword of the Hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Karma Hall closed in on him. However, a layer of invisible strength managed to block it. The flying sword gave rise to a series of electric sparks of pure energy in the void. Immediately after, the raging slash of the Hall leader was repelled by a repulsive force. It was Fairy Firefly's repulsive flying rocket technique. The defensive layer had kept off the attack of the Hall leader for Immortal Master Copper Trigram. But after it received the sword attack, the layer of repulsive force disappeared. At the same time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram had finally regained his freedom. However, it wasn't really the time to regain his freedom. He was currently in a weakened state and could only display 20 to 30% of his actual strength. He was in great trouble now that he had lost the defensive barrier. When he saw that his raging slash wasn't even able to kill a small cultivator of the 2nd stage, the Hall leader became angry out of shame. Now, he was even angrier. Die! The energy within the spirit lake inside his body had recovered for the greatest part. Therefore, he could already display certain techniques of the 6th stage true monarch rank. While roaring, the Hall leader moved his foot forward. At the same time, the huge projection of the foot of a demon also appeared. The foot was incredibly big, capable of destroying heaven and earth. The foot headed toward Immortal Master Copper Trigram, ready to stomp him to death. Bastard, had I not been in a weakened state, I would have given you a good lesson. Immortal Master Copper Trigram clenched his teeth and stretched out his hands, throwing out 10 bamboo slips. The bamboo slips were usually used to perform divinations, but when Immortal Master Copper Trigram threw them out, they instantly arranged themselves into a great divinatory formation. The bamboo slips automatically moved according to the directions of the 8 trigrams and gave birth to a formation. The ordinary-looking bamboo slips borrowed the power of the world and created layer upon layer of defensive formations. If Immortal Master Copper Trigram hadn't been in a weakened state, both the range and the strength of the formation would have increased by more than 10 times. Just because he was a shady fortune teller, it didn't mean that he was weak in the field of divination. He was shady only due to his questionable character, it had nothing to do with his strength. Such an insignificant skill, die, the hall leader roared and trampled with his right foot. The projection likewise trampled with its right foot. Boom tilde? The 8 trigram formation that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had created was smashed to pieces. The power of that foot capable of destroying heaven and earth didn't diminish as it hit Copper Trigram. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was currently disguised as Song Shu Hang, got trampled to death just like a small insect.